Welcome to our 7-hour true crime marathon. In this video, we'll dive into some of the most fascinating and chilling cases out there. Whether you're a seasoned true crime enthusiast or just curious about these gripping stories, you're in for an engaging ride. So grab a cozy blanket and your favorite snacks, and let's explore these incredible tales together.
The 2008 case of Emma Ljungstig shocked Europe and stands as one of the most brutal in Swedish forensic history. Despite some arguing that the perpetrator was insane and pushing to close the case due to insufficient evidence, the true nature of the criminal was revealed during the trial. Emma Ljungstig, born February 16, 1985 in Stockholm, spent most of her youth there. Raised in a modest family as the younger of two sisters, she married her high school sweetheart, Nicholas, at 19. They were both young, and by the time of their marriage, Emma was expecting a child. At 20, Emma became a mother to Max, and a year and a half later, she had a daughter named Saga. Despite their two children, the couple struggled with the demands of family life, often arguing over small issues and finding no common ground. Shortly after Saga's birth, they decided to part ways. Then came the difficult and painful issue of child custody. Nicholas wanted not only to support the children financially, but also to be actively involved in their lives and upbringing. Emma was open to this, but soon she started a new romantic relationship. She moved to a small town called Aruga, about 150 kilometers from Stockholm, to be with her new partner and took the children with her. Nicholas opposed this move as he wanted to see his kids daily. The former spouses repeatedly clashed in court over this matter, and Nicholas even threatened Emma, prompting her to report him to the police. The conflict couldn't be resolved amicably, and both parents began to fight for sole custody. Emma's new partner was Tawny Hellberg, whom she met online. They quickly bonded, and their relationship became romantic. Tawny wasn't put off by the fact that Emma, at 23, had two children from her previous marriage. He was eager to start a family and embrace them as his own. The couple initially lived in a small house that Tawny had inherited, but once they decided to marry, they moved to a larger home with enough space for each child to have their own room. At that time, Tawny had a stable job with a good salary, while Emma focused on raising the children and managing the home. With her background in design, she planned to return to her profession in the future. They had planned a wedding for the summer of 2008. But those plans were not meant to be. On March 17, 2008, a typical Monday, Tawny left for work early, leaving Emma at home with their 3-year-old son Max and 1.5-year-old daughter Saga. In the evening, as Emma prepared dinner, she awaited Tawny's return and chatted online with her sister Katarina about a gift for their parents' upcoming wedding anniversary. At around 6:30 p.m., Tawny called Emma to let her know he was running late and said they could start dinner without him. After the brief call, Emma resumed her chores, fed the kids, and then returned to her computer to continue messaging Katarina. At 7:07 p.m., their conversation was abruptly cut off mid-sentence. Katarina found this odd as she saw Emma typing but never sending the message. 5 minutes later, Katarina called Emma but got no response. She then reached out to Tawny to check on the situation. Tawny, who was on his way home, assured Katarina that everything was likely fine and that Emma might be preoccupied with the children. He said Emma would call back as soon as she could. When Tawny arrived home, he was startled to find the front door open. Inside, he noticed a mess, assuming it was from the children playing. However, he soon spotted brown stains and realized with horror that it was blood. He called out for Emma and the kids, but no one answered. In the hallway, he found what he initially thought was a doll lying in an unnatural position. As he got closer, he realized it was Saga, lying in a pool of blood with her head and face severely disfigured. Nearby, her brother lay in a similarly horrific condition with a fractured skull. Their mother was also on the floor, covered in blood, her face shattered and disfigured. It appeared none of them were alive. Overcome with shock, Tawny called emergency services with trembling hands and reported the scene. At that moment, Emma shuddered and emitted a loud groan. Police officers and paramedics immediately arrived on the scene and found a weak pulse in all three victims, quickly beginning resuscitation. The scene was horrifying. No one understood what kind of beast could do this to a young woman and her children. But saving their lives was the priority, so all efforts were focused on getting the victims to the nearest hospital for assistance. From the outset, paramedics expressed doubts about whether the victims could be brought to the hospital alive. However, all three were still alive when they arrived at the medical facility. They were diagnosed with open head injuries, severe brain damage, and extensive blood loss. No prognosis was given by the doctors, but they did the best they could. Max and Saga were in critical condition. Even if their lives could be saved, it was unlikely they would ever breathe on their own. Emma's condition was assessed as very serious but stable. The young woman was put into a medically induced coma and connected to life support machines, hoping her body could cope. While doctors fought for the lives of the victims, forensic experts worked at the scene, trying to find clues and reconstruct the crime. Inside the house, chaos reigned. Scattered belongings, blood on the floor and walls. Unfortunately, the medics had left behind a lot of clutter, moving items around to access the victims. The floor where Emma, Max, and Saga lay was trampled on, and now the medics had to figure out which footprints belonged to them and if the perpetrator's prints were there. Remarkably, the intruder had massacred the victims in at most 13 minutes, as the last message from Emma to her sister was sent at 07:07 p.m. And at 07:20 p.m., a call was made to the police by a frightened Tawny. The brutality with which the perpetrator massacred the victims indicated a personal motive and deep dislike. The weapon of the crime was a blunt, heavy object, presumably a hammer, but it was not found at the scene, suggesting the perpetrator took it with them. From the start, Tawny was the prime suspect. He was not married to Emma and was not the father of her children, leading to speculation that a domestic quarrel could have turned into a bloodbath. The grief-stricken man was immediately questioned, but had an ironclad alibi. Firstly, he was indeed late at work, confirmed by his boss and colleagues, and secondly, at the time of the brutal massacre, he was walking down the street, caught on CCTV cameras. Nevertheless, a detailed statement was taken from Tawny, as he might have seen or heard something important that could help in the investigation. However, he could not remember anything specific. Everything seemed normal until he saw the mess and bodies lying on the floor. The only thing that alerted him was the unlocked front door, indicating Emma might have let the criminal in. After questioning, Tawny was released. By then, he had already informed Emma's family, and her parents immediately rushed to Aruga from Stockholm. Together, they went straight to the hospital, but on the way, they learned from the news on the radio that Max and Saga had died of their injuries without regaining consciousness. The new suspect was Emma's ex-husband and father of the children, Nicholas. The couple had been divorced for more than a year and parted peacefully. However, they constantly quarreled, sued for custody of the children, and Nicholas even threatened his ex-spouse, which she reported to the police. It seemed that everything fit. After the breakup, the young woman took the children to another city to be with her new partner. Their father, not having achieved custody through the court and harboring hostility toward Emma, decided to take a desperate step in a fit of rage and harmed the children. Nicholas was immediately tracked down and taken into custody, but he seemed crushed by the news of Max and Saga's deaths, sobbing and constantly asking if there was some mistake. When he was charged with what had happened, he was at first stunned and then began shouting that he would never hurt his children, whom he adored. When asked where Nicholas was at the time of the crime, he replied that he was away in another city on business for a day. It sounded strange, but soon his alibi was confirmed. The man was indeed 120 miles away from the crime scene when someone was massacring his ex-wife and children. Searching for clues and fearing for the life of the sole survivor, forensic investigators remained active at the scene, trying to find any evidence or traces of the attacker. The perpetrator had obviously worn gloves and left no fingerprints. Identifying the shoe prints was much more difficult because the house was visited by a dozen doctors who rendered assistance and took out the victims. It was necessary to collect all the footprints and determine which ones did not belong to the medics, Nicholas, or the victims themselves. Law enforcers feared that the criminal, having learned that Emma had survived, might sneak into the hospital to finish what he had started. After all, she was a crucial witness, and if she regained consciousness and could testify, she would certainly give him away. Therefore, a 24-hour guard was posted outside young Emma's room. At the same time, neighbors were interviewed in search of possible witnesses. One woman recalled that around 5 in the evening, a stranger in black clothes was walking around Emma and Nicholas's house. She thought it was strange, but could not see the person's face because it was hidden by a hood. However, the neighbor suggested that it could be a girl because the figure was short and fragile. The same figure in black clothes and with a hood on their head was also captured by a street surveillance camera located on a store a couple of minutes' walk from the crime scene. It appeared to law enforcement that the person in the video was a short, frail-looking girl. But who was she? And why would she wish harm on Emma and her children? The recording was shown to Nicholas to find out his opinion about who the stranger could be and whether he had any assumptions. From the first frames, his face changed, turning pale. He then said that it could be his ex-girlfriend, 31-year-old Christina Schurer, although he could not be sure. Christina Schurer, Nicholas's former sweetheart, was born in Hanover, Germany in 1977. When she was still a child, her father left the family and practically stopped communicating with her, which negatively affected her mental state and behavior. The girl grew up willful and purposeful, but had a complex character. As a teenager, she went to the United States on an exchange program and lived in New York for several years. She received a good education in history and archaeology, traveled extensively throughout Europe, and took part in excavations and expeditions. In the summer of 2006, she went to Greece, to the island of Crete, where she got a job as a tour guide at a popular hotel. In July, 26-year-old Nicholas came on vacation and immediately attracted Christina. He also liked the smart, interesting, and educated girl with whom he had an affair from the first days of acquaintance. Christina was 29 years old at that time, but the small age difference did not embarrass the couple. Their connection lasted for a week while Nicholas was vacationing at the hotel, and after his departure, they continued to communicate by phone and correspond on the internet. A few months later, Christina came to Hellberg in Sweden and literally asked to stay at his house. Even then, such behavior seemed too intrusive and tactless to Nicholas. When Christina offered him a weekend trip to the mountains, he refused and sincerely hoped it would be the last time they met. But Christina continued to call, write, and insist on a new meeting. In January 2007, during a phone conversation, Nicholas told Christina that everything was over between them and they should not meet again. But Christina pretended not to hear it. She continued to call, asking to visit him and inviting him to go on vacation with her. In the spring of 2007, Christina returned to Sweden and began to stalk her former boyfriend, Nicholas. She tried to persuade him to resume their relationship, even though he honestly admitted that he was already dating someone else. Christina claimed she had left some of her belongings at his house during her previous visit and needed to retrieve them. Nicholas agreed, but as soon as they entered his home, she attempted to seduce him. When he firmly refused, she ominously said he would regret it. 3 months later, Christina returned again, apologized for her previous behavior, and once more tried to convince Nicholas to reconcile. He rejected her, and later that evening, she called him, claiming she had swallowed pills because she couldn't live without him. Alarmed, Nicholas called an ambulance and also contacted her family, advising them to seek psychiatric help for Christina. After receiving care at the hospital, her mother took her to a psychiatric facility where she stayed for over a month. However, the treatment had little effect, and Christina remained obsessed with Nicholas, constantly thinking about how to win him back and devising new reasons to meet him. In October 2007, Christina decided to move to Sweden and settled in the suburbs of Stockholm, sharing an apartment with another girl. She resumed her pursuit of Nicholas, and when she finally managed to meet him, she claimed she had given birth to a son by him, but had given the child to a foster family. Nicholas was shocked by this news and was curious about the timing. The last time they had been intimate was over a year ago, and they had met 3 more times since then without any signs of pregnancy. Christina responded evasively and kept adding new details each time. In January 2008, after numerous unsuccessful attempts to meet with Nicholas, Christina wrote him a message stating that their son had been diagnosed with a hereditary disease and they needed to go to Germany together to see him. She added that the child's adoptive father would contact him with the details. At this time, Nicholas and Emma were in the process of moving to a new home, and Emma knew the whole story. She believed Christina was trying to lure Nicholas to Germany and that no son existed. When Nicholas received a call from a man claiming to be the adoptive father, he asked questions about the child's birth details. The caller became irritated, avoided answering, and eventually hung up. This confirmed Nicholas's suspicion that Christina had fabricated the story and enlisted someone to play along. Upon learning this convoluted story, detectives quickly located Christina's address. Her roommate told them Christina had packed her things the day before and said she was returning to Germany. A check confirmed that Christina had left the country, so the Swedish police sought help from their German counterparts to arrest her. On March 20th, a warrant was issued for her arrest. When Christina was arrested, she claimed there had been a mistake and that she had nothing to do with the crime. However, after being taken to Sweden on March 29th, she requested a meeting with Nicholas, which was denied. She remained calm, but persistently asked to see or call him again. Christina's rented apartment was thoroughly searched, and her phone and laptop were seized for inspection. Investigators examined all her clothes, but found no traces of blood. By then, they had determined which of the bloody shoe prints at the crime scene did not belong to the medics or family members. The prints were from athletic shoes, and the tread pattern indicated the brand and style. The shoe size matched the suspects, though Christina claimed she had never owned such a model. Her roommate, however, identified the shoes as belonging to Christina. More disturbing evidence was found on Christina's laptop. It contained numerous photos of Nicholas, both alone and with his new girlfriend. In a separate folder with a disturbing label, there were pictures of Emma and her children, which Christina had copied from Emma's social media page. Each photo was captioned with insulting, threatening, and frightening remarks. The search history revealed queries on how to commit murder without leaving traces, how to hide evidence, and how to divert suspicion. Investigators also found a floor plan of Emma and Nicholas's new home and notes detailing Nicholas's work schedule and the family's daily routines. Emma's condition eventually stabilized, with her vital signs showing gradual improvement. By the end of March, doctors decided it was time to begin waking her from the medically induced coma. When she awoke, she was still unable to speak due to the breathing tube, but recognized her family members in the room. However, she appeared confused about her situation and why she was in the hospital. Once Emma was able to speak clearly, the police interviewed her, but initially withheld the news about her children's deaths. Emma had no memory of the tragic events and believed she'd been in a car accident. She repeatedly asked about her children, eager to know if they were okay. At first, she received vague responses, but eventually her family and medical team decided to tell her the truth. When informed about her children's murders, Emma became hysterical and had to be sedated. When she woke up, she didn't recall the conversation and again asked about her children. This cycle of being informed and then forgetting continued for several weeks, with Emma's mind repeatedly rejecting the harsh reality. A month later, Emma was taken to the scene of the crime, accompanied by medical personnel. Once inside the house, her memory suddenly returned. She recounted how she had been texting with her sister, setting the table while her children played nearby, when there was a knock on the door. She opened it to see a short, dark figure of a woman. As she asked what the woman wanted, she felt a sharp pain and blacked out. The figure then entered the house, and Emma, with her last bit of strength, tried to stop her to protect her children, but collapsed in the hallway, where she was attacked again. Christina continued to deny her involvement in the crime. The murder weapon was never found, and most of the evidence was circumstantial, giving her a chance to avoid conviction. However, Christina's roommate revealed that a hammer had gone missing from her toolkit around the time of the crime. The investigation determined that the size and configuration of that brand of tool matched the suspected murder weapon, though this was also circumstantial. Surveillance footage from a suburban bus station showed Christina visiting the area 3 times in the week before the murders. Christina couldn't explain her frequent visits, and she also couldn't explain her internet searches on how to cover up a crime or her collection of photos of Emma and her children. The trial began on July 29, 2008, with Christina facing charges of double murder with particular cruelty and attempted murder. Her behavior in the courtroom was strange. She smiled and waved at the audience and laughed when shown gruesome footage of the crime scene. This led some to question her sanity, but a psychiatric evaluation confirmed she was sane and fully aware of her actions. Emma testified during the trial and fainted upon seeing Christina. After regaining consciousness, she recalled everything and identified Christina as the last person she saw before losing consciousness on the day of the crime. Despite efforts by the defense to prove Christina's innocence, the jury unanimously found her guilty on all counts. She was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole and ordered to pay $20,000 in compensation to Emma. No evidence was found that Christina had ever been pregnant or had a child with Nicholas. As for Emma, her recovery was long and difficult, but Nicholas stayed by her side. They married in the summer of 2010 and are now raising 2 children together, who are aware of the tragic fate of their older siblings.
On November 6, 2014, Mexico City police officers discovered human remains. A part of the torso was found in a vacant lot near the city's exit. A few days later, bags containing arms and legs were found in different parts of the capital. What made this case particularly alarming was the absence of fingers on the limbs. The police raised the alarm, suspecting the work of a violent criminal in the region. Squads of officers were assembled to comb the streets, with the primary goal of finding the head and limbs of the unfortunate victim and preventing further crimes. At that time, everyone believed this case was the work of a serious offender. However, the fingers and head were never recovered. Despite this, forensic experts determined that the remains belonged to the same individual. Due to the absence of fingers and teeth, identifying the person was impossible. The story unfolds in North America, with the main character being a resident of Mexico City named Alejandra Lafuente. She was a striking brunette with beautiful hair and bright brown eyes, further accentuated by thick, dark lashes. Alejandra maintained an athletic, trim figure through fitness, yoga, and breathing exercises. She enjoyed indulging in self-care activities like visiting beauty salons, getting massages, or going to spas. In warm weather, she liked lounging on the beach, and on cloudy days, she frequented tanning salons. In terms of her career, Alejandra's father, Dr. Alberto Dente, was a renowned psychiatrist specializing in conditions such as schizophrenia and manic disorders. He was not only known for his scientific work, but also for his patient experiments. Alejandra idolized her father and aimed to achieve similar success. With determination, resourcefulness, and extraordinary intelligence, coupled with her father's connections, she pursued psychiatry at the best university, graduating with honors. Eventually, she wrote and defended her thesis on manic syndrome. However, instead of pursuing psychiatry, Alejandra became interested in psychotherapy. With financial support from her father, she obtained a license and opened her own office in a new business center in the heart of the capital. Clients, primarily women, sought her counseling services for issues like eating disorders, depression, relationship problems, and low self-esteem. Alejandra assisted them in resolving family conflicts, yet her personal life faced challenges. Her first marriage ended, but the couple had 2 children, 2 charming girls with Alejandra's eyes and her father's sense of humor. Despite the divorce, Alejandra remained determined. She believed that having 2 children was not a reason to neglect herself, still dreaming of finding her ideal partner, someone who could also be a good father to her daughters. Sometime after the separation, Alejandra's ex-husband, whose name remains undisclosed, visited her home, a customary practice to spend weekends with his daughters and help with household chores. Unbeknownst to him, this visit would be his last. Alejandra directed him to enter through the backyard, claiming that the front door lock was faulty. Oblivious to any danger, he followed her instructions and entered the house. Alejandra mentioned that her youngest daughter was bathing and invited him to join her in the bathroom without suspecting anything sinister. The man walked into the bathroom to an eerie silence, noticing tape on the floor and his daughter's absence from the bathtub. Realizing something was amiss, his ex-wife appeared behind him, wielding a hammer, and struck him repeatedly on the head. He collapsed, blood flowing from his skull. Sadly, their eldest daughter witnessed the horrific scene. Alejandra's behavior had been turbulent before, with friends noticing her physical outbursts toward her husband and frequent tantrums. The daughter fled, seeking help, and a neighbor called the police. Alejandra was arrested and charged with murder, maintaining her innocence. Her lawyers argued for self-defense, claiming her ex-husband's jealousy and false accusations triggered the violent confrontation. The incident occurred on June 14, 2012. The sentence took into account the defense's evidence and the presence of Alejandra's minor children. She was sentenced to 1 year and 4 months, but due to her father's financial resources, she received a suspended sentence. An appeal was filed to drop the charges, citing self-defense. Human rights activists advocated for a jury trial, portraying Alejandra as a victim of domestic violence. Ultimately, the court acquitted her. After her release, Alejandra resumed providing psychological counseling, portraying herself as a champion of women's rights. She gained popularity among potential clients. Alejandra then met Alan Carrera, a prominent Mexican businessman, and the son of Adrian Carrera Francis. Alan was tall, handsome, and successful, having established a chain of construction stores across the country. However, part of Alan's business was clandestine, involving criminal activities such as drug trafficking to the United States. His father was ousted from his position due to financial fraud linked to Alan's operations. Their base was located in a border town and was guarded by hired police officers. This group controlled a small portion of drug trafficking in the South. Alan's father was implicated in his son's activities, and he faced a 20-year prison sentence. However, on July 18, 2000, Adrian Carrera was released early through the Witness Protection Program. After his release, he focused on his son and legitimate business endeavors. Alan Carrera followed in his father's footsteps and became an entrepreneur after graduating from college. He was particularly interested in a household appliance store, which he managed himself. Despite his success, his marriage was short-lived due to his demanding work schedule and absence from home. Alan struggled with loneliness and turned to alcohol to cope with his depression after the divorce. Despite attempts to overcome his addiction, including AA meetings and therapy, he found solace in consulting with Maria Alejandra's father, a renowned psychiatrist who was also going through a difficult divorce. Alan was the only man in the young woman's life, and despite the separation, she couldn't bring herself to allow anyone else into her life to alleviate her loneliness. Alan's ex-wife also decided to seek therapy from the same psychiatrist Alan had seen for rehabilitation. The psychiatrist, mindful of ethical considerations, couldn't treat both spouses and suggested the woman consult Alejandra instead. However, he didn't disclose that Alejandra was his daughter. Alejandra quickly saw an opportunity to match her patient's ex-husband with herself. She believed He could be a suitable partner due to his pleasant demeanor, wealth, and prime age. Without hesitation, Alejandra asked her client to bring her ex-husband for another consultation, assuring that she could resolve their issues in one session and sever the strong bond between them. From the outset of the consultation, Alejandra began to implement her plan to seduce the entrepreneur. The outcome was swift, and soon after the session, Alan invited the therapist for coffee to discuss family matters. Initially hesitant due to medical ethics, Alejandra eventually agreed to go on a date with Alan the same evening. Their relationship quickly developed, much to the shock of Alan's ex-wife, who contemplated reporting the incident to the doctor's ethics committee. However, Alejandra, being a skilled specialist, managed to persuade her client to let go of her jealousy and accept the situation. She argued that holding on to resentment towards her ex-husband would hinder her chances of a happy future, as advised by the doctor. Alan's ex-wife chose not to intervene, and the sessions came to an end. Meanwhile, the relationship between the new couple progressed rapidly. A few months after their first date, they decided to move in together, and 2 months later, they opted to legalize their relationship. However, Alan remained unaware of the skeletons lurking in his fiancée's closet and the reasons behind her divorce from her ex-husband. In April 2014, Alan visited his parents for the weekend, providing an opportunity to discuss his beloved and the upcoming wedding. To their surprise, Alan's parents had never heard of Alejandra before, which struck them as odd. A week after meeting with his parents, the couple registered their marriage. Interestingly, Alejandra requested that her husband refrain from informing her friends and relatives, and no invitations were sent out due to budget constraints. However, it later emerged that the bride's father did attend the ceremony. Initially, the young family's life appeared idyllic, filled with happiness and aspirations. However, it didn't last long. Alejandra's hysterical nature began to surface, causing tension in the relationship. While Alan was usually reserved about his personal life, it was evident that the couple's dynamic had shifted and they were no longer as content. Following their meeting, Alan distanced himself from his family, and the situation worsened after the wedding, where his parents were conspicuously absent. Alan's friends noticed a change in Alejandra's behavior, observing her increasing nervousness and short temper. After a few incidents, Alan felt ashamed and reduced their joint outings. The marriage became fraught with daily quarrels, often baseless. One evening, Alejandra confessed to accessing her husband's cell phone and discovering suggestive conversations with other women. According to Alejandra, this revelation was the last straw. She alleged in court that Alan had abused, insulted, and humiliated her, rendering the marriage untenable.
Upon discovering his infidelity, Alejandra eschewed traditional methods of therapy to salvage the relationship. Instead, she resolved to address Alan's betrayal with a method she was familiar with, focusing all her attention on devising the perfect murder plan. Meanwhile, Alan continued with his usual and steady rhythm of life, unaware of what lay ahead. He maintained infrequent communication with his family, but couldn't miss the traditional feast held annually in honor of his beloved grandfather's birthday. Despite his attendance, Alan's parents made it clear that his wife was not the most welcome guest, further straining their relationship. Little did anyone imagine that this would be the last time the family saw Alan alive. On October 31st, 2014, Alan's phone last signalled its activity with a text message confirming his safe arrival home after his birthday celebration. Since then, there had been no contact. His absence from work for several days was unusual, as Alan was known for his diligence, especially with a new store launch impending. The reason for Alan's disappearance was his spouse's sinister plan, which she set into motion upon his return from the holiday. Following another altercation, Alejandra decided to eliminate her husband. She spiked the milk he customarily drank before bedtime with a potent sleeping pill, then suffocated him with a pillow. She took pleasure in observing her husband slowly lose consciousness as he struggled to remove the pillow and breathe. The most challenging task awaited her next. disposing of the body. It was a moment she hadn't planned for. Alan was too heavy, so she had to make do with what she had. Time was short, so Alejandra hurried to the neighbour's garden to borrow an electric saw. With a serious look on her face, she sawed her husband's body into pieces. She then packed the body parts into bags, taking care to remove any identifying features. Alejandra stuffed all the bags into suitcases, intending to move the corpse from the house without raising suspicion. However, her plan was thwarted as dawn approached. An elderly neighbour, awake due to insomnia, observed her actions from a window and grew concerned. Furthermore, Alejandra's unusual behaviour and the absence of her husband to help raise suspicion. Unable to leave unnoticed, Alejandra returned home as dawn broke. Unbeknownst to the neighbour, Alejandra had scattered bags containing her ex-husband's remains in different neighbourhoods to cover her tracks. As the day progressed, she resumed her normal routine. On November the 6th, 2014, Mexican police officers made the horrifying discovery of a human torso. The discovery prompted a widespread police alert due to the severity of the crime. Subsequent body parts were found across the city within a day, with significant distances between each location. This was later attributed to Alejandra's prolonged absence from home. All the body parts were sent to the forensic laboratory, where experts promptly confirmed they belonged to the same individual. In an attempt to deflect suspicion from herself, the perpetrator started sending messages to Alan's relatives. However, her efforts only complicated the situation. Unaware that her husband had distanced himself from his family, Alejandra falsely informed Alan's parents that they were going on vacation and would be unreachable. This plan backfired when Alejandra's father, Alberto, began calling Alan's family to inquire about her whereabouts. Concerned about her absence from counselling sessions, Alberto falsely claimed that Alejandra had been forcibly admitted to a clinic due to depression caused by her husband's infidelity. This alarmed Alan's relatives, who then attempted to locate him without success. Subsequently, they contacted the police. Laboratory experts compared the recently discovered corpse's remains with Alan's characteristics, confirming a 100% match. His relatives also identified him, which deeply affected Alan's grandfather, who fell ill with heart disease soon after. Following the identification, a search warrant was issued for Alan's home and office, where traces of fresh earth were found in the backyard. Upon digging, Alan's fingers and teeth were uncovered, further shocking the capital city. Alejandra was swiftly apprehended, and traces of blood were discovered in various locations, including one of the rooms, the trunk of a car, and the garage. Initially denying her involvement, Alejandra hoped to escape punishment as she had with her previous husband. However, the investigation quickly unravelled the case. The testimony of an elderly witness proved crucial, as her account aligned with the estimated time of Alan's death. Alejandra exploited her position to obtain a potent sleeping pill, a drug typically accessible only to medical professionals, further incriminating her. Evidence obtained helped establish a direct connection between Alejandra and the brutal murder of her husband. CCTV footage revealed Alan entering the house but never leaving, while also confirming the removal of suitcases. On December 10, 2014, the jury delivered a verdict, sentencing Alejandra to life imprisonment for murder, brutality, attempted concealment, and misuse of her official position. Despite her father's efforts to shield her from imprisonment through connections and bribes, the trial remained closed to the public and pressed to limit further publicity. However, his actions tarnished his career, deterring potential clients from seeking help from a specialist who failed to recognize the severity of issues within his own family. The case of Alejandra's first husband's death resurfaced during the trial, though evidence had dissipated over time. Suspicions arose regarding her father's involvement, suggesting collusion with his daughter for scientific curiosity. Yet this theory lacked substantiation. After numerous appeals from the victims, Alejandra's sentence was commuted to death, an unprecedented turn of events. Sentences like these are exceedingly uncommon in Mexico, especially in contemporary times. Furthermore, the defendant is not entitled to a case review. All property owned by the accused must be transferred to the victim's family, though little solace can be found in this, as the individual cannot be brought back. Evidently, Alejandra was a pragmatic and heartless individual grappling with significant mental health challenges, despite medical assessments indicating otherwise. Influenced by her father, she abused her official position to execute her nefarious schemes. Escaping consequences after her initial crime only emboldened her further. Perhaps Alan would still be alive if this remorseless woman had been held accountable the first time. However, it is too late for such reflections now. I want to share a sad story that happened in Indianapolis, a city known for blending modern life with old traditions. In this city of art museums and lively festivals, tragedy struck the Blackburn family. It was a normal day in November 2015 when Davy Blackburn returned home from his morning gym session. As he parked his car, a phone call delayed his exit. After finishing the call, he entered his house, only to be met with a horrifying sight. His wife lay motionless on the living room floor, surrounded by blood. Davy, overwhelmed with shock, hurried to his wife's side. He checked her pulse, which thankfully still beat faintly, and immediately dialed for emergency help. The scene in the living room was chaotic, with belongings scattered and a sense of fear hanging heavy in the air. Upstairs, their young child cried, unaware of the tragedy unfolding below. Emergency services arrived swiftly, but the damage was done. Amanda Blackburn, just 28 years old, was rushed to the hospital, fighting for her life. To truly understand the weight of this tragedy, we need to go back to the beginning. Amanda Grace Buers was born on July 31, 1987, in Muskegon, Michigan. She spent her school years in Indianapolis before her family relocated to Elkhart. There, Amanda graduated from Elkhart Christian Academy in 2006 before furthering her education at Pensacola Christian College in Florida, where she earned an associate's degree in 2008. Raised in a deeply religious household, Amanda's life revolved around her faith and family. Her father served as the lead pastor at First Baptist Church in Elkhart, instilling in her the values of Christianity and the importance of God's Word. Amanda's upbringing in the church deeply influenced her. While other kids were eager to experience grown-up life, attending parties and falling in love, Amanda cherished her faith and dreamed of serving Jesus. She had a special connection with God from a young age, her heart pure and her intentions sincere. Amanda's outward appearance matched her inner goodness. With her angelic blonde hair and warm smile, she radiated kindness. But it wasn't just her looks that were perfect. Her thoughts and heart were pure too. Every action she took was guided by love for others. As a teenager, Amanda made a vow to remain chaste until marriage, a promise she kept faithfully. However, her heart fluttered when she met Davy Blackburn, a fellow believer from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Davy, studying religion at Southern Wesleyan University, shared Amanda's deep faith. They met on a blind date at a Christian concert arranged by Amanda's sister and Davy's best friend. Despite attending different colleges, Davy and Amanda's connection blossomed during their vacations together. Their love was innocent and pure, devoid of worldly desires. They enjoyed simple pleasures like walks and heartfelt conversations, finding joy in each other's company. Their relationship was built on a foundation of mutual respect, trust, and genuine affection. Before returning to school, Davy and Amanda shared a playful moment, having a mock milkshake drinking contest. Amanda lost, earning herself the nickname Milk Girl from Davy. In that moment, Davy realized he had found the woman he wanted to spend his life with. Despite being apart due to their studies, Davy and Amanda maintained a strong bond through constant messaging, calls, and long conversations. Every time they were together, they nurtured their relationship with care and respect. They even sought guidance from a psychologist to ensure they communicated effectively. On August 1, 2008, Amanda and Davy tied the knot, marking the beginning of their journey together. Davy felt a divine connection from their first kiss, believing it was part of God's plan for them. For the first 4 years of their marriage, they lived in South Carolina, where Davy served as an associate pastor at New Spring Church. However, Davy desired to start something new, and in 2012, they moved to Indianapolis to establish a church for youth. Their church quickly gained popularity, especially among young people, thanks to their weekly videos discussing relationship advice and biblical teachings. In 2014, they welcomed their first child, Weston, and life seemed perfect. But tragedy struck on November 10, 2015, when Amanda was brutally attacked in their home. Despite efforts to save her and her unborn child, she passed away the next day. The news of her death sparked an outpouring of sympathy and prayers on social media. In the midst of his grief, Davy released a statement honoring Amanda's life and faith. He pledged to continue their mission and believed that God would turn their tragedy into triumph. Despite the pain, he held on to hope, knowing that the best was yet to come. Davy Blackburn described the devastating loss of his wife, Amanda, as not only a tragedy for their family, but also a shock to the entire community. In his first interview with investigators, Davy recounted finding Amanda unconscious and badly injured in their living room. She was partially undressed, lying in a pool of blood. According to Davy, he had left the house around 6 a.m. to go to the gym, leaving the door unlocked as was their usual practice. However, upon his return at around 8:10 a.m., he discovered Amanda in distress. Despite his attempts to revive her, she remained unresponsive, prompting him to call emergency services at 8:22 a.m. Paramedics arrived shortly after Davy's call and found him outside the house, visibly distraught with blood on his hands. Davy appeared calm but confused, unable to comprehend the severity of Amanda's condition. He believed she might have fallen ill or fainted due to pregnancy complications. Emergency room doctors later confirmed that Amanda had sustained 3 gunshot wounds, including one to the head, indicating a violent struggle. Despite Davy's efforts to save her, Amanda tragically passed away the following day, along with their unborn child. During the investigation, Davy's alibi was corroborated by surveillance footage from the gym, and he was quickly ruled out as a suspect. However, authorities continued to search for leads, examining CCTV footage from nearby streets and interviewing neighbours and acquaintances in hopes of finding Amanda's assailant. Following Amanda's tragic death, neighbours reported unusual incidents in the area that morning. One neighbour heard gunshots about 35 minutes after Davy left the house, while another neighbour, Reginald Townsell, expressed at around 5:20 a.m. one woman reported a burglary at her apartment, where her belongings and car were taken. Shortly after, another home on Sunnyfield Court was burglarized, with valuables and personal items missing. Davy Blackburn himself made an emergency call after discovering Amanda's condition. Lieutenant Richard R.E.R. of the Indianapolis Police Department stated that they were exploring connections between these burglaries and Amanda's murder. Police released images of possible suspects from one of the burglarized homes, seeking public assistance in identifying them. Davy expressed confidence in the police investigation, believing that they were diligently working to apprehend Amanda's killer. Investigators were optimistic about promising leads, including clues such as a stolen pink sweater, cell phone records, and an ATM receipt found in a stolen vehicle used during the robberies. Despite challenges, they remained committed to bringing those responsible to justice. Authorities made significant progress in the investigation following the recovery of the stolen vehicle near the Blackburns' home on November 11th. The ATM receipt found inside matched Amanda Blackburn's stolen debit card, leading investigators to obtain a warrant to examine the ATM's surveillance footage. Video from the ATM revealed the driver wearing a stolen pink sweater, concealing his face. Using DNA testing, surveillance footage and witness statements, authorities identified Jan Watson as one of the suspects. Watson's DNA was found on the sweater, marking a crucial breakthrough in the case. Cell phone records further implicated Watson and Diana Gordon, showing their presence in the area at the time of the crime. The records also indicated their proximity to the Chase Bank where Amanda's debit card was used on the day of her murder. Larry Taylor emerged as the final piece of the puzzle. Surveillance footage and phone records led police to identify Taylor's involvement. Additionally, reports surfaced of a gun found near the Blackburn home, which was turned in to the Broad Ripple Fire Department. After thorough analysis by crime lab technicians, 18-year-old Larry Taylor and 21-year-old Jayan Watson were charged with the murder of Amanda Blackburn. The combined efforts of DNA analysis, surveillance footage examination, and witness cooperation culminated in the identification and arrest of the suspects, bringing some closure to the tragic case. Following the crime lab's confirmation that a gun found near the Blackburns' home was indeed the murder weapon, all three suspects were apprehended. During questioning, Larry Taylor admitted to shooting Amanda Blackburn twice, claiming it was in self-defense. According to Taylor's account, he and his accomplices, Jayan Watson and Diana Gordon, had intended to rob the Blackburn house for money. Finding the front door unlocked, they entered and encountered Amanda. Taylor struck her with a gun to incapacitate her, while Watson and Gordon, feeling uneasy, left to find an ATM to use the stolen bank cards they already had. At the ATM, they were caught on CCTV, which ultimately led to their identification. Upon returning to the Blackburn house, they found Taylor engaged in a struggle with Amanda, who had regained consciousness and fought back. In the chaos, Taylor fatally shot Amanda before fleeing the scene with the stolen cards. Although Gordon was arrested for a parole violation, he was not charged with a felony as he did not enter the Blackburn home. Taylor's confession provided crucial evidence in the case, shedding light on the tragic events that unfolded that fateful morning. Court documents revealed that the Blackburn home was the third target of the November 10th attack by Larry Taylor, Jayan Watson, and Diana Gordon. In the first break-in, they stole valuables while the residents slept, discovering they were being recorded by a video camera but proceeding nonetheless. They then targeted another home, taking electronics, jewelry, and a distinctive pink sweater, which ultimately helped identify them. Police collected crucial evidence against the suspects, including Watson's DNA found on the pink sweater he used to cover his face during an ATM withdrawal using Amanda Blackburn's bank card. Watson and Gordon cooperated with the investigation in exchange for reduced sentences, while Taylor admitted to being near the scene but claimed confusion and memory loss. Formal charges were filed by the county prosecutor, with Larry Taylor facing 13 charges, including felony murder for Amanda Blackburn's death. Jayan Watson also faces felony charges, along with multiple counts of burglary, robbery, and theft. Diana Gordon, although not directly involved in the murder, faces burglary charges due to her association with the other suspects. Additionally, a fourth person, aware of the crimes but not directly involved, was identified. The prosecution pursued justice for Amanda's murder while holding all involved parties accountable for their actions. Larry Taylor was taken into custody after intense cooperation between the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department's Violent Crimes Unit, the Gang Unit, and federal marshals. Police Chief Rick Height commended the tireless efforts of detectives who worked day and night to solve the case, with assistance from Assistant U.S. Attorney Josh Minkler and Prosecutor Terry Curry. Due to the victim's pregnancy, prosecutors considered additional charges related to the fetus, although there was insufficient evidence to support rape charges. Larry Taylor's first trial in December 2021 ended abruptly when it was discovered that a juror had shared case information with others, leading to a mistrial. The final trial took place in October 2022, with rigorous jury selection involving over 100 potential jurors filling out detailed questionnaires. Larry Joe Taylor was ultimately sentenced to 86 years in the Indiana State Correctional Institution for Amanda Blackburn's murder and related burglary charges. Diana Gordon and Jayan Watson agreed to plea agreements and testified against Taylor at trial, receiving sentences ranging from 20 to 35 years in prison. Currently, both Watson and Taylor are incarcerated in the Marion County Jail. In Indiana, a murder conviction can result in a prison sentence of 45 to 60 years, with some cases punishable by life imprisonment or the death penalty. Justice was served for Amanda Blackburn, though her tragic death remains a sobering reminder of the consequences of violent crime. The prosecutors sought to increase Larry Taylor's sentence by 20 years due to Amanda Blackburn's pregnancy at the time of her murder. Davy Blackburn, the church's pastor, expressed relief that his wife's killers had been apprehended, bringing a sense of closure and preventing further harm to others. Amanda's death deeply impacted thousands, including the state's chief executive, with over 2,000 people attending her funeral, including Governor Mike Pence. The church set up a donation page to help cover funeral and medical expenses, reflecting the community's support for the Blackburn family. Despite his grief, Davy chose to forgive Amanda's killers, emphasizing grace and hope amidst tragedy. His journey from grief-stricken husband to popular blogger and speaker garnered national and international attention, with coverage in various media outlets. Davy's newfound prominence, coupled with an insurance payout after Amanda's death, raised questions about his financial motives and whether he intentionally left the door unlocked on the day of the murder. In March 2016, Davy purchased a new home, signalling a fresh start. By July 2016, he appeared content in his new marriage, sharing photos of his home and expressing happiness in his blog posts. Davy's story is a testament to finding solace in faith and moving forward despite profound loss. His message of turning to Jesus for strength resonated with many, offering a beacon of hope in the face of tragedy.
Police and coroners located the last of the bodies this morning, a particularly difficult task after the intense fire that reduced the home to rubble. Pardo then drove to his brother's house, where he shot himself. Police found explosives in his rental car there. It blew up while they were trying to defuse the bomb, but no one was injured. Pardo's murderous scheme may not have ended with his in-laws' party. He was carrying $17,000 in cash and an airline ticket to Canada.
Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today, we're diving into a really disturbing case. Life can change in a blink. One moment you're happy with your loved ones, and the next, everything turns into a nightmare. Imagine seeing your family needing help, but being unable to do anything because you're in danger too. It's not a movie, it's real life, and sometimes it's terrifying. We only get one life, but death can be harsh and come out of nowhere. The story we're about to explore is filled with pain and suffering. Our hearts go out to the Ortega family and everyone affected by this tragedy. This morning, police and coroners found the last bodies from the terrible fire that destroyed their home.
It was never like this. I'm shocked. I would never picture in my right mind he would ever do something to a family. I'm just devastated.
To me, and just kept walking down this way, and that was it.
On December 24th, 2008, a Christmas party in Covina, California turned into a nightmare. Gunshots and a huge fire destroyed the home, leaving 9 people dead and the community in shock. What started as a festive gathering ended in horror, leaving everyone with many questions and deep sadness. The Ortega family was enjoying Christmas Eve, playing games and having fun. But suddenly, darkness struck and the joyful celebration turned into an unspeakable tragedy. This story reminds us that even in our happiest moments, something terrible can happen without warning. After dinner, the Ortega family was enjoying their Christmas Eve. The grandchildren were outside by the pool, playing video games and having a great time. Upstairs, 17-year-old Michael was busy on his computer. Everyone was relaxed and happy, enjoying their evening together. But then, everything changed. There was a knock at the front door. An 8-year-old girl, full of excitement, shouted, "Santa Claus! Santa Claus!" A man dressed as Santa walked in, but instead of bringing joy, he pulled out a gun and shot the little girl. Her uncles tried to protect her, but they were shot too. The rest of the family, including the Ortegas and 3 of their daughters, tried to hide under the dining table, but it was too late. The gunman, who was the ex-husband of one of the daughters, was unstoppable. He then used a flamethrower to set the house on fire. The flames were enormous, shooting up to 50 feet high, as tall as a 5-story building. It took 80 firefighters over an hour and a half to put out the blaze. The fire was so intense that it was extremely dangerous for both the people inside the house and the firefighters outside. Identifying the victims was incredibly difficult. The flames were so strong that they damaged the bodies, making them unrecognizable. Investigators had to use dental records and other medical clues to figure out who was who. That night, the Ortega family's worst nightmare came true. Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, the gunman, killed Papa Joe, his wife, 4 of their children, 2 daughters-in-law, and their 17-year-old grandson. The family, who had been joyfully celebrating just moments before, was brutally murdered. Around 25 to 30 people were at the party that night, but after the tragedy, the survivors didn't want to talk about it publicly. However, some investigators shared details that matched what the family members said, helping us understand what happened inside the house that night. Family members described a terrifying scene when Bruce Jeffrey Pardo showed up at the Ortega family Christmas party. He came with a gun, intending to hurt and kill. As soon as he entered, panic and chaos spread. People were confused and scared, trying desperately to escape and save their loved ones. Many of the adults were gathered near the front door, as some guests were getting ready to leave. This made them easy targets for Bruce when he started shooting. Charles Ortega, one of the sons, saw who the gunman was right after Bruce shot his 8-year-old niece and his older brother James. Someone shouted, "It's Bruce!" Before anyone could react, Charles was shot too, right after James. In the midst of the chaos, Irma Chapa Ortega, a close family member, shared that despite being wounded, James and Charles tried to get up and stop Bruce. They were severely injured, but still tried to stand up and grab him. Unfortunately, they couldn't overpower him. The older Ortegas, Joseph and Alicia, along with their 3 daughters and one of their daughters-in-law, Teresa, tried to hide under the dining room table. Irma learned from survivors that during the attack, someone screamed, "Run! Run!" This added to the chaos as everyone tried to flee. It's believed that Joseph, Alicia, and their daughters, Sylvia and Alicia, were killed while still under the table. However, Letitia, whose daughter was badly hurt, managed to survive. Letitia, who had briefly hidden under the table, called 911 during the attack. In her frantic call, she told the dispatcher,
"What's your address?" Ma'am, I understand. I need to know your address.
He shot. I heard the shots, and they were like poppers, and I wasn't sure what it was. So everyone started panicking and running. So we all dove under the dining room. Some of us dove, some of us left. I don't know. My daughter's been shot. She was shot in the face on the side, and she's bleeding.
I know. I let the officers know. The officers are making sure it's safe for the paramedics.
I need a bandage. Please come immediately.
What is in your house?
Immediately.
Letitia's cousin, Irma Chapa, shared a heroic detail about Letitia. Even in the midst of the terror, Letitia saw her wounded daughter stumbling out of the house. Realizing she needed to act quickly, Letitia made a desperate dash to save her. It turned out that the little girl's quick reaction to turn her head when the gunman fired might have saved her life. The bullet hit her jaw instead of a more critical area. This detail came from someone close to the investigation who chose to remain anonymous because the police were still working on the case. In the middle of the panic, Letitia shouted to the dispatcher, "I need someone to come help my daughter. She's been shot in the face." Despite the horror unfolding around them, some adults managed to grab the children and carry them to safety. Most of the younger kids were in the back of the house, probably playing video games near the TV, which kept them out of the immediate line of fire. 2 girls were hurt. The 8-year-old was shot in the face and a 16-year-old was shot in the back, but both survived. Tragically, 17-year-old Michael Ortiz, who was upstairs at his computer, didn't make it. Chapa believes Michael was killed by the explosion and fire that started when Bruce set off a homemade device. According to law enforcement, Michael likely died from the fire or explosion, not from a gunshot. Michael's mother, Alicia, was also killed in the attack. Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, a 45-year-old man, carried out this brutal act because he was consumed by anger and hurt from his recent divorce. Instead of coping with his emotions in a healthy way, he chose to take revenge on his ex-wife and her family by attacking them at their Christmas party in Covina, California. FBI experts who studied Bruce's behavior found that he had severe mental health issues, including extreme narcissism and obsessive-compulsive disorder. While these conditions don't excuse his actions, they might have contributed to his decision to commit such a horrifying act. It's devastating that a joyful family celebration turned into a nightmare because of one person's rage and mental illness. Bruce had planned to escape after the massacre. He had even bought a plane ticket to Illinois, thinking he could flee the scene and start a new life. But things didn't go as he had planned. When he set the house on fire, he severely burned himself, suffering second and third degree burns on his arms. These serious and painful injuries thwarted his escape. Instead of getting away, Bruce was left suffering from the burns he inflicted on himself. His plan to evade capture and start fresh failed miserably, leading to his own suffering and ultimate demise. After the horrifying attack, Bruce drove 40 miles to his brother's house in Sylmar. He went there to end his own life. According to Lieutenant Fred Corral from the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office, Bruce had a wound on the top of his head, suggesting he put the gun in his mouth before pulling the trigger. A toxicology test was performed on Bruce, and it was expected to take up to 6 weeks to determine if he had any drugs or alcohol in his system at the time of his death. When the police searched Bruce's body, they found something unusual. He had $17,000 in cash wrapped around his legs with plastic wrap and was wearing a girdle to keep the money in place. They also discovered his rental car parked a short walk away from his brother's house. However, when they attempted to move the car, they realized it was rigged with an explosive device that would go off if they touched it. The police had to proceed with extreme caution. Inside his brother's house, they found 4 empty handguns and over 200 rounds of ammunition. They also discovered remnants of his Santa suit, which were booby-trapped to explode. Back at Bruce's own home in Montrose, California, the police uncovered even more alarming items. They found empty boxes that had previously contained semi-automatic handguns and a Benelli M2 tactical shotgun. There was also a container for a highly flammable type of gasoline. But the most shocking discovery was what the police called a virtual bomb factory in his home. This hidden workshop was filled with dangerous devices Bruce had been making. It's fortunate that the police were able to uncover these hazards before anyone else got hurt. The sheer amount of dangerous materials and weapons he had accumulated was astounding. It showed just how prepared and intent he was on causing harm. Bruce's actions led to a tragedy that devastated the Ortega family and left the community in shock. His anger and meticulous planning turned a joyous Christmas celebration into a nightmare that would haunt everyone involved forever. Bruce Pardo seemed like a charming and generous person to those who knew him.
That I knew he was wearing a Santa suit and I knew who he was because I had seen him, but more than one time. So, but I didn't think anything of it until they were saying that he used the Santa suit and he put stuff in the Santa suit like guns and whatever he used. And then it kind of freaked me out thinking that maybe he had already planned this for a long time. And like I say, he stopped here, he ushered it at the church across the street, he stopped here a couple of times and knocked on the door and said, "Hi, how are you, how's your dog?" And "Mine's fine," you know, and da-da-da, and you know, just nice guy.
Despite his outward friendliness, Bruce was hiding serious problems. His marriage to Sylvia Ortega was falling apart, and it was causing him immense pain. But he never showed his struggles to those around him. Even his closest friends were unaware of the storm brewing inside him. Long before his divorce was finalized, Bruce began secretly preparing for his violent outburst. He started collecting weapons and devising a detailed escape plan, living a double life that no one suspected. In 2004, Bruce met Sylvia Ortega through her brother-in-law, who worked with Bruce at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Sylvia, a 40-year-old woman with 3 kids from 2 previous marriages, seemed perfect for him. Bruce's friends thought she was a good match, kind, practical, and surrounded by a loving family. They believed she could help Bruce find happiness and stability. At first, it looked like they were right. Bruce and Sylvia got married and began building a life together. Initially, Bruce was drawn to Sylvia's warm and welcoming family. However, after the first year, Sylvia noticed a change. Bruce became cold, miserable, and distant. They often argued about money, which added strain to their relationship. By March 2008, Bruce and Sylvia decided to separate. Sylvia asked if she could stay in their home until her daughter finished kindergarten, but Bruce refused. While Sylvia was out at a family gathering, Bruce packed all her belongings and left them on the driveway. Sylvia was heartbroken and had to move in with her sister in Glendale. Eventually, she filed for divorce. Meanwhile, Bruce's life continued to unravel. On June 13, 2008, he went to Gun World in Burbank and bought a handgun for nearly $1,000 in cash. Things got worse for him when he was fired from his job on July 31st for fraud. He tried to get unemployment benefits but was unsuccessful. Undeterred, he returned to Gun World on August 8th and purchased another handgun. Bruce's actions showed a clear pattern of planning and preparation. While he outwardly seemed like a nice guy, his internal turmoil was leading him down a path of destruction. His hidden pain and meticulous planning culminated in the horrific events that shocked everyone who knew him. Bruce Pardo's actions leading up to the tragic events on Christmas Eve were meticulously planned. Over several months, he purchased multiple firearms and made preparations for his deadly revenge. He bought a total of 5 handguns and ordered a Santa suit from a costume store, claiming it was for a kid's party, paying a $200 deposit for it. He also went to a gun shop in Iowa and bought 16 high-capacity magazines, each capable of holding 18 bullets, exceeding California's legal limits. A week before Christmas, Bruce and Sylvia's marriage was officially over, with a judge finalizing their divorce. Bruce rented 2 cars, a Dodge and a Toyota. He packed the Toyota with supplies like maps, water, food, clothes, and a can of gasoline, along with 2 computers. That night, his neighbor, Bong Garcia, saw him leaving in the Dodge, which was unusual because Bruce typically drove his upscale SUV. When asked, Bruce mentioned he was heading to a Christmas party, but Bong found it odd. After setting Sylvia's family home on fire, a neighbor saw a blue car driving away with its headlights off. In the front yard, a pair of fake glasses and a Santa hat were left behind. Bruce then drove to his brother's house in Sylmar, 40 miles away. Severely burned, with his Santa suit melted into his skin, he was in a dire state and unable to escape. When his brother returned home at 3:10 a.m., he found Bruce on the couch with 2 handguns beside him. Bruce had ended his life and was still wearing his wedding ring. In the aftermath of this unimaginable tragedy, Letitia Usipchuk, who survived the attack, has shown incredible strength. Despite losing loved ones and experiencing such horror, she chooses not to be consumed by anger and hate. Letitia reflects, "I can't do anything to change what happened. I can only focus on what's brought to me and the good things that are brought to me. I appreciate that." She has found healing and peace through gratitude for the support she received, even from strangers. Letitia has learned to stop dwelling on the past and the person who caused her family so much pain. She firmly states, "This is what he's done. Enough. I'm not going to allow you to consume us with your evilness." Instead, she focuses on love and encourages others to do the same. Letitia believes that love is the strongest energy, capable of bringing people together and helping them heal. She emphasizes the importance of teaching children about love and kindness, fostering a future where such darkness can be overshadowed by the light of compassion and understanding. Kids can be great examples for others when they grow up. Letitia Usipchuk believes that if we show our kids that it's okay to hate or be violent, then we're in trouble. Instead, we need to teach them kindness and understanding because they are our future.
Trina Yusuf-Polsky read the names of the 17 victims killed in Parkland, Florida 1 month ago.
Nicholas Dewar.
Gun violence is personal for the LaSalle High School student. Nearly 10 years ago, she survived a Christmas Eve massacre when she was only 8.
Being able to really fight for something that is truly, truly close to my heart is very different.
Now, 12 years later, Letitia and Katrina work hard to keep their family traditions and happy memories alive. Every Christmas Eve, the family gathers for dinner, exchanges gifts, and remembers their loved ones who are no longer with them. They also visit the cemetery instead of going to church. One of Letitia's nephews, who lost both his parents in the attack, now takes care of his 3 younger siblings. Letitia and her husband have taken in her sister's youngest daughter and have worked hard to keep the Christmas spirit alive for all the kids. She reassured them that the person who came that night wasn't the real Santa. To help the children cope with their grief, they even attended a special camp. Letitia says that their home is filled with memories of both the good times and that terrible night, and it's impossible to forget. Despite the pain, she is determined that Christmas will always be a special time, and they will continue to celebrate it no matter what. Even though the investigation into the tragedy ended nearly 10 years ago, the detectives who worked on the case still check in with the family, especially around Christmas, to make sure they are doing okay.
We're diving into an intriguing incident from 2008 in Iowa, U.S. Detectives initially thought it was a typical car accident, but they soon realized it was anything but ordinary. The police cracked the mysterious case surrounding Michelle Davis, a 41-year-old woman, all thanks to crucial CCTV footage that unveiled what truly transpired. Michelle Ann Cosner was born on December 15, 1966, in Iowa. Fast forward to 2008, she was living in Des Moines with 3 children, on the brink of a new chapter in her life. Michelle was almost through with her divorce proceedings, eagerly anticipating a fresh start. She had moved into a new apartment and obtained a restraining order against her husband, Randy Davis. Their family had a turbulent relationship in the years leading up to the divorce. Michelle was known as a friendly, active individual who adored adventures and motorcycles. Her workplace, a trucking company, respected her and granted her authority. On Thursday, September 11, 2008, her co-workers noticed a remarkable change in her demeanor after parting ways with her husband. It was as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. On that fateful day, Michelle left work around 4:30 p.m., having completed all her tasks and in high spirits. Shortly thereafter, 911 started receiving distressing calls about an accident on Interstate 235. Michelle's Mercury Sable was overturned, with her unconscious in the driver's seat, still strapped by her seatbelt. Tragically, paramedics couldn't save her, and Michelle Davis passed away. Initially, the police presumed it was a vehicular accident caused by Michelle losing control of her car. However, forensic experts refuted this theory the following day. They discovered a bullet wound to her head as the actual cause of death, ruling out the accident hypothesis. The investigators, unfamiliar with such cases, proceeded with sending the bullet for examination, hoping it would shed light on the criminal. As they awaited the ballistic examination results, the local authorities took measures to ensure the safety of the community. They contemplated the possibility of Michelle being a random victim, worrying that the shooter might target others. The city was put under increased patrol to mitigate potential risks and solve the case swiftly. With the realization that Michelle's demise was no accident, detectives combed the crime scene for any potential leads. Their efforts initially bore no fruit, as they found no cartridge case or other incriminating evidence. The assumption of a car accident at the outset had led to the site being cleared by traffic services, potentially erasing vital evidence. Undeterred by these challenges, the detectives persevered and turned to the footage from the traffic cameras. Modern-day CCTV cameras have been instrumental in aiding law enforcement. This case was no exception. Equipped with traffic camera recordings, the investigators meticulously examined them. Their first objective was to locate the footage from the nearest camera to the crime scene and rewind it to the moment people started alerting 911. Half an hour later, they struck gold, finding the video depicting Michelle's overturned car. The footage's quality was quite poor, resembling more of a slideshow with alternating images and intervals. Unfortunately, it only offered a few essential shots, none revealing what caused Michelle's car to overturn. This was disappointing for the investigators, as they believed they were close to a crucial clue, only to find it was a false lead. The police had no choice but to press on, reviewing other camera recordings and searching for potential eyewitnesses. Meanwhile, the investigator in charge of Michelle Davis's case visited her family to convey the grim news that her death was no accident, as initially assumed. Learning that Michelle was a victim of a crime shocked her family deeply. Michelle's mother, Patty, had passed away long before Michelle's life ended. Her father, Michael Lee Cosner, now faced the loss of his second daughter. The pain of outliving one's children is the most agonizing experience for any parent. The investigator heard from Michelle's family that her life had been gradually changing. Financially, she was stable. However, they suspected that the only person who could harm Michelle was her husband, Randy Davis. The divorce was nearing finalization, and Michelle had taken a restraining order against him. Simultaneously, another detective visited the company where Michelle worked to speak with her colleagues. This is how they discovered Michelle had a close relationship with a man named Matt Jorgensen, a colleague of hers. According to Michelle's friend, the feelings between them were mutual, but they had kept it a secret due to her ongoing divorce proceedings. The police now had two potential suspects, Randy Davis and Matt Jorgensen. Attempts to contact Randy were in vain, as all calls went directly to voicemail. However, when they spoke to Matt, he cooperated fully, providing an alibi for the day of Michelle's death. He revealed details about their romantic relationship, stating they never had any disagreements or fights. Matt was devastated by Michelle's death, and his alibi checked out, removing him from the list of suspects. When the results of the ballistic examination arrived, revealing the weapon used was a .22 caliber rifle, experts deduced it was a close-range shot. Given that this happened on the interstate, the police believed the shooter was likely in another car driving alongside Michelle's. At the same time, a new suspect emerged in the case. The police received a call from the insurance company reporting that Michelle's brother, Todd, was making a claim under her life insurance. Crimes committed with the motive of obtaining life insurance payouts aren't uncommon. Could this case be one of them? Was Todd capable of taking his sister's life for financial gain? The investigator visited Todd's place to ask some questions. Todd quickly realized the police viewed him as a suspect when they started questioning where he was when Michelle passed away. He explained his activities on that day. Todd revealed that their family was struggling financially and couldn't arrange a proper funeral for Michelle. Consequently, he approached the insurance company to get funds for her funeral. The police verified Todd's whereabouts and found he was in a different part of the city when Michelle tragically lost her life. Hence, Todd was ruled out as a suspect. Yet Todd provided crucial information to the police, leading them to another potential suspect, Michelle's stepson, Josh. When Michelle married Randy, he already had a son from a previous marriage. At the time of Michelle's death, Josh, a Marine who had recently returned home from the Army, was an adult. He possessed knowledge of handling weapons, making him a suspect. The police began investigating whether Josh had motives for the crime. Simultaneously, another lead emerged when a woman reported her experience driving on Interstate 235 at the same time as Michelle's car accident. She mentioned seeing a red pickup truck, likely a Ford F-150, whose driver exhibited unusual behavior, swerving between lanes as if chasing someone. The driver was described as an adult white man wearing a baseball cap. This information sparked the interest of investigators who delved into the footage from traffic cameras, focusing on locating the red pickup truck. The footage indeed revealed a red pickup truck tailing Michelle from her workplace. However, due to the video quality, identifying the driver or the license plates was impossible. Subsequently, detectives examined footage from various cameras, confirming that the red pickup truck followed Michelle's route closely, hinting at a deliberate act. Considering the suspects, detectives honed in on Michelle's husband, Randy Davis, who owned a red pickup truck. They promptly went to Randy's residence. Although Randy was absent, his son Josh was present. As a Marine with expertise in handling weapons, he could have had access to his father's car. Josh informed the detectives that on the day of Michelle's death, he went shopping with his sister and returned home to spend the evening watching TV. He also shared details about the challenging divorce process between Michelle and his father, involving property division. In another account, Josh's dad returned home around 5:30 p.m. that day, but Josh's explanation seemed unconvincing. Moreover, this talk hinted at a potential reason for his involvement in the incident. Josh seemed upset because his stepmom wanted a share of his father's assets during their divorce. However, these were just assumptions with no concrete proof. Lack of evidence meant no arrests or charges. As Michelle's family prepared for her funeral, the police intensified their search for new leads. Their investigation led them to visit various shops and gas stations along Michelle's route from work to where she met her fate, hoping for additional surveillance footage. A store a few miles from her workplace held a crucial piece of evidence. On the fatal day in 2008, a red pickup truck, registered to Randy Davis, pulled into the store's parking lot around 4 p.m. The challenge was identifying who was driving, Randy or his son Josh, who also had access to the truck. The grainy footage made it difficult to ascertain the driver's identity. The driver went into the store, but due to the poor video quality, it was impossible to tell if it was Josh or Randy. After a purchase, the person returned to the pickup and drove away. It's important to note that all of this happened at 4 p.m., half an hour before Michelle left work at 4:30 p.m. As the police delved deeper into the footage, they observed the pickup truck appearing near the store multiple times over the next 30 minutes, but the driver never got out. It conflicted with what the cameras showed and didn't match what Josh said. Josh mentioned his dad came home around 5:30 p.m. Randy, however, claimed he was home all along since 3:45 p.m. and they had cooked dinner together. This contradicted Josh's statement to the investigators, where he said he was already home when his father arrived. The alibis of the father and son were interdependent. Upon further conversation with Randy, investigators suspected that one of them was being untruthful. To gauge Randy's reaction, the investigators revealed that Michelle's cause of death was a bullet, not injuries from a car accident. This was known only to Michelle's family as the police had not made it public. Randy hardly reacted to this news, feigning surprise and avoiding eye contact. When asked about the last time he saw Michelle, Randy requested a lawyer, effectively ending the conversation. The investigation lacked the murder weapon and substantial evidence for an arrest, resulting in Randy's release. On September 15, 2008, 4 days after Michelle's passing, her family and friends gathered for her funeral. Randy was there, attempting to show his grief. He even shed tears at some point. However, the question of who was truly responsible for Michelle's death remained unanswered. The investigators were struggling for answers. Unexpectedly, the breakthrough came from Josh Davis. He walked into the police station with his lawyer, ready to provide a statement. According to Josh, when he came home from his sister's, he found his father's car parked in the driveway. As he entered the house, he saw his father holding a gun. Randy suggested he leave, revealing his sinister intentions. Josh, sensing the danger, pleaded with his father not to take irreversible actions. Despite Josh's efforts, Randy left in the car. Upon his return, he parked the car in the garage and confessed to Josh. Randy was deeply upset over Michelle's decision to divorce him and claim part of the property. Unable to cope, he took a drastic step. On September 11, 2008, Randy parked his red pickup truck outside Michelle's workplace, waiting for her to finish work. He circled the place multiple times, fearing he'd miss the right moment. This explained his presence on the store's CCTV footage several times. After Michelle finished her work, he followed her. When the time was right, he rolled down the window and shot at her, as per Josh's statement. Randy Davis was later arrested by the police based on this account. He faced serious charges for causing harm to Michelle's life. However, before the trial, Randy made a deal and pleaded guilty to a lesser charge of causing harm. Consequently, 53-year-old Randy Davis was sentenced to 50 years in prison in 2010. His admission of guilt meant there wouldn't be a trial. This caused a sense of not fully achieving justice, but there was closure. Michelle's brother, Todd Cosner, expressed his feelings about the situation. He stated, "I loved Randy. He was part of my family for 17 years. I cared about him." However, he also emphasized the destruction that Davis had brought upon their family.
I killed my boyfriend in self-defense.
What did you kill him with?
A gun, a loaded gun in the house.
Can you tell me where the gun is right now?
A gun is in the house.
Okay, are you sure that he is dead?
He's dead, ma'am. He's completely dead.
Okay, what's your name?
My name is Shana Michelle Huber.
We're delving into a tale that revolves around love, but not the usual kind. This isn't your typical love story where everyone is joyous. Instead, it's a narrative that unfolds into a different kind of affection, one that led Shana Hubers down a dark path. Greetings, Fear Files enthusiasts. We're here to unravel and examine the most puzzling, chilling, and mind-twisting cases from around the globe. Before we dive in, our hearts go out to the families affected by the unsettling actions of Shana Hubers. Let's venture into Kentucky, known for its delectable fried chicken that has captivated taste buds globally. While the Colonel has the world hooked on his secret recipe, our focus shifts to Shana Hubers, a young woman whose obsessive tendencies reached extreme levels. She was not one to accept rejection lightly. If a guy turned her down, or if a relationship ended, Shana took it to heart, and she was determined not to let go. In interviews, a friend of Huber's revealed that she had a flair for the dramatic, especially in matters of the heart. She made it clear that if a relationship didn't work out, Shana struggled to cope. Rejection wasn't a part of her plan in any aspect of life. However, it's not all gloom and doom. Despite these intense traits, Shana had her positive side. In her academic journey, she's shown as a straight-A student, tackling numerous AP courses. Her dedication earned her accolades for academic excellence and leadership. Shana, driven by an unyielding competitive spirit, aspired for success in all her endeavours. When faced with competition, instead of letting it derail her, Shana's ability to focus on her goals propelled her to triumph. So, buckle up as we navigate through the complexities of Shana Huber's story, where love took a perilous turn and obsession led to unforeseen consequences. Fast forward, Shana Hubers swiftly graduated with honours from the University of Kentucky in just 3 years. Her ambitious journey didn't stop there. She set her sights on a master's degree in school guidance counselling, showcasing the potential for a radiant future. However, her compulsive tendencies took a darker turn. The pivotal year was 2011 when Hubers received a Facebook message from Ryan Poston, a 28-year-old high achiever. Unlike Hubers, Poston didn't harbour the same level of obsession, yet his accomplishments were noteworthy. Born on December 30th, 1982 in Fort Mitchell, Kentucky, he grew up as the eldest among 4 siblings, the only boy. Poston's educational journey was as diverse as his achievements. From international high school programs in Manila, Philippines, to graduating in Geneva, Switzerland, he eventually pursued political science, history, and geography at Indiana University. Inspired by his father's legal career, he followed suit, attending Northern Kentucky University's Salmon P. Chase College of Law. Close to his family, especially his father, Poston embraced the changes brought about by his parents' separation and his mother's remarriage to Peter Carter. This shift didn't create a father-son rivalry for Ryan. Instead, he welcomed his new stepfather, finding joy in having 2 positive male role models. So much so that he changed his middle name to Carter to symbolize the significance of both men in his life. The twist in the story unfolds on Facebook, where Huber's images caught the attention of Poston through his step-cousin Carissa Carlisle. Little did he know that this seemingly charming and sweet girl would become a tragic chapter in his life, a story ending in unforeseen and literal consequences. Their connection began with a message, leading to a face-to-face meeting on Shayna Huber's 20th birthday, April 8, 2011, in a Lexington, Kentucky pub. According to friends of Ryan Poston, Hubers displayed an immediate obsession. She seemed distant and fixated solely on Ryan, channeling all her energy towards him. Such intense behaviour, as we know, can be unsettling, even overbearing. Ryan, feeling the need for personal space, tried to establish boundaries. However, Hubers, with no concept of personal space, seemed determined to anchor him down. Friends noted her attempts to make him settle down, but he, being a young attorney with a demanding job in Cincinnati, wasn't ready for that commitment. The strains in their relationship escalated due to differing goals. Poston, seeking independence, attempted to end things, but Hubers, fueled by passion and determination, refused to accept defeat. In a revealing text to a friend, Hubers claimed that Ryan stayed with her out of guilt. When he tried to break up, she manipulated him by crying, making him feel terrible, and ultimately taking him back. This on and off dynamic persisted for a year and a half, leaving Poston trapped in a cycle of misery. As Hubers grew more possessive, Poston, troubled by the situation, turned to his step-cousin Carissa Carlisle for help. In a text to Carlisle, he expressed the severity of the situation, stating, "This is bordering on restraining order territory." The romance had become a tumultuous journey, raising concerns that went beyond the boundaries of a healthy relationship. The situation took a darker turn as Shayna Hubers allegedly trespassed into Ryan's condo 3 times, refusing to leave each time. Hubers, during this period, claimed that Ryan was emotionally abusive. According to Nikki Carnes, Ryan's neighbour, Hubers, would confide in her about Poston's actions. She mentioned that he allegedly criticised Hubers' weight, suggesting she needed to lose weight and undergo a boob job. On the flip side, Ali Wagner, a friend of Poston for a decade, presented a contrasting view. She never heard him raise his voice and described him as geeky and kind. Wagner asserted that Ryan, raised with good manners, would never stoop to offending a woman, let alone his girlfriend. Poston, an enthusiast of firearms, would occasionally go to the shooting range, with Hubers joining him. However, a text Hubers sent to a friend on October 2, 2012, raised concerns. She expressed a desire to turn around and shoot him. Although intended as a joke, the seriousness of her emotions lingered. Despite Hubers' persistent presence, Ryan started talking to other girls in October 2012, even setting up a date with Audrey Bolt, Miss Ohio, USA 2012. Hubers, unaware of the date, found out about it through social media stalking. This discovery intensified her obsessive behaviour. After Hubers was detained, authorities discovered unsettling details on her phone. She would constantly text Poston, creating scenarios to manipulate him into spending time with her. The messages revealed Ryan's growing frustration with her behaviour, indicating that the relationship had become a source of distress for him. Poston, seeking moments of peace, would occasionally turn off his phone. However, Shayna Hubers found ways to manipulate him emotionally. Once, she concocted a fabricated story about her aunt being on her deathbed in Hawaii. Claiming urgency, she asked Ryan to drive her to the airport. Ryan agreed, only to find out later that the entire narrative was a complete fantasy, with no record of the supposed one-way ticket on October 12, 2012. A day before their planned date, Hubers texted Poston stating that she woke up in the middle of the night with chest troubles and had been hospitalized. She claimed to be on her way to a specialist, but it was all untrue. Instead, she was at home researching high blood pressure and heart disease on the internet, fabricating a story about having left ventricular hypertrophy. The tragic event unfolded at Ryan Poston's condo. An altercation occurred, leading to gunshots. Hubers made a chilling call to 911, claiming she killed her boyfriend in self-defense. The operator probed, asking if Ryan was still alive when she shot him, whose gun it was, and what drove her to such an extreme action. Hubers, insistent on self-defense, recounted a scenario where her boyfriend was attacking her, grabbing and throwing her against a couch. As the details unfolded, it became clear that the situation was more complex than initially presented. Hubers' actions and words painted a distressing picture, and the investigation into this tragic event continued. In her statement to the 911 operator, Shayna Hubers claimed that the gun belonged to Ryan, asserting that he kept loaded weapons in the house and had threatened her with it. She admitted to shooting him 15 minutes before making the call, leaving the operator surprised about the delay in alerting authorities. Police suspected that this delay was to allow Hubers time to craft her version of events before their arrival. During the call, Hubers revealed that she shot Ryan multiple times, explaining that he was struggling and in pain, and she decided to put him out of his misery to finish the job. Adding complexity to the narrative, she mentioned placing the gun on a bookshelf. As the conversation unfolded, Hubers, after providing her and the victims' names and details about their breakup before the shooting, sought assurance from the operator about potential arrest upon the officer's arrival. The operator couldn't predict the outcome but advised her to stay on the line. While waiting for the officers, Hubers continued speaking, claiming that she wasn't a murderer. To bolster her defense, she asserted that Ryan had been violent, kicking her out before she returned to retrieve her things. Strangely, she stated that she was fine when asked if she needed an ambulance, contradicting her earlier claims of violence. Her narrative of calmly trying to break up with Ryan contradicted the circumstances. Ryan had been attempting to end the relationship for some time, and this tragic incident occurred just hours before he was scheduled to go on a date with another woman, adding a layer of confusion to the already perplexing situation. Inconsistencies arose during the investigation, particularly regarding the motive and the sequence of events, raising questions about the true nature of the incident and Shayna Hubers' actions that led to the tragic end of Ryan Poston's life. After her arrest, Shayna Hubers was taken to the police station for questioning. The interview began after she was read her Miranda rights, but remarkably, she willingly shared her version of events without prompting from the police. Interestingly, her initial concern wasn't about Ryan Poston. Instead, she expressed fear that no one would want to marry her after learning about her act of killing in self-defense. The conversation continued to revolve around her personal life, contemplating the potential consequences if she got away with murder. Hubers, amid the gravity of the situation, was already contemplating the toll it might take on her future, expressing doubt about ever getting married due to the stress. Hubers then proceeded to explain the events leading to the shooting. She portrayed Ryan as incredibly egotistical, accusing him of insulting her family and physically assaulting her by throwing her on the couch. Interestingly, her narrative about the positioning of Ryan at the time of the shooting seemed inconsistent between her 911 call and subsequent statements. Initially, she claimed he was right in front of her, reaching down to grab a gun, but later she described him as being at a table, suggesting a lack of coherence in her story. Throughout the interviews with different investigators, one consistent claim was that she shot him multiple times to end his pain. The motive appeared unclear, whether she was trying to convince the police or herself of this reasoning. During a questioning session with Lieutenant Fornash, Hubers began making noises as if attempting to cry or wail. However, as soon as Lieutenant Fornash left the room, she abruptly stopped, raising questions about the authenticity of her emotional display. Hubers' behavior and statements painted a complex picture, and her seemingly inconsistent narrative left investigators questioning the true motivations and circumstances surrounding the tragic events that unfolded at Ryan Poston's condo. Alone in the questioning room, Shayna Hubers engaged in erratic behavior, walking about and singing to herself. She maintained a constant stream of conversation, displaying curiosity about prison life, questioning whether people could bring their cell phones and the accessibility of showers. Her demeanor, seemingly detached, raised further questions about her mental state. Despite her pleas of self-defense, Hubers was accused of Ryan Poston's murder and pled not guilty. Contrary to her claims of a violent struggle, authorities found no signs of a struggle inside the condo. Hubers stated that Poston threw her into a bookcase, but a photograph of the bookshelf contradicted her account, showing everything in place with books upright and a pipe stable on a wooden stand. Hubers' narrative faced additional scrutiny when she alleged that Poston had locked himself in his bedroom during the incident, a contradiction to her claim of him attacking her. Phone records revealed her search for unlocking a door with a bobby pin, and evidence suggested that she successfully gained access to Poston's bedroom. Analysis of the weapon's evidence also contradicted Hubers' version. It indicated that she approached Poston when she shot him, a move inconsistent with someone acting in self-defense who typically would move away from an assailant. As the investigation progressed, Hubers' changing accounts of the incident became more evident. Initially claiming Poston collapsed face down on a table, twitching, she later suggested he was charging at her. This inconsistency, coupled with the evidence, cast doubt on the credibility of her self-defense argument. Hubers' attempt to portray Poston as an aggressor included allegations of inappropriate behaviour on their first date. She claimed he touched her thigh and engaged in rough intercourse. However, texts revealed a different story. On October 3, 2012, she texted Poston about beautiful corsets and suggested bedroom role play, to which he expressed disinterest. The downstairs neighbour's testimony, stating they heard the gunshot, added weight to the evidence against Hubers, challenging her self-defense narrative. The investigation into Ryan Poston's tragic death revealed a complex web of inconsistencies, raising questions about the true nature of the events that unfolded in his condo. The neighbours, arriving home around 8:30 p.m, reported hearing a woman weeping on Ryan Poston's porch. About 15 minutes later, they initially mistook 2 shots for firecrackers, but upon hearing 4 more in quick succession, they realised they were gunshots. Despite this, they claimed not to have heard any physical confrontations or fights, and they would have been able to hear such a disturbance if it had occurred. During the trial, Shayna Hubers did not testify in her defence. While expressing regret for her actions, she offered apologies to her family and friends, but notably omitted an apology to Ryan Poston's family. Found guilty of Ryan Poston's murder on April 23, 2015, after 5 hours of jury deliberation, Hubers received a 40-year prison sentence with the possibility of release after 20 years. In an attempt to mitigate her sentence, Hubers' defence sought to portray her as a victim of domestic violence. However, the judge rejected this argument, emphasising that recognition as a victim of domestic violence typically requires marriage to or full-time cohabitation with the victim. Hubers falsely claimed she lived with Poston, but evidence contradicted this. Hubers' initial conviction was overturned in August 2016 due to a juror's undisclosed criminal history. Her second trial began in August 2018, and during this time, she had met someone in county jail and planned to get married. Notably, she called the media immediately after submitting their marriage request to the jail. In an interview with WCPO's Craig McKee, Shayna Hubers discussed her newfound love and her feelings about the upcoming trial. While imprisoned at the county jail, she met a transsexual inmate, Richard McBee, who identified as a woman named Unique Taylor. Both incarcerated on robbery charges, they decided to get married and submitted a marriage request to the detention centre. Despite facing resistance, they married on June 7th, 2 months into Hubers' second trial. During her second trial, Hubers took the stand and testified in her defence. However, her story shifted once again. She now claimed that Ryan Poston was on top of her, holding her by the hair and yanking her head around. When confronted about her previous statement regarding Poston being at the table, Hubers pretended to be unaware, denying ever making such a statement. Ultimately, Shayna Hubers was found guilty at her second trial and sentenced to life in prison with the chance of parole after 20 years. 7 months after their marriage, she filed for divorce from Unique Taylor, citing irretrievable breakdown. Shayna Hubers is currently incarcerated in the Kentucky Correctional Institute for Women, serving time for the brutal murder she committed. This case illustrates the extremes to which love can drive a person, showcasing both its positive and destructive aspects. It serves as a reminder to carefully balance emotions to avoid potentially brutal consequences. When someone talks about a birthday party, you usually imagine a happy time with laughter, drinks, and of course cake. It's a joyful occasion, but sometimes things take a dark turn. In today's episode, we explore a tragic incident involving Tatiana Spitzner. Our journey takes us to Brazil, a country known for its fantastic football, or soccer as most of us call it, lively carnivals, delicious food, and overall positive vibes. However, like any place, Brazil has its dark side. While murder rates have been decreasing in Brazil, a new issue has arisen: femicide. This term refers to the killing of a woman due to domestic violence, and sadly, it's on the rise. A 2019 report from the Brazilian Public Security Forum highlighted this disturbing trend. Yet, this problem isn't unique to Brazil. According to the World Health Organization, 1 in 3 women worldwide has experienced violence from their partner. Most women manage to overcome such abuse, but Tatiana Spitzner wasn't as fortunate. Tatiana, a 29-year-old successful lawyer, lived in Guarapuava, a city with a population of 182,644 in the mid-south of the Parana state in Brazil. Despite its status as the largest municipality in the state by area, it couldn't shield Tatiana from a horrifying fate. It was supposed to be a fun night out for Tatiana and her friends, but as we'll discover, appearances can be deceiving. So, sit back, relax, and keep your ears open as we delve into the tragic case of Tatiana Spitzner. Tatiana Spitzner and her spouse, Luis Felipe Manvilla, had celebrated over 5 years of marriage. Luis, at 32, was a university biology lecturer and a staunch advocate for a healthy lifestyle, actively engaging in various physical activities that held significant importance for him. Their love story began in early 2013, when Luis Felipe, captivated by Tatiana, fell head over heels in love. He mustered the courage to ask her out in August of the same year. Over time, their connection deepened, and by November 15th, according to Luis Felipe's account, he proposed, and the couple swiftly moved from engagement to marriage. The engagement, brief but sweet, lasted a little over 2 weeks. On December 3rd, 2013, the couple exchanged vows and rings in Guarapuava, marking what should have been the happiest day of their lives. Luis Felipe made solemn promises to care for and provide for Tatiana throughout their lives. However, as life would have it, vows are sometimes tragically broken. Fast forward to Luis Felipe's birthday, a day meant for joy and positivity. Instead, tragedy struck. On what was supposed to be filled with laughter, the couple found themselves in the midst of a heated argument. The roots of the argument between Tatiana and Luis Felipe were planted when Tatiana arrived home a few minutes late. Luis, dressed up and eagerly awaiting their meeting with friends at a local restaurant, was visibly upset. Tatiana had been at a nail appointment, wanting to look her best for her husband, but the appointment took longer than expected. The usually cultured and educated public image of Luis Felipe crumbled in the face of this disagreement. His volatile character emerged as soon as Tatiana entered the door, and he started berating her for being late, insisting they should have already been at the restaurant. Publicly, Luis Felipe was seen as a refined individual, but he appeared somewhat distant compared to Tatiana, who had a wide circle of friends and a large family. The university professor, in contrast, was an enigma in Guarapuava, with little known about his past life. All that was known was that he had a brother and a sister. His father had passed away a couple of years before 2018, and his mother was battling cancer. Marcelo Virtuoso, a 35-year-old businessman and owner of the Uplay fitness gym in Guarapuava, shed some light on Luis Felipe's activities. According to Virtuoso, Luis Felipe would visit the gym, greet people, train, and then leave without engaging in conversations. Virtuoso noted, he wouldn't talk to anyone. Luis Felipe's passion for physical growth was evident, with Virtuoso stating, "From the beginning of the year until now, he's gotten really big." To add another layer to the unfolding story, the police discovered a substantial stash of anabolic steroids in the couple's apartment, raising further questions about the dynamics of their relationship. Many people speculate that Luis Felipe's outbursts of aggression and short temper might have been a side effect of the illegal supplements he was taking. Psychiatrist Adriano Segal from the endocrinology clinic at Hospital das Clínicas explained that the use of steroids can lead to psychiatric disorders, irritability, and also to transient testicular atrophy by increasing testosterone levels. This may have made it difficult for him to control his anger. However, this is in no way an excuse for the tragic events that unfolded. The couple eventually arrived at the restaurant where Tatiana's friends were eagerly waiting to celebrate Luis Felipe's birthday. Initially, the atmosphere seemed amicable as everyone wished him well. According to the perpetrator's statement, they both drank that night and got a bit tipsy. However, other reports suggest that another fight erupted when Tatiana allegedly found evidence of her husband interacting with another woman on Instagram. In his defense, Luis Felipe claimed that he had posted a story on his Instagram account about his birthday, receiving messages from online friends, including some from different women. Despite accusing his wife of jealousy, every story has two sides. Turning the spotlight to Tatiana, one of her close friends, Juliana Santos, aged 35, publicly revealed that Luis Felipe was the jealous one, even resorting to physical violence. Juliana stated, "Tati was very reserved with personal matters, but with me, she opened up. The first time she complained about Luis Felipe, she said that his jealousy bothered her." This information came to light after the tragedy occurred. At the time when Luis Felipe's jealousy intensified, Tatiana was living with him in Germany, where he was pursuing a graduate course. The reason behind his increasing possessiveness was unclear, but one thing was evident. Their relationship began to unravel due to the physical distance between Tatiana and Luis Felipe. Tatiana and her friends didn't communicate much during this period, leading to a noticeable drift. However, upon the couple's return to Guarapuava, they reconnected. Tati called me in November to congratulate me on my birthday, and she already wanted to meet me for coffee. At that point, the complaints became more incisive. She even talked about divorce because she was so scared, but the bureaucracy that comes with it made Tatiana dismiss the idea, revealed a friend to the police. On March 8th, International Women's Day, Tatiana and her friend Ju met at the gym and planned another coffee outing. Things were taking a serious turn. Julianne shared, "She opened up. She said that Luis Felipe was treating her very badly, demeaning her in front of others, doing everything to contradict her, and even said that he got to the point of hating her." Everyone interviewed in Guarapuava, even those not particularly close to Tatiana, described her as a person without any evil inside of her, someone who trusted others and saw the good in everything. She was known for her cheerful demeanor, love for parties, trips and friends. Those closest to her were certain that what happened wasn't a case of suicide. Now, what exactly transpired between Tatiana and Luis Felipe? To unravel the mystery, let's delve deeper into the case. Following the party that turned into an argument, the couple headed towards the Golden Gate building in downtown Guarapuava, where they shared an apartment. Security cameras in the city centre captured a detailed account of the incident. It all began with a vehicle pulling up outside the Golden Gate building. Numerous images captured the brutality of Luis Felipe, the university professor, as he repeatedly slapped his wife across the face, even before they could exit the vehicle. Despite Tatiana's desperate attempts to fight back, the sheer strength of her husband, fueled by his aggression, proved overpowering for the 29-year-old lawyer. But the horror didn't end there. Louis-Philippe continued his torment even after they got out of the car. The sickening display of violence persisted in the underground parking lot of their building. Relentlessly, the brute battered Tatiana without remorse, thwarting her every effort to defend herself. Attempting to escape through the parking lot, Tatiana ran, but her husband chased her down, relentlessly hitting her again and again. Despite her desperate efforts, Tatiana managed to reach the elevator, CCTV images capturing her running for her life. Yet, her husband pursued her, and she frantically pushed the button, hoping the doors would close and provide. Her husband laid hands on her, pulling the young lawyer back inside, denying her any chance of escape. The shocking images vividly depict Tatiana's desperate attempts to keep herself out of harm's way. Despite her struggle, the strength of the steroid-using Louis-Philippe proved insurmountable. He swung her across the metal walls, hitting her head and causing her to fall to the floor. Those were the last moments captured when Tatiana was still breathing. After the horrifying episode in the elevator, the couple reached their apartment, and the exact details of what transpired inside remain unclear. However, the outcome was undeniably tragic, with approximately 15 minutes passing since they left the elevator. The brutality behind closed doors during this time can only be imagined. Additional CCTV footage from cameras outside the building, right in front of the entrance, reveals a body dropping onto the pavement on the sidewalk. The images are so brutal that they have been appropriately blurred. Yet, the most shocking part was yet to unfold. Fearing the consequences of his actions and unsure of what to do next, Louis-Philippe leaves his apartment. He descends, exits the building, and then retrieves the lifeless body from the sidewalk, carrying it back inside, hoping no one witnessed the gruesome scene. Next, the murderer is seen taking Tatiana's body into the elevator, placing her on the floor, and then raising his hands in a gesture that seems to express remorse and shock. However, these actions were undoubtedly performed for the cameras. As he arrives at his floor, Louis-Philippe removes the body from the elevator before returning with a rag to wipe what appears to be blood from the walls and the floor. These scenes become even more shocking when considering the ease with which he cleans his tracks. After these horrifying actions, the aggressor attempts to escape by returning downstairs to retrieve his car. Louis-Philippe drove away from the scene of the gruesome incident, but his escape was short-lived. Several residents promptly called the police to report seeing a man picking up a victim's body from the pavement. One witness even recounted hearing the husband shouting, "My love, wake up!" The murderer covered a considerable distance, driving approximately 185 miles or 300 kilometers from his apartment complex. However, he was swiftly located because he had crashed his car on the motorway. When questioned about why he fled, Louis-Philippe claimed that he was too disturbed by the images of his wife jumping off the balcony. However, the available evidence contradicted this narrative. According to the report, there was no evidence of any chemical reaction occurring in Tatiana's body before her fall. No traces of adrenaline or cortisol were found, which would typically indicate fear or awareness of plummeting to the ground. Experts concluded that the young woman was already dead when she hit the pavement. Additionally, Tatiana had a high alcohol content in her blood, a reasonable outcome given that they had just come home from a birthday celebration. The lawyer also suffered multiple fractures consistent with a 40-foot fall onto concrete pavement. Upon closer examination, investigators discovered the imprint of a pair of hands on her throat, and her hyoid bone at the front of her neck was fractured. These injuries are commonly associated with strangulation, supporting the theory that Tatiana was already dead before falling on the pavement. Criminal prosecutor Diana Rampasso delivered a chilling statement stating, "Our investigation proves that the victim was killed inside the apartment by asphyxiation and her body was thrown over the balcony. We believe the accused then took the elevator to the ground floor and collected Tatiana's body, taking it back up to the apartment in the elevator. This harrowing account of the events leading to the lawyer's murder paints a vivid picture of the spousal violence she endured. Close friends of Tatiana alleged that she disclosed her fear of her husband, accusing him of mistreatment and expressing a desire for a divorce. These claims were evident in a series of messages sent months before her death. In contrast, the husband's defense counsel maintained that the pair had a happy relationship, a claim starkly contradicted by the evidence. Far from a happy relationship, other sources among Tatiana's friends revealed, "Tati complained to me one day that she and Luis Felipe." WhatsApp conversations between the two friends provided a clear picture of the relationship Tatiana was in. One friend shared, "We started talking a lot. She told me everything. She said that Luis Felipe didn't look for her in bed. She tried to get closer, but he pushed her away and said he was disgusted by her. This doesn't seem like a healthy relationship to us by any means." As the investigation progressed, further facts about Tatiana's mistreatment came to light. Witnesses reported that the victim's husband used humiliating nicknames for her, such as albino dung, referencing her skin color. Additionally, he would reportedly destroy Tatiana's clothing if he didn't like it, adding another layer of cruelty to the mistreatment she endured. Tatiana Spitzner, Louis Philippe Manvilla, practiced various forms of violence against her. He exerted control over her choices, requiring his approval for her to wear anything new. Louis Philippe refused to assist with any housework or even carry groceries. When Tatiana suggested hiring someone to clean the house regularly, he rejected the idea, insisting that she be responsible for it. Additionally, Tatiana was deprived of using her own hard-earned money as a lawyer. Any purchase, especially clothing, had to be approved by Louis Philippe. If she bought something without his knowledge, he would promptly tear it and discard it. Following the events in July 2018, Louis Philippe Manvilla was sentenced to 30 years in prison for the murder of Tatiana Spitzner, a crime many would classify as femicide. In addition to the initial sentence, he was convicted of procedural fraud, adding 1 year, 9 months, and 18 days to his sentence. He has been incarcerated in the industrial penitentiary of Guarapuava since then. The trial, lasting 7 days, resulted in a conviction by a jury composed entirely of men. During the proceedings, Louis Philippe apologized to the victim's family for the assaults, but continued to deny the murder. He asserted that his wife jumped from the balcony, committing suicide, despite all evidence pointing in the opposite direction. The defense attorney, Claudio Dalladone, argued that Louis Philippe's actions were a result of steroid use, emphasizing the potential impact on his mental state. Nonetheless, the overwhelming evidence and the jury's decision stood against him. Louis Philippe Manvilla expressed dissatisfaction with the jury's decision, claiming it was clearly contrary to the evidence of the case. He announced the intention to appeal and seek the annulment of the jury, but this did not come to fruition. Gustavo Scandolari, the lawyer representing Tatiana Spitzner's family, considered the verdict a milestone in the fight against femicide. He emphasized, "The sentence of conviction is a satisfaction to the family. It is a clear message from the Guarapuavan society and all Brazilian citizens against gender violence and all forms of domestic violence." Scandolari pointed out that the jurors understood the case's evidence and the judiciary had delivered a proportional and fair penalty. He anticipated that this judgment would serve as motivation for more actions, encouraging people to report cases of violence against women. Following the trial and Tatiana's tragic death, her sister, Luana Spitzner, created an Instagram page called Todos por Tatiana, meaning everyone for Tatiana. The page aimed to raise awareness about femicide, a growing phenomenon in Brazil and worldwide. Luana's page garnered over 60,000 followers dedicated to ending violence against women. In honor of Tatiana, it's crucial to shed light on the severity of the situation. Here are some facts and advice to address and combat femicide, a cause worth spreading awareness for. Most violence against women is perpetrated by current or former husbands or intimate partners. Shockingly, over 640 million women aged 15 and older have experienced intimate partner violence. Among women aged 15 and older who have been in a relationship, almost 1 in 4 adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, accounting for 24%, have faced physical and/or sexual violence from an intimate partner or husband. Additionally, 16% of young women aged 15 to 24 have experienced violence in the past 12 months. In 2018, an estimated 1 in 7 women had encountered physical and/or sexual violence from an intimate partner or husband in the last 12 months, with 13% of these women aged 15 to 49. These figures do not even account for the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has heightened risk factors for violence against women. Tragically, 130 women are killed by a member of their family every day. In 2017, an estimated 87,000 women were intentionally killed globally, with over half, 50,000 of them, being killed by intimate partners or family members. Furthermore, more than a third, 30,000, of these intentionally killed women were victims of current or former intimate partners. Tatiana confided in her friends about the mistreatment she endured from her husband, but her cries for help went unanswered. Despite the care and concern of those around her, Tatiana's plea for intervention was ignored. If her friends had taken a stand against Louis Philippe and sought help from the appropriate authorities, perhaps Tatiana would still be alive today. It's crucial to recognize that Tatiana did everything in her power to escape the violence, yet it wasn't enough. She needed support, just like many other women around the world facing similar situations. Don't hesitate to ask questions and speak up. Tatiana's story serves as a reminder that raising awareness and supporting those in need is essential. If you or someone you know has been through a similar situation, don't hesitate to share your experience. Let's spread awareness and create a supportive community. In this challenging world, it's vital to spread positive messages and help those in need. As the video concludes, the message encourages viewers to comment, share experiences, and express interest in other cases. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up and subscribe to the channel. Also, click that notification bell.
The man accused of killing and then his parents.
Guy is a college student in Louisiana.
Law enforcement officials showing a meat grinder and gas can were found in the trunk of what they say is Guy's car.
Knox County Sheriff's Office called the crime scene gruesome.
What investigators found inside has been dubbed by the state as a diabolical stew.
It would be described as horrific, a very gruesome crime scene.
The tragic events unfolded in Knoxville, Tennessee in November 2016, just 2 days after a seemingly peaceful Thanksgiving celebration. Joel and Lisa Guy, described by those who knew them as deeply connected, had been happily married for over 3 decades. Despite Joel Sr.'s 3 daughters from a previous relationship, Lisa had always been a nurturing presence to them. Joel Sr., a pipeline engineer, and Lisa had high hopes for their retirement and had already made plans to move to a new home in Serville, Tennessee. This Thanksgiving was supposed to be a joyful celebration of their life together as they looked forward to this new chapter. However, their dreams of retirement and spending more time together were tragically cut short.
Aware of Lisa's plans to retire?
Yes, she was excited about retiring and just spending her time. They were madly in love, so just spending time with each other.
Joel Guy Jr., their only child together, was born in 1988. He had a close relationship with his parents, and Lisa was like a second mother to Joel Sr.'s daughters.
Now, Lisa was not your mother, is that correct?
Correct.
Can you tell the jury when you met Lisa and how that came about?
Lisa, when Michelle and I were 3, they met, and she's been like a second mother to us since before I can remember.
The family had gathered for Thanksgiving in their Knoxville home, unaware of the horror that awaited them just 2 days later. Despite the plans for a peaceful retirement and a fresh start in a new home, the Guy family's future was brutally shattered by the unimaginable events that unfolded in their Knoxville residence. The details of what happened next would shock the community and leave investigators grappling with the sheer brutality of the crime scene. On Thursday, November 24th, 2016, Thanksgiving Day, Joel Sr. and Lisa Guy invited Joel Sr.'s 3 daughters and their children, along with their son, Joel Jr., to celebrate the holiday with them. Joel Jr., who was usually reserved and quiet, seemed to be acting differently that day, according to Michelle Tyler, his half-sister. Michelle noted that Joel Jr. made an unusual effort to interact with her children, something he hadn't done before. This change in behaviour struck Michelle as odd, considering Joel Jr.'s typical reclusive nature.
This day was a little different. It was always more, the typical time with Dad and Lisa was more laughing and banter, but if Joel Michael Jr. was there, he wasn't ever hanging with us doing that banter. He would be in his room.
And at some point, did he interact, though, with your children?
The Thanksgiving was different. The Thanksgiving was completely different. The moment that I arrived, Joel Michael Jr. was talking to us, and he never. I'm not sure Joel Michael Jr. knew my kids' names, and so for him to talk to them was odd.
After the Thanksgiving festivities concluded, Joel Sr.'s 3 daughters left with their children, leaving Joel Sr. and Lisa Guy in the house with their son Joel Jr., who had his own apartment in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, chose to stay with his parents in their Knoxville home for the holiday. Despite his aspirations of becoming a plastic surgeon, Joel Jr. dropped out of college in 2015 and had been financially dependent on his parents ever since, struggling to find stable employment. On the afternoon of Saturday, November 26, 2016, just 2 days after Thanksgiving, Lisa Guy went grocery shopping at their local Walmart around 3 p.m. That same day, Joel Jr. was also seen at the same Walmart purchasing bandages and chemicals. On Sunday, November 27, 2016, Joel Jr. left the Knoxville house to seek medical attention for cuts he had sustained on his hand. He drove back to Baton Rouge to be seen at the student clinic. This action, on its own, wasn't considered suspicious. However, on Monday, November 28th, Lisa Guy failed to show up for work. Her boss, Jennifer Whited, became concerned as the company was hosting a retirement party for Lisa, and her absence was unusual. Despite attempts to reach Lisa by phone, she did not respond to calls to her home or mobile phone. Worried for Lisa's safety, Jennifer contacted 911 and requested a welfare check on the Guy family.
Police Communications Center. Yes, I have an employee that has not reported for work today, and highly unlike her. I've tried calling her home number, I've tried calling cell phone, and can't get a hold of her. What can we do about that? Can somebody go by and check on them?
Yeah, do you know her address?
I do.
What is that?
It is Golden View Lane.
Okay. And what is your name, ma'am?
My name is Jennifer Whited, W-H-I-T-E-D.
And what company are you with?
Jacobs Engineering.
Okay, what's the employee's name?
Lisa Guy, G-U-Y. Her husband's name is Joel, J-O-E-L.
Should he be there too? Does he live with her?
Yes, he does.
Okay.
And they do have a dog named Jake. I think he's a big baby.
Okay. How old is she, do you know?
She is in her, I think, late 50s.
Do you know if she has any medical issues?
No, I mean, she has high blood pressure, but that's all. That's all that I know of. Yeah, I know that their house is for sale, and they are moving, and she is leaving our company, but that's supposed to be Friday, and this definitely isn't like her just not to show up.
I'll send a call over to officers, have them swing by and check on her. And if anything changes before then, just give us a call back here, okay?
At the same number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Interview. The officer tasked with the welfare check was Stephen Ballard. He approached the Guy family home, rang the doorbell, but received no response. When he attempted to go around to the back of the house, he found the gate was locked and decided not to take further action. However, Lisa's boss remained concerned. An hour or two later, she called 911 again to request another welfare check. This time, Detective Stephen Ballard returned to the house, accompanied by Detective Jeremy McCord. Looking through the window, they observed groceries, including perishable items like milk and bacon, scattered on the floor. Despite the house being listed for sale, there was no real estate agent lock on the door. Additionally, they noticed that the back door knob was missing. Ballard and McCord eventually gained access through the garage door. Upon entering, they felt an intense heat, the first chilling sign of the horror that lay within.
There were 3 cases of beer, perishables, there was breakfast meat, stuff like that in bags that you could just see sitting there. And then immediately to the right is a formal dining room that had a large amount of long guns laying there. I think there was a red velvet cake at the end of the table. It's just stuck out. And
so taking into account everything you've witnessed thus far, the circumstances present outside as well as what you observed inside, how are you feeling at this point?
It's terrifying because you don't know if somebody needs some help. I mean, it's just an odd situation. There's nothing downstairs that I'm observing that makes sense to me. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we go through houses and we clear houses regularly. And most of the time, if you encounter something, you kind of know right when you get in. This was a very different situation because once we get upstairs, it's like the world does a 180. Everything gets turned upside down.
Inside the house, there were guns lined up on the dining room table. The smell of chemicals in the house was so strong that Ballard said his forehead was tingling in the toxic.
I actually feel a tingling on my forehead from the time that I entered the home. As we continue on and start up the steps, the heat is more intense. It seems to be getting hotter.
Upstairs, their fears were confirmed when they found a horrifying sight, a pair of human hands lying at the end of the hallway. Downstairs, something even worse awaited them in the kitchen. Realizing they could not proceed without backup, they left the property. No one was physically present in the house. Backup was soon called, and forensic investigators arrived at the scene. They discovered a large stockpot on the stovetop, emitting heat. Reddish-brown stains were found upstairs on the walls and banister. But the most shocking evidence was found in the bathroom, 2 containers containing liquid and pieces of tissue. Nearly every room of the home was filled with evidence. Chemicals and tools were scattered around the house, and traces were found everywhere. However, their son, Joel Jr., was nowhere to be found in the house. He was still alive. The police placed Joel Jr. under surveillance, considering him the only survivor and the prime suspect. He was apprehended on Tuesday, November 29, 2016, in Baton Rouge. A grinder was found in the trunk of his car. So, what happened to Lisa and Joel Guy Sr.? It was clear they had been killed, and their son was the prime suspect. In a backpack inside the house, officers found a startling piece of evidence, a notebook used by Joel Jr. This notebook was the key to the deaths of Lisa and Joel Guy Sr. In fact, he had written checklists detailing equipment he needed and steps he would have to take in order to carry out the crime and evidence.
Minimize things I touch throughout visit. Wear gloves and socks to prevent fingerprints and footprints. Drop something down the garbage disposal to break it. Get him on the ground fixing it. Clean up mess from him before she gets home. Bring blender and food grinder. Grind meat.
The notebook, nicknamed The Book of Premeditation, showed that Joel Jr. had been planning the event for days, if not weeks, as early as November 7th, nearly 20 days before. CCTV footage shows Joel Jr. shopping for items later used.
This is video of the male subject entering our grocery vestibule
on November 26, 2016 at 3:26 p.m.
His internet history also revealed searches for different chemicals. Joel's plan was to end his parents' lives and make it look like his father had committed the act. He planned to clean the scene, partially burn the house, and wrote notes about manipulating the thermostat. On November 26, 2016, Joel Jr. purchased items consistent with those found at the scene.
And here's one from November 26, 2016 at 12:18, 18 minutes after noon at the 10,900 Parkside Drive, Walmart, detailing the items purchased are consistent with what was observed and documented at the Golden View address in the foyer.
That day, while Lisa was out shopping, Joel Jr. attacked his father. The room showed signs of struggle, but Joel Sr. was overpowered and attacked. Lisa returned home and, upon entering, witnessed the event. She rushed upstairs but was too late to save her husband. Joel Jr. attacked and killed her. He then placed her head in a stock pot on the stove. After obtaining a deep cut on his left thumb during the event, Joel Jr. left to go to a store, where he was seen buying supplies. Within just over 3 hours, both his parents were dead. Tragically, upon hearing the news of her daughter's death, Lisa's elderly mother collapsed and passed away before her daughter's funeral. Lisa's brother stated in court that his mother was heartbroken to learn that her grandchild was responsible for her daughter's death.
But to find out your daughter was murdered by your own grandchild was heartbreaking. My mother died. There were 3 deaths on your hand, on Joe Michael Guy Jr.'s hands. On that day, I lost my family. My mother is gone. My sister is gone. The world has forever changed. The impact of this crime is notorious.
The evidence stacked up against Joel Jr. as the case came to trial, yet he pleaded not guilty. Evidence from family and from Joel Jr.'s notebook showed that his motive was financial. Joel Jr. had been financially supported by his parents for his whole life, with Lisa working tirelessly to give the majority of her paychecks to her son. Yet, as they were nearing retirement, the couple decided it was time for their 28-year-old son to stand on his own 2 feet and planned to cut him off financially. Joel Jr. had guessed what was happening and was not happy. Realizing that his parents would no longer support him, Joel hatched a plan. He thought that if both of his parents were dead, he would be able to access their $500,000 life insurance policy. On top of this, Joel Jr. would have access to his parents' other assets, such as their cars and boat. For most of us, hurting any of our family members is inconceivable. But Joel Jr. not only killed the 2 people who loved and supported him the most, but he did it for money. Joel Sr.'s family members took to the stand to confirm he had been planning to cut his son off financially. Joel Sr. had been planning to tell Joel Jr. that coming Christmas, which the family would have celebrated in their new home, had their lives not been cut tragically short.
Week before, they were at the house and we were talking about what they were going to do, and they said that they were going to wait till Christmas to talk to Joel Michael, that they were going to have him to start paying his bills and stuff.
And this was a close family. They like to talk, and they discuss these plans, and you just can bet that Lisa Guy, who was Mr. Joel Guy Jr.'s biggest fan, his enabler, his supporter, you know that she told him. She had to tell him in advance what he was in for, what was coming up for him. You know that happened. If they're talking about it with Michelle and Angela and Joel Sr.'s sisters in October and November, you know that the defendant knew about it, and you know that his mother told him. So he knew what was coming. And he's smart. He's smart enough to know that once his mom retires, once she quits her job, that insurance money is gone. He isn't getting that. He's not getting that. And he's not used to supporting himself. He's used to having the support and care from his mother, primarily, taking care of his needs, providing him with an apartment, with utilities, with a car, gas money, paying his bills, his tuition, paying for his books, paying for everything. He's used to having her pay for everything. And he wasn't about to let them cut him off.
A further detail was explained by Michelle Tyler, Joel Jr.'s half-sister. She stated that she had seen the blue containers in Joel Michael Jr.'s car during their Thanksgiving celebrations 2 days before the murders. These blue containers would be the ones into which Joel Jr. would place chemicals and parts of his parents' bodies. On day 2 of the trial, footage of Joel Jr. in Walmart just hours after the deaths of his parents was shown, where he was purchasing bandages and plasters to put over the cut on his thumb he sustained after he attacked his dad. On the video, you can see that he has what appears to be bandages covering some type of injury on his right and left hands. More photos and videos from this situation were also shown. The pot that contained Lisa Guy's head was presented to the court. Multiple items in the house used for the incident had Joel Jr.'s fingerprints on them. Officers came to the stand to further describe what they found. One officer described the smell, stating that he would never be able to get that smell out of his head. Throughout these descriptions, Joel Jr. sat emotionless, not reacting to the testimonies being given by Knox County police officers in a case where somebody is charged with premeditated murder.
In a case where somebody is charged with premeditated murder, and I've tried many premeditated homicides, usually you have to put premeditation together circumstantially. And many times I have argued to a jury that you will have to put facts A, B, C, D, and E together to prove this element of premeditation. It's not like you'll have a notebook or an outline or a diary entry that's going to tell you every time. And how ironic that I finally got a case where I have that. That's exactly what we have. We have basically what amounts to a diary that outlines a plan of intention to kill. And we have a motive.
Each new detail presented in court revealed the depths of Joel's actions. On the 3rd day of the trial, a further forensic investigator described how they removed the liquefying bodies from the property, describing the way the body part of Joel Guy Sr. had been entirely dissolved by the substance, leaving it bare. Joel Jr.'s only friend and old roommate also spoke to the jury. Michael McCracken, who met Joel Jr. at school, had been friends with Joel for nearly 10 years. He described Joel Jr. as a socially awkward person who was becoming more of a recluse as he got older. A phone call between the two after Joel Jr. had been arrested was played for the court, in which Joel said that Michael was the only good thing in his life. Joel Jr. had sat through the delivery of unsettling evidence and the emotional testimonies from family and friends of his deceased parents. Yet, this moment, seeing his best friend in court, was the only time Joel Jr. showed emotion in the trial. The 4th day of the trial, on Thursday, saw the beginning of deliberations. Joel Guy Jr. turned down the opportunity to testify, and the charges against him were read out again.
And you do understand, if you wanted to, regardless of what your attorneys advise you, that you certainly could. That decision is completely yours. You understand that, Mr. Guy? And so it's your decision, after being informed and discussing this with your attorneys, to not testify in this case. Is that correct?
Finally, on Friday, October 2nd, 2020, Joel Guy Jr. was found guilty on all charges, including 2 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of first-degree felony murder, and 2 counts of abuse of a corpse. Joel was found unanimously guilty on all 7 counts. With over 700 pieces of evidence shown to the court, Joel Michael Guy Jr. remains in prison and is incarcerated at the Northwest Correctional Complex in Tiptonville, Tennessee. His sentence will last for 124 years, and he'll be eligible for parole on April 30th, 2136. What are your thoughts on this tragic and heartbreaking story? Do you think anything could have been done to prevent these murders? Let us know your thoughts in the comments below.
First, I asked Tommy Schaefer to help me find somebody to kill my mom for $50,000. And he said no. After that, I got this whole new savage idea in my head that I wanted to kill her in a hotel room because she had killed my father in a hotel room. We were going to Bali, so I began to plot.
This disturbing video was filmed by Heather Mack while she was behind bars in one of Indonesia's most notorious prisons. She faced a possible death sentence after being convicted of a crime that made headlines worldwide. The case reveals a shocking story where even close family ties were shattered. This is the tragic tale of Heather Mack and her mother, Sheila von Wieser. First, we want to express our deepest condolences to the loved ones of Sheila von Wieser, who was the victim of these terrible events. On August 11, 2014, 19-year-old Heather Mack and her 62-year-old mother, Sheila, arrived in Bali for a vacation. Sheila had spent a lot of money on the trip, hoping to mend their strained relationship. But unbeknownst to Sheila, Heather had darker intentions. In the early hours of August 14th, they checked into the St. Regis Hotel in Nusa Dua, Bali. During check-in, Sheila discovered 2 rooms booked under her name and saw a passport belonging to Tommy Schaefer, Heather's boyfriend. Heather had used Sheila's credit card to book a separate room and a plane ticket for Tommy without her mother's knowledge. Furious, Sheila stormed off and didn't return that day. On August 12th, Tommy arrived at the resort and went to the room Heather had reserved for him. That night, Heather and Tommy put their sinister plan into action. After giving Sheila sleeping pills, Heather texted Tommy to let him know it was time. When Tommy entered the room, Sheila was drowsy but still awake. Once inside, with the door shut behind him, Tommy picked up a fruit bowl and hit Sheila over the head. He and Heather then continued to beat Sheila until she stopped breathing. Together, they concealed Sheila's body in a suitcase. CCTV footage later showed the couple carrying the suitcase on a luggage cart and loading it into a taxi. This terrible crime shocked the world, leaving many to wonder why Heather would murder her own mother in such a brutal way. Police have reported that the body of a 62-year-old woman was found stuffed in a suitcase on the resort island of Bali, Indonesia. The grim discovery was made on Tuesday, inside a taxi parked in front of the luxury St. Regis Hotel. The woman, found half-dressed with head injuries, raises many questions. One big question is about Heather Mack. Who is she, and what could have led her to such a tragic situation? Heather Mack was born in 1995 to James L. Mack, a well-known jazz musician and composer, and Sheila Ann von Wieser. As their only child, Heather received a lot of love and attention. Even though James was already in his 60s when Heather was born, he was very involved in her life. Growing up in a wealthy Chicago household, Heather seemed to have everything. Her parents showered her with gifts, and she never lacked for anything. Family and friends say she was the center of her parents' world. The Macks were a close family and often took vacations together, but their trips were frequently marred by bad luck. In 2001, when Heather was 6, the family went on a Royal Caribbean Mediterranean cruise. During the trip, James hurt his foot while swimming. The ship's doctor didn't treat it properly, and the injury worsened, leaving James partially paralyzed. He later sued the cruise company, and the case took over a decade to resolve. James also fought colon cancer in his later years, but continued to go on vacations with his family. Tragically, in 2006, James passed away from a pulmonary embolism in his hotel room during a vacation in Athens, Greece, when he was 77 years old. After James Mack passed away, his wife Sheila took his body to a Greek morgue. Surprisingly, she then went on to continue her vacation in Santorini with her daughter Heather. This left 10-year-old Heather feeling hurt and resentful towards her mother, as she struggled to grieve her father properly. Heather bottled up her emotions for years, which eventually led to serious problems. Just days before his death, James had written a will naming Heather as the sole beneficiary of his fortune, excluding Sheila entirely. This meant Heather stood to inherit millions of dollars. In 2011, a decade after the cruise incident where James got injured, the Royal Caribbean Cruise Company settled the lawsuit and paid $1.5 million. According to James's will, all this money should have gone to Heather. However, a judge decided to give $500,000 of the settlement to Sheila. As Heather grew older, her relationship with Sheila became more strained. During middle school, Heather started skipping classes and hanging out with a troublesome group of friends. She began rebelling against her mother by stealing, sneaking out at night, and doing whatever she could to defy Sheila. Heather's behavior wasn't just typical teenage rebellion. When she and her mother argued, Heather would sometimes use Sheila's credit card to stay in fancy hotels. She even stole large sums of money from her. Between 2004 and 2013, police visited their home as many as 86 times due to their ongoing conflicts. Sheila told close friends that Heather was becoming increasingly violent towards her. As Heather grew bigger, it became harder for Sheila to avoid getting hurt. Heather's rebellion often turned into physical abuse. Whenever Heather stole money or credit cards from her mother, fights would break out, and Heather would sometimes bite, hit, or punch Sheila. Sheila often had to call the police for help because Heather was becoming too difficult to control. By the time Heather was a senior in high school, at just 15 years old, she had fallen in love with a young man named Tommy Schaefer. Tommy, who went by the name Tommy X, was an unemployed aspiring rapper. He had grown up with his mother after his father left them, and although Tommy had friends, many people found him untrustworthy because he often told exaggerated stories to be the center of attention. Sheila believed Tommy was a bad influence on Heather, who was already troubled, and she didn't approve of their relationship. Despite Sheila's disapproval, Heather and Tommy bonded over their shared experiences of losing their fathers. They dreamed of a future where they could use Heather's inheritance to live a lavish life together. Sheila tried hard to stop this from happening. For example, once, when Heather ran away and checked into a hotel with Tommy using Sheila's credit card, Sheila reported the card as stolen. While Heather got a warning, Tommy was charged with disorderly conduct. This incident increased the tension between Heather and her mother. The situation escalated in February 2011. During a heated argument, Heather pushed Sheila into the bathroom, causing her to fall and break her arm. Making matters worse, Heather then unplugged the phone, preventing her mother from calling an ambulance. Heather seemed to lack empathy and didn't care about causing her mother pain. She often destroyed household items during their fights, like breaking plates and picture frames. Sheila confided in her friends about how difficult it was to handle Heather's behavior. Once, Heather was arrested, but Sheila chose not to press charges, hoping things would improve. Unfortunately, they only got worse. In January 2012, after another big argument where Heather broke things in their home, she ran away again. This pattern of fighting and running away was becoming all too common. Even though friends and police officers advised Sheila to press charges, she refused. Sheila didn't want Heather to end up with a criminal record. She held on to the hope that Heather would eventually grow up and their relationship could be repaired. Hoping a change might help, Sheila moved them from Oak Park to a high-rise apartment in Chicago's Gold Coast neighborhood. But instead of getting better, things took a turn for the worse. Heather became pregnant with Tommy's child and dropped out of high school. Heather later claimed that her mother forced her to have 2 abortions and was pushing for a third. Sheila was even considering getting legal control over Heather to make this happen. Despite facing severe physical abuse from Heather for 3 years, Sheila refused to give up on her daughter. She still believed they could find a way to heal their relationship. Looking for a fresh start, Sheila planned a trip to Bali, Indonesia, with Heather in 2013. She hoped that some time away together might help mend their broken hearts. When Sheila, aged 62, decided to take her daughter Heather on a vacation to Bali, she spared no expense. She bought first-class tickets for both of them, each costing over $10,000, and booked a luxurious room at the upscale St. Regis Resort. Sheila hoped this trip would help repair their strained relationship. She had no idea what Heather was planning. Pictures from their trip show them smiling, but beneath those smiles were deep, unresolved issues. Sadly, Sheila didn't realize just how much they had drifted apart until it was too late. Months before the trip, Heather's boyfriend, Tommy, had shared a dark plan with his cousin, Robert Bibbs. Heather had told Tommy that she saw only one way to escape her mother's control: to kill her. She was desperate to avoid the abortions her mother wanted and saw inheriting her mother's millions as the solution. Heather even talked about hiring a hitman, saying she had $50,000 to spend on one. Robert was shocked, but instead of discouraging Tommy, he suggested ways to do the deed himself, bypassing the need for a hitman. Their discussions took place over Facebook Messenger and through text messages, leaving a trail of evidence. If Sheila had simply agreed to give Heather access to her trust fund, Heather would have gotten the money she wanted. However, Sheila wasn't focused on the money. She just wanted her daughter to be mature enough to handle her inheritance responsibly. Ignoring her mother's intentions, Heather and Tommy continued to plot. Heather secretly used her mother's credit card to buy Tommy a business class ticket so he could join them on their Bali vacation. While Sheila and Heather flew first class, Tommy flew separately and stayed at the same resort. Before the trip, Sheila had confided in a friend named Elliot. In an email, she detailed her concerns about Heather's behaviour and the upcoming vacation, hoping that the time away might help fix their troubled relationship. Sheila's friend Elliot had warned her that the trip to Bali might not help improve her rocky relationship with Heather. Unfortunately, he was right. On August 11, 2014, just after midnight, Sheila and Heather arrived in Bali. When they checked into the resort, Sheila was shocked to find 2 rooms booked under her name. The hotel staff showed her a copy of Tommy's passport, which explained the second room. Sheila immediately confronted Heather, leading to a heated argument in front of the hotel staff. Heather claimed that Tommy was there to study, but Sheila didn't believe her. She knew a high school dropout wasn't likely to be in Bali for school. Frustrated and feeling disrespected, Sheila walked away angrily. Tommy arrived at the resort just after midnight on August 12th, a few hours after Heather and Sheila. Once Tommy got to his room, Heather messaged him about an hour later, saying her mother was still angry but had gone to bed. Around 1:54 a.m., Heather sneaked out to Tommy's room and they wandered the hotel corridors until about 2:45 a.m. After returning to her room, Heather and Tommy continued to text each other, planning how to kill Sheila. They discussed their plot in code, using the phrase, "say hi," to mean murder. Heather suggested they should say hi right away. Tommy replied that Sheila should be made completely unconscious first, hinting that she should be drugged. At around 3:16 a.m., Heather snuck out again to meet Tommy on his floor. Noticing her daughter was missing, Sheila went to the lobby at 3:27 a.m. and spoke to the staff, likely worried. Heather then appeared in the lobby to talk to her mother and returned to their room afterward. From 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., Heather and Tommy exchanged more messages. During this time, Heather reportedly drugged her mother with sleeping pills. Their texts continued, filled with plans and anticipation for what they would do next. The night was filled with tension, deceit, and the looming horror of what was to come. Heather texted Tommy, saying that Sheila had woken up and the sleeping pills hadn't worked well. Tommy advised her to wait at least 20 minutes to make sure Sheila was asleep before they said hi, their code for the murder. Heather was excited and said she couldn't wait. Initially, Heather was supposed to carry out the attack, but she got scared and asked Tommy for help. Tommy suggested that Heather should create a distraction to keep Sheila occupied while he hid in the bathroom. In their chilling messages, Heather urged Tommy to be relentless, no matter what Sheila did or said. As they waited for Sheila to fall back asleep, Tommy messaged his cousin, Robert Bibbs, again. Robert was surprised that Sheila hadn't died from the sleeping pills and suggested drowning her. Tommy, aware of the resort's security cameras, decided instead to hit Sheila with something hard. He sent Heather a picture of a glass fruit bowl with a metal handle, and they agreed it would make a good weapon. The plan was for Tommy to jump out and hit Sheila over the head with the fruit bowl, knocking her out so they could kill her together. They would then claim that Sheila had slipped and fallen. Heather pretended to go get some water and confirmed that the bowl was a suitable weapon. Their final text exchange was around 8:57 a.m. After that, Tommy went back into Sheila's room with Heather. Following their gruesome plan, Tommy picked up the fruit bowl and struck Sheila over the head repeatedly. The couple continued to beat Sheila until she eventually died, choking on her own blood. Once Sheila was dead, Heather and Tommy worked together to cut up her body and stuff it into a suitcase. Resort security cameras captured them moving the suitcase on a hotel luggage cart, heading to different floors. At 10:02 a.m., Tommy messaged Robert, confirming Sheila's death and showing no remorse. Robert responded by blaming Sheila, saying it wasn't Tommy's fault for not feeling anything. At 10:43 a.m., Heather and Tommy loaded the suitcase and some other items into a cab. As they did, they noticed blood leaking from the seams of the suitcase, causing them to panic. They quickly left the bloody suitcase in the trunk and told the cab driver they needed to go back inside to check out of the hotel. After leaving the suitcase in the cab, Heather and Tommy returned briefly to the resort, but then left through another exit. The cab driver, waiting for them, eventually opened the trunk and found blood on the suitcase. He informed resort security, who took it to the police station. When the police opened the suitcase, they discovered Sheila's body inside. She had been seriously injured and later died from her injuries. The exact cause was determined to be related to the injuries she sustained. Heather and Tommy were arrested the next day while staying at another hotel nearby. Tommy's cousin, Robert Bibbs, saw news of their arrest and feigned surprise. However, texts between Robert and Tommy discussing the incident made him an accessory. Initially, Heather and Tommy claimed they had been taken by armed individuals who had harmed Sheila. They said they had fled and were scared to report the incident. However, Tommy later changed his story, alleging that he had harmed Sheila in self-defense. Tommy claimed he struck the 62-year-old woman in self-defense. Heather made a similar claim, alleging Sheila was abusive. However, police reports filed by Sheila contradicted these claims, showing Heather had been the aggressor in previous incidents. Heather also claimed she wasn't in the room during the murder. She said Tommy acted alone in putting her mother in the suitcase. In Indonesia, the penalty for murder is death, which worried 18-year-old Heather. However, due to her pregnancy, she avoided the firing squad pending trial. Tommy pleaded guilty to killing Sheila in September 2014, while Heather confessed to being an accomplice. They were formally charged with murder in January 2015. The potential sentence was death by firing squad, but in April 2015, Heather received a 10-year prison term. Tommy got 18 years, with Heather's lighter sentence reflecting her lesser role and having given birth in jail. In September 2015, Tommy's cousin Robert Bibbs was charged with conspiring against Sheila, receiving a 9-year sentence in June 2017. During her imprisonment, Heather gained attention for videos on social media showing her seemingly carefree life in Bali's prison, sparking global interest and criticism. Heather appears carefree, wearing makeup and playfully sticking her tongue out in the video. Her daughter Stella, born in prison 6 months earlier, is shown being cradled by Tommy Schaefer. Heather is seen dancing with other inmates and casually discussing her daughter's health issues due to Coca-Cola in other clips.
Okay, so this is a video that I need to make. A lot of the times, since I've been a kid, I've heard the truth sets you free, the truth sets you free. And I never understood, but I'm Heather Mack, and I want to be set free. I don't want to live in a lie anymore. When I was 10, my mother killed my father in a hotel in Athens, Greece. 2 weeks before I came to Bali, I found out that she killed my father. And I made it up in my heart, in my mind, my soul, in my blood, in the oxygen running through my body, that I wanted to kill my mother. First, I asked Tommy Schaefer to help me find somebody to kill my mom for $50,000, and he said no. After that, I got this whole new savage idea in my head that I wanted to kill her in a hotel room because she had killed my father in a hotel room. We were going to Bali, so I began to plot. I began turning off Tommy's phone, taking Tommy's phone when he was asleep, starting in Chicago, taking Tommy's phone and having conversations between Tommy and myself, texting myself, having fake conversations, and then deleting them before he could see them. I did that because part of me knew that with this plan of killing my mom in a hotel, that I might get arrested. I didn't want to get arrested by myself in a different country.
Heather claimed her mother had killed her father and that all conversations with Tommy were actually Heather pretending to be him. She asserted Sheila was abusive towards her during her teenage years. However, Heather's uncle and aunt argued these statements were fabricated. Evidence showed Heather's father, James Mack, died of a pulmonary embolism at age 77, with no foul play suspected. Sheila never pressed charges against Heather, despite injuries over the years, suggesting Sheila was the victim, not the abuser. After raising her daughter Stella in prison for 2 years, Heather had to relinquish custody to a foster family. She believed they were providing good care. Heather was released early in October 2021 after serving 7 years in prison. Wanting to stay in Bali, due to safety concerns in Chicago, she was extradited to the US because she lacked a visa, as did her daughter. Heather was arrested upon arrival in November 2021 and held in a federal penitentiary. Her trial was initially scheduled for July 2023, but in June 2023, Heather entered a guilty plea for her charges. We're going to explore the Lissy family tragedy, a harrowing case that raises questions about what drives a seemingly devoted family man to commit unspeakable acts. It also prompts us to examine the characteristics of psychopathy and how such individuals can blend into society, concealing their true nature until they unleash unimaginable horrors. Psychopathy, a personality disorder characterized by traits like lack of empathy, emotional shallowness, egocentrism, and manipulative charm, can be difficult to detect. Even those closest to a psychopath may not recognize the danger until it's too late. The Lissy family story serves as a stark reminder of this reality. Despite outward appearances of a loving family, tragedy struck, revealing a darker side hidden beneath the surface. The man behind the heinous act shocked everyone with his calculated actions and chilling motives. Yet, psychiatric evaluation confirmed his awareness and premeditation, leaving many baffled and shaken. This case shook Italy, particularly the serene province of Mavisanti, where the tragedy unfolded. It etched itself into the history of the small Milanese suburbs as one of the most notorious crimes. Now, let's delve into the events leading up to this tragic conclusion. In the early hours of Saturday, June 14, 2014, the quiet town of Mavisanti was disrupted by the desperate cries of 31-year-old Carlo Lei, who claimed that his entire family had fallen victim to intruders who had broken into their home. He miraculously survived because he was out with friends at a local sports bar watching the soccer match between Italy and England. Upon returning home, he discovered his house in disarray and the lifeless bodies of his 38-year-old wife, Christina, their 5-year-old daughter, and their 1.5-year-old son. Neighbours immediately called the police and emergency medical services. While waiting for them to arrive, the operator asked Carlo to check for any signs of life and possibly start CPR if there were any. However, he refused to step inside the house or touch the bodies, even before confirming their demise. Carlo's behaviour, although possibly attributed to shock, raised eyebrows. He struggled to react emotionally with dry eyes and an almost indifferent expression despite attempting to cry. His recollection of events was muddled and his statements conflicted. He claimed to have recorded the discovery of the bodies on his phone's camera, believing it would prove his innocence. However, this recording ended up being a key piece of evidence against him, among others. The robbery narrative initially advocated by Lissy was swiftly dismissed by the police. Instead, he became the prime suspect as more physical evidence was uncovered at the crime scene. Doubts about his mental health began to surface. Now, let's introduce the main characters of this narrative, starting with Christina Lissy. Born Christina Omas on September 17, 1975, in the small northern Italian town of Pavia, she was the eldest child in her family. She exhibited a strong-willed, independent and highly ambitious nature, always marching to the beat of her own drum. Christina possessed leadership qualities and was constantly striving to excel in whatever she undertook, whether it was her schoolwork, performances in the drama club, or any day-to-day activities. Thanks to her excellent organizational skills and ability to lead, she always had a wide circle of friends. After finishing high school, Christina was accepted into a prestigious university in Milan and soon moved out of her parents' home to start an independent life. Despite this, she maintained a close relationship with her family, staying in constant touch. Her parents knew they could always rely on their eldest daughter. At the age of 19, while still attending university, Christina took a job at a branch of a major Italian insurance company located in MA Visconti. She quickly earned the respect of her superiors and colleagues, and her career was on a fast track to success. Upon graduation, she had a wide array of opportunities before her. Instead of moving to a big city, she chose to stay closer to home in the countryside. By this time, she had already received a promotion at work and assumed a managerial position, becoming a leading specialist in the field of civil insurance. However, even as she grew into an adult and a successful woman, Christina never gave up her youthful passion for theatre. She dedicated all her spare time to rehearsals and performing on stage, particularly enjoying musical productions due to her strong voice and impeccable musical ear. In MA Visconti, she had her admirers and was sometimes even recognized on the streets. Yet, Christina's personal life didn't seem to fall into place as smoothly. She had many suitors and occasional romances, but most of the men she encountered seemed frivolous, unreliable, and unsuitable for a serious relationship or family life. She held on to the belief that she would eventually find her true love and achieve happiness. Carlo Lissi, the unassuming psychopath, entered the world in the fall of 1982 in the Italian commune of Casarano as the eldest of two sons in his family. The family patriarch held conservative views and was quite strict, even harsh, with his children. Carlo's younger brother quickly became the parents' darling, constantly pampered and protected, while they demanded unquestioning obedience, stellar academic performance, and high achievements from their firstborn. From childhood, Carlo strived to meet his parents' expectations, always acting as instructed. He excelled academically, participated in volleyball, a sport his father chose for him despite Carlo's passion for soccer, and never argued with his father, who often stated that his house operated solely on his rules. It was easy to upset or anger their father, who became terrifying when enraged, so Carlo made it a point never to contradict him, always enviously observing his father's and mother's more affectionate treatment towards his younger brother. As a teenager, Carlo became nervous and withdrawn, dreaming of doing something on his own yet fearing his father's wrath. His fears, internal struggles and self-doubt affected his relationships with peers. Carlo had almost no friends at school. He was seen as an uninteresting individual, often openly bullied without the ability to defend himself, as his father had crushed his self-esteem and suppressed any desire to assert himself. Over time, Carlo learned to adapt and blend in, avoiding conflict, trying to merge with the crowd and being superficially polite and kind, even to those he despised. It seemed Carlo had lost his own emotions, or perhaps never had them, laughing or mourning with others, but his emotional responses always remained shallow because he never truly felt those emotions. Another trait of Carlo was his skill in dodging uncomfortable questions. He wasn't a pathological liar, but knew how to prevaricate and evade with such an impassive demeanor that it seemed he was speaking the truth. People who knew Carlo personally later recalled his diminished capacity for empathy. He could be described as callous and indifferent to the troubles and sorrows of others, including those close to him. After finishing school, Lissi enrolled in a prestigious university's economics faculty, chosen by his father despite Carlo's disinterest in economics or working with numbers. His opinion was never sought, and he couldn't challenge his father's decision. Thus, Carlo was accustomed to acting against his own interests just to meet others' expectations. Carlo was quite handsome and knew how to use it to his advantage. His youthful sports activities and regular gym visits in adulthood made him even more attractive. Coupled with some charm and superficial charisma, Carlo could be described as a real looker with a dazzling smile and athletic build. People often admired his looks, leading to excessive self-love and clinical narcissism. Lissy easily initiated flings with women, but was incapable of engaging in serious long-term relationships. Firstly, he tried to avoid any responsibility. Secondly, he had no interest in making long-term plans, simply going with the flow. Thirdly, his partners soon realized he was emotionally shallow and devoid of real attachment, leading them often to initiate the breakup. Even after university, the young man continued living with his parents, showing no desire to start an independent life, let alone a family of his own. Meanwhile, he secured a job at a leading IT company in Milan. Carlo earned a good salary and faced broad prospects, but remained dissatisfied with his career. However, his parents were overjoyed, and his father seemed proud of his eldest son for the first time. So Carlo was too afraid to disappoint him, preferring to avoid conflicts and criticism. But soon, a good job and career achievements weren't enough. His parents increasingly pressured him to marry and provide them with grandchildren. Aware of his numerous fleeting affairs and his inability to maintain serious relationships, these discussions often led to arguments at home, as Carlo always tried to avoid confrontations. He assured them he would soon find a wife and start a family. Carlo first laid eyes on Christina during her performance in a musical play on stage, where he was utterly captivated by her powerful charisma and stunning vocal talent. Despite his immediate fascination, he lacked the courage to approach her after the show. However, fate intervened a few weeks later when mutual friends introduced them. At the time of their meeting, Carlo was only 23, while Christina had already turned 30. Despite the significant age difference, they quickly developed a romantic relationship. Christina, who had previously focused mainly on her career, found herself unexpectedly wanting to build a family and have children with Carlo. He was handsome, career-oriented, and intelligent. Christina perceived his hesitancy, dependency, noticeable selfishness, and some emotional coldness as traits that could be mended. She took the initiative in their relationship, with Carlo compliantly following her lead. Just a few months into the relationship, Omas introduced Carlo to her family. Christina's parents, however, were not pleased with her choice. They saw her suitor as frivolous, with Christina's mother describing him as a child in a man's body. She believed her daughter needed a more emotionally mature partner who could be a reliable support, not this immature young man. Christina, however, disagreed and decided to follow her heart, as she always had. Conversely, Carlo's parents were thrilled with his choice. Christina was seen as an adult, wise, self-sufficient, and accomplished woman who could take care of herself and their indecisive, somewhat irresponsible son. The head of the family, who was not easily pleased, was particularly delighted, convincing Carlo further that he had made the right decision. About a year after meeting, the young couple moved in together and started actively planning their wedding. Carlo was quiet and compliant, always listening to his fiancée, never contradicting her, and carefully avoiding domestic disputes. Christina made all the decisions while her chosen partner silently supported them. This arrangement suited her perfectly, as she was confident that a long and happy life awaited them. However, just before their wedding, Carlo revealed his true nature for the first time. Nearly causing them to split before the wedding, Carlo's friends threw him a bachelor party in one of Milan's popular nightclubs. They drank, had fun, and were having a great time when a group of women joined them. The guy went off to a hotel with the woman, where they spent a passionate night. The next morning, unexpectedly, Carlo confessed his love to the casual lover and promised to leave his fiancée for her. That same day, he confessed everything to Christina, stating he had fallen for someone else and no longer wanted the wedding. Christina handled the news with dignity, packed her belongings, and decided to move back to her parents' house temporarily while finding her own place. But when Carlo's father learned about his son's actions and that the engagement with Christina was broken off by his initiative, he was furious. He declared he didn't want to see his heir until he apologized to the bride-to-be and convinced her to marry him again. Once again, Carlos submitted to his father's will. After buying a huge bouquet of flowers, he headed to the Omis's residence. Christina's parents opposed him. They had disliked this peculiar young man even before the news of his infidelity and the broken engagement, and now they certainly didn't want to see him. But the final decision was Christina's to make. After some thought, she decided to forgive her fiancé and give him another chance. The wedding took place as planned, and the money gifted by relatives was invested in buying their own home in M.A. Visanti. Initially, their marital life seemed quite blissful, but both held high-ranking positions with substantial salaries, affording them not just the necessities, but also travel, entertainment, and more. In 2009, they welcomed their first child, a daughter named Julia, and in 2013, Christina gave birth to a son, Gabriel. To the outside world, they appeared as a happy family, full of love and understanding. Carlos seemed to do everything to please his wife, not out of deep love or respect, but rather to avoid disputes. Christina was content with their life together, oblivious to the double life her husband led. At home, he was the exemplary family man, spending time with his wife and kids, yet in Milan, where Carlo commuted daily for work, he transformed entirely. He frequently engaged in flings and casual encounters, meeting women in cafes, shopping centres, or even on the street. The handsome, stylishly dressed man in his expensive car almost always received reciprocated interest, but these affairs typically ended after a few dates. Carlo enjoyed the control and dominance in these short-term relationships, deciding when to see his next conquest and when to leave her at home. Christina held the reins, with Carlo merely following her lead. However, rumours of his escapades eventually reached Christina. Each time she confronted him, Carlo swore it was all lies and slander. In 2013, shortly after the birth of their second child, Carlo seriously considered leaving his family for one of his mistresses, to the point of admitting his intentions to his wife. Christina countered with compelling arguments against their separation, particularly highlighting how it would upset his parents. Carlo had no choice but to concede to her reasoning. A year later, in early 2014, a new employee named Maria, young and attractive, joined Carlo's workplace. He fell for her instantly, unable to think of anyone else. He tried everything to catch her attention, giving small gifts, complimenting her, and asking her out repeatedly. However, Maria was clear about not wanting to engage with a married co-worker who had 2 children. But Carlo, persistent in his pursuit, seemed to ignore her protests and didn't think of giving up. Moreover, Carlo began to blame his family for his unhappiness, believing his wife and children were obstacles to his personal joy. He convinced himself he had never been happy in his marriage or in life for that matter. But with Maria, he imagined he could have the perfect relationship if only he wasn't bound by his marital ties and responsibilities as a father. The more he dwelled on this thought, the darker his contemplations became. Carlo broached the subject of divorce again, but his wife once more convinced him it was a bad idea, and he found no arguments to counter hers. Frustrated, he started looking online for divorce lawyers, but realized after a few consultations that he would have to surrender half of his assets to Christina and also pay child support. Unwilling to accept such an outcome, he began researching how to end a person's life quickly and without arousing suspicion. Delving into various criminal stories, Carlo stumbled upon an article about an armed robbery that had occurred a few years prior in M. Visanti. The robbers had fatally stabbed the homeowner before fleeing with the loot, remaining undetected to this day. A monstrous plan took shape in Carlo's mind to recreate a similar robbery scenario, but this time the intended victims would be the mother and children. The last day for Christina and the children was Friday, June 13th, 2014. Carlo had the day off and spent it with his family, giving them a farewell party, so to speak. They went to an amusement park together, then went to the mall for shopping and spent the evening at a popular local cafe. The man did his best to make sure that as many people as possible saw him and his family that day, and everyone noticed how happy they were. After returning home, the couple put the children to bed in their rooms on the second floor and went downstairs to the living room, where they made love. It was part of Carlo's cunning plan to avert suspicion. He knew that the examination would establish the fact that he and Christina had consensual intimacy, and who would think that after that, a man would suddenly take the life of his wife and children? The woman knew that her husband was going to watch soccer with friends, and assumed that he went to get dressed, and she herself settled down in the living room at the TV. But Carlo, at that time, went to the kitchen, where he took a large knife and stealthily crept up to his wife from behind. He stabbed her in the side of the neck, but Christina not only remained conscious, but also rushed to escape. Apparently, she did not immediately realize who had attacked her, and when she turned around and saw her distraught husband with a knife in his hand, she was shocked. The victim tried to defend herself and dislodged the knife, causing the man's hand to slip and injuring his palm. Despite her efforts, the strength disparity was too great. Carlo continued his assault until Christina showed no signs of life. He then went upstairs and cut the throats of his sleeping 5-year-old daughter and 18-month-old son. Experts later concluded that the children likely did not suffer and probably didn't even wake up. Neighbours, some of whom heard loud screams, did not call the police, thinking the noise quickly subsided. Carlo clumsily staged a robbery, erasing his fingerprints and cleaning the floor where he had stepped in fresh blood. However, he left blood splatters unnoticed on his clothing. His claim of a robbery was quickly dismissed. Investigation revealed no logical reason for robbers to harm the children. Carlo became the prime suspect and gave inconsistent statements. Evidence, including a bloodied cloth in the trash, pointed to premeditated murder. Despite being labelled a psychopath, Carlo insisted on his innocence. His motive, revealed later, was to avoid divorce settlements with his wife and financial obligations to his children, so he could pursue a relationship with another woman. Carlo was sentenced to life in prison in January 2015. He showed no remorse and attempted but later withdrew an appeal. His father, unable to accept his son's actions, died shortly after Carlo's conviction.
A young lady went to another town for her education and stayed with a friend. What unfolded afterward seemed like a complex story from a detective movie rather than a real-life event. This story troubled law enforcement for quite some time until the surprising truth was revealed. Jenny Anderson was born on July 15, 1985, in the quaint town of Fairview, Arizona. She was a lively and friendly person, always the center of attention at gatherings. In her school years, she was an active member of the local sports team. Upon finishing high school, Jenny joined West Arizona State University, focusing on psychology and crime studies. While studying, she also worked part-time at an educational center for kids. During her time at the university, she met a guy named Mark Thompson. They dated for a few years, and just before graduating in 2006, they got engaged. Jenny, at the age of 21, made a decision to pursue a master's degree in psychology, leading her to temporarily move to Phoenix for further studies. Her time at the Children's Educational Center ignited a passion for this field, and she aimed to specialize as a child psychologist. In the meantime, her boyfriend continued his studies in a different state with the goal of getting a law degree. Even with the distance, they stayed in touch every day and began preparing for their upcoming wedding, which was just a few months away. When she moved to Knoxville for her studies, Jonah arranged her own place to stay. However, in the first few weeks, she stayed at her friend Jason's apartment. They had been classmates with her boyfriend at the university. After they graduated, Jason moved to Knoxville. He had a 2-bedroom apartment and was kind enough to let her stay until she found her own place. Jonah found 2 part-time jobs, one at a jewelry store and another at a children's hospital. On the evening of December 5th, after finishing work at the store, she went to the shopping center to buy Christmas gifts. When she got back home, she packed gifts for the children at the educational center, had a chat with her apartment neighbor, and then went to her room, Later that night, after chatting with her boyfriend on the phone and going to sleep around 4 a.m., Jason woke up to a woman's scream. He thought Jonah had a nightmare and rushed to her room. At that moment, a man came out of the room, and Jason noticed a knife in his hand. The assailant immediately attacked him, delivering several blows. Jason fought back and managed to push the attacker away, allowing him to escape from the apartment. Jason hurriedly rushed to the nearby apartment complex, desperately knocking on every door, hoping that someone would call for help. However, nobody answered. He then sprinted to the closest 24-hour store, almost a kilometer away. The store clerk, shocked to see him covered in blood, immediately dialed 911. Jason quickly explained what had transpired. The police soon arrived at his residence and found Jonah on the floor, barely responsive, near the corridor door connecting 5 apartments. Paramedics prepared to transport her to the hospital. A police officer inquired if the assailant was still in the apartment, and Jason thought he noticed a slight nod from Jonah. The officers conducted a thorough search but couldn't find the attacker. Jonah was swiftly taken to the nearest hospital, but despite the doctor's efforts, they couldn't save her. Medical experts revealed she had suffered over 20 injuries from a sharp object, leaving little chance of survival. The assailant had also attacked her neighbor, inflicting 8 wounds, with 1 being severe. Luckily, the neighbor's life wasn't in danger. Meanwhile, detectives started examining the crime scene. Bloodstains in the corridor suggested Jonah had tried to seek help from her neighbors, but none had opened their doors. Next to Jonah's room, investigators discovered the weapon, a kitchen knife that belonged to Jason. The assailant had struck with such force that the blade had bent. Additionally, blood traces were found near the back door and on the staircase, indicating the assailant's escape route. Given that Jason and Jonah had exited through the front door, detectives concluded that the assailant had fled through the back door. Another clue emerged in Jason's room, a partial footprint that the perpetrator might have left while following Jason and launching the attack. Given the brutality of the incident involving the young woman, the police suspected that the crime might have a personal motive. They started by closely examining Jana's fiancé, even though he was far away from Knoxville. Everyone close to the couple affirmed their strong relationship, making it difficult to find a motive for him to commit such a terrible act. The fiancé, who was around 1,000 kilometers away, learned about Jana's tragic end when her mother called him at 10 a.m. Upon hearing the news, he fainted and took a while to regain composure. He needed help from his neighbor to book a flight and pack his bags because he was too distraught to do it himself. The detectives carefully reviewed his alibi and found it credible. He couldn't have physically traveled to Knoxville and back by the morning. Thus, he was ruled out as a suspect, shifting the focus to Jana's neighbor. Unlike the fiancé, the neighbor couldn't provide an alibi. He was present in the same apartment and had the opportunity to commit the crime. Suspicion also arose from the victim's friends and family, with some considering him the likely perpetrator. Others accused him of leaving the apartment, abandoning the young woman. This led the victim's parents to not want him at her funeral. As soon as Jason was released from the hospital, the detectives began questioning him. He recounted the events as follows. He woke up to a scream, saw an unknown man, and was attacked when he managed to push the assailant away. Jason then hurried to the front door and ran outside, attempting to reach the neighbors, believing that Jana had also managed to escape since he no longer heard her screams. However, the police were uncertain about this account. In the beginning, suspicions arose regarding Jason, mainly due to the injuries he had. 7 of his wounds were not severe, and the last one on his right hand could have happened during a struggle, either defending himself or attacking. The experts who study evidence couldn't find signs of someone breaking into the apartment. This suggested that the intruder might have been inside already. Jason mentioned that he took the trash out through the back door that evening, but couldn't recall if he had locked it. The detectives asked him a lot about the door he used to leave the building. He said it was the front door, but the police doubted his honesty. If he had gone out through the back door, it could explain the blood near that door on the stairs, implicating him more. Besides, Jason was accused of illegal drug use and distribution, and being aggressive when denied drugs. He denied these accusations, but the investigators kept confronting him. After hours of questioning at the police station, the detectives proposed a polygraph test, and Jason agreed. A specialist conducted the test and indicated that Jason might not have been entirely truthful. This distressed Jason, and he strongly proclaimed his innocence, fearing for his life as he believed the real criminal was still out there. However, The detectives weren't convinced. They couldn't arrest Jason for the crime because there wasn't enough evidence against him. They needed to wait for the forensic experts to complete their examination of the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment. Then, an unexpected twist in the story happened. On the knife believed to be the murder weapon, they discovered 3 DNA samples: the young woman who had passed away, Jason, and an unknown male. Shockingly, the unknown male's DNA was also found in Jonah's room on the back door handle, and on the staircase the intruder used to escape. Furthermore, a fingerprint covered in the victim's blood was found on the knife handle, and it did not match Jason's fingerprint. The police started having doubts about him being the person involved in the incident. The proof indicated that another individual was present at the apartment that night. However, when they checked the DNA against known records, they found no matches. Even though the detectives stopped considering Jason as the suspect, the public still believed he was guilty. People accused him of leaving his girlfriend and not protecting her. On top of that, Jason began struggling with post-traumatic stress. Soon, an interesting revelation came to light. The person handling the lie detector misunderstood the machine's readings. In reality, there were no signs indicating that Jason was being deceptive. Moreover, there was no concrete evidence linking him to illegal substances. The accusations were a tactic to pressure him. What's crucial is that the severity of Jason's injuries was initially downplayed by the police. In truth, he had suffered severe harm, making full recovery unlikely. Due to these police reports, the insurance company covered only a fraction of his medical expenses. This left Jason in significant financial trouble after he was no longer a suspect. Once Jason was no longer a suspect, the police questioned him as a witness. Based on his account, they created a rough description of the attacker. It was complicated because the room was dark, and Jason couldn't clearly see the attacker's face. The attacker immediately assaulted him as he left the room. Detectives found something interesting in Jonah's room: a cap and scattered discs near the back staircase. Initially, they thought these items belonged to Jonah or Jason. However, Jason denied it. According to him, none of those things were in his apartment, implying that the perpetrator left them behind. The investigators shared an approximate description of the suspect with the media. This led to numerous potential leads as people provided information about acquaintances who remotely resembled the description. Detectives followed up on each lead, and one of them seemed particularly intriguing to a detective. They got a tip that around the time Jonah faced a terrible fate, a gang of young people known for illegal house entries, particularly theft, was active nearby. One of them, a 19-year-old named Michael Perkofow, had a resemblance to the suspect description. The police initiated a search for him. It wasn't simple, given Michael was already wanted for theft. But now, being suspected in connection to the tragic incident, the search intensified, involving dozens of officers. Eventually, they located him and brought him in for questioning. The investigators quickly noticed something about Michael's shoes. The pattern on the soles looked similar to the footprint found at the crime scene, left by the assailant. They gathered DNA samples and fingerprints from him, sending them off to the experts. During the interrogation, Michael surprisingly confessed that he and a friend indeed broke into Jonah's place that night. According to him, their aim was theft, but his friend turned violent, attacking Jonah with a knife. However, the detectives found inconsistencies in Michael's account. The provided details didn't match the actual evidence, and there were no signs of two outsiders at the crime spot. Further lab results deepened their doubts. Michael's DNA, fingerprints, and shoe soles didn't match the evidence at the murder site. It became evident that Michael was lying. Oddly, such situations happen frequently. In many high-profile cases, individuals wrongly claim guilt, some seeking attention, and others hoping for rewards or recognition. Michael's motives remained unclear, but his story was proven false. Since then, investigators have interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and gathered about 400 DNA samples. However, they haven't found a match yet. In the early stages of the investigation, a reward was offered for any information leading to the case's resolution. Over time, the reward increased, reaching $60,000 by December 2005, 1 year after the tragic incident. The governor of the state contributed $20,000 of his own money, grabbing more public attention. Even with many leads, none of them led to solving the case. It stayed unsolved for a long time. In 2007, the parents of the victim decided to push for changes in the state laws. They were surprised that the person's fingerprints and genetic material were not in any databases, considering how severe the crime was. They couldn't believe this was his first crime. Later, they found out that according to Tennessee's laws, fingerprints and DNA samples were only taken from people already convicted of crimes. The parents were determined to change this. They worked on a new law that demanded the collection of these samples from anyone arrested for violent offenses. The authorities supported this, and in May 2007, the law was passed. A few months later, there was a breakthrough. The police arrested a 22-year-old named Taylor Lee Olson for breaking the rules of his parole. He had a record of theft, and during a search of his home, they found marijuana plants, leading to his rearrest. Olson had a long history of criminal activities, mostly theft, check forgery, and stealing cars. He had been arrested several times, but his fingerprints and DNA were never taken until now. Despite living with his girlfriend and their new baby, he continued committing crimes. Investigators had received a tip about his possible involvement in the crime 5 months earlier, but for some reason, they never collected his DNA for analysis. However, now that he was arrested for violating parole, they finally decided to question him about the case involving Jonah. Olson denied any involvement in the crime and agreed to provide his DNA sample. The experts received it, and the detectives soon got a report from the lab confirming that Taylor's DNA was a perfect match to the one found in the victim's apartment. Following this, his fingerprints were taken, and they also matched the marks found on the incident tool. Olson was later apprehended, and the investigators brought him in for questioning. Initially, he denied any involvement, but eventually, he chose to admit. Taylor explained that on that night, he wanted to take John's car and entered the flat through the rear entrance to get the keys. When he entered the young woman's room, she woke up and started yelling. That's when Olson grabbed a kitchen tool and caused harm multiple times. Although he stated he didn't plan to hurt anyone and it happened unintentionally, the detectives had doubts about some parts of his story. They were inclined to think that Taylor had planned the event from the start. It seemed he might have been following the person for a while. This was indirectly supported by a piece of information noted earlier in the inquiry. Jonah's friends informed the investigators that she was followed by someone in a vehicle. At that time, they couldn't find evidence to confirm it, but after Olson's arrest, they considered the possibility that he had indeed been following her. Despite the uncertainty about some details, there was no doubt about Olson's involvement. His DNA and fingerprints were found on the tool used, indicating that he caused the harm. Olson's trial was set to begin in the middle of 2008, and by then, he had already employed a legal representative. Evidently, the lawyer advised him to withdraw his earlier admission, and Taylor provided a new version of the incident to the detectives. Now he claimed that he and a friend named Noah Cox were in his apartment together. According to Olson, when he entered Jonah's room to take the car keys, she allegedly woke up, grabbed a tool, and caused harm to him multiple times. Olson rushed out of the apartment through the back entrance while his friend went into Jonah's room, where he took the tool from her and caused harm, resulting in the unfortunate event. This account also didn't convince the police. No fingerprints or DNA of other individuals were found at the scene, making the involvement of someone else unlikely. The detectives were waiting for the trial to commence, but fate had a different plan. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olson took his own life in his detention cell. Notes were found beside him, addressed to his family, Jonah's relatives, and the police. In the letter to the detectives, he once again claimed that his friend Noah Cox was the actual person responsible and apologized to Jonah's family and his own. The detectives continued to believe that Olson was the one behind the incident. However, they repeatedly questioned Noah, but no proof of his involvement could be discovered. Jonah's parents also believed that he was lying. In their view, if Taylor was truly innocent, he wouldn't have taken such a drastic step. It was much more likely that he simply didn't want to spend his entire life in prison. Moreover, for several months after his initial admission, Olson continued to maintain that he acted alone and no one else was present with him. If he was trying to protect his friend, why did he suddenly change his statement and start accusing him of the incident? Share your thoughts on this story in the comments, and don't forget to like this video.
We're looking at a scary event from the summer of 1985 in London. It was a sunny and warm time, full of peaceful nature. But at 3:30 in the morning on August 7th, Jeremy B. Amber, who lived at White House Farm, got a sudden phone call. His foster father was on the line sounding panicked. Jeremy couldn't understand what his father was saying, but he heard something about his sister having a gun and behaving strangely. Jeremy called the police right away and told them about the scary conversation. The police arrived an hour and a half later, following Jeremy. Everything seemed strangely quiet when they got there, which was suspicious considering what Jeremy had told them on the phone. Because they thought there might be weapons involved, the police decided not to rush in. This is their usual tactic. They usually wait for a situation to calm down or for a special unit to handle it. So, they stayed back from the house, keeping a safe distance. Jeremy was with the police and they asked him to explain what happened at the Bamba house the night before. Jeremy said that they had dinner together as a family with a small disagreement, but nothing serious. He mentioned leaving his pistol and a .22 caliber carbine with his parents, both loaded and working. A special team arrived and found all doors and windows locked except one in the master bedroom. They tried to talk through a loudspeaker for 2 hours, but only heard a dog barking. 3 hours later, at 8 o'clock in the morning, the SWAT team finally entered. Inside, they found chaos. Neville Bamba, Jeremy's father, was deceased in the kitchen. He had many bruises, a broken nose and jaw, and 8 bullet wounds, 6 in the head. It was clear he couldn't survive. Next to him was a phone with its receiver removed and bullets nearby. The police were shocked, but continued to search the house carefully, starting on the first floor. They had to move quietly because the old floors creaked, making noise. On the first floor, there were no other people, but in 2 bedrooms on the second floor, 4 more bodies were discovered: June, Sheila, and 2 young boys named Daniel and Nicholas. They had all been killed by gunshots. June had been shot 7 times, Daniel and Nicholas 5 and 3 times respectively. Sheila was found near her parents' bedroom with 2 bullet wounds under her chin and a gun in her hands. The total number of bullets used to kill the family members raised questions. Was it possible that someone intentionally targeted the Bamba family, and what could the motive be? Could the real culprit be trying to mislead the police? Answers to these questions were needed urgently, so authorities began investigating and researching the history of all members of the deceased family. The county of Essex, where the Bambas lived, is close to busy and crowded London, yet it offers tranquility and relaxation to its residents. The county is known for its natural beauty, with green meadows, clear lakes, and medieval castles attracting visitors. This peaceful environment likely drew the Bamba family, who purchased White House Farm to fulfill their dream. In 1949, at the age of 25, June married Neville, and they moved to the farm to build a prosperous family. Neville, a veteran of the Royal Air Force, became a magistrate in the local court. Despite facing challenges, such as June's struggle with infertility, the couple remained hopeful. Eventually, they decided to adopt 2 children from an orphanage, showing their determination to create a loving family. At just 3 months old, Sheila became part of their family, and later, at 6 months old, Jeremy joined them. June and Neville proved to be loving and caring parents, filling their children's lives with affection and attention. They ensured their children received an excellent education at prestigious private schools, thanks to their prosperous financial situation. Despite the opportunities provided, Jeremy showed a withdrawn personality from childhood and preferred solitude. His rebellious nature became evident in elementary school, where he struggled academically, leading his parents to send him to boarding school when he was 9 years old. Boarding school life was challenging due to strict discipline, but it possibly contributed to positive changes in Jeremy's character. He excelled academically at university, becoming more composed, which made his parents proud. After university, Neville offered Jeremy a job on a farm in England, which he accepted eagerly. Upon his return in 1982, his parents provided him with comfortable accommodations, including a cottage, a car, and a good salary. They also expected him to support them in their old age. Despite outward success, tensions arose within the family due to religious differences. June, a deeply religious woman, struggled emotionally because her children didn't share her beliefs. Her attempts to guide them towards faith were unsuccessful, leading to family discord and contributing to her depression. Sheila, June and Neville's daughter, also struggled with mental health issues influenced by her mother's depression. Unlike her calm brother Jeremy, Sheila was drawn to the fashion world and dreamed of becoming a model. However, June strongly opposed the idea, refusing to entertain the thought of her daughter entering show business. At 17, Sheila shocked her parents by announcing her pregnancy. June faced a difficult decision: forbid Sheila from having a child out of wedlock, which went against their religious beliefs, or push her to have an abortion, also against their faith. Ultimately, June distanced herself from the decision, leaving it to Sheila, but insisting that no one in the family should know if she chose to terminate the pregnancy. This strained their relationship. In 1977, Sheila married Colin Cuffell, the father of her unborn child, despite her parents' objections. They had twins, Nicholas and Daniel. However, Sheila's suspicions of Colin's infidelity led to divorce, worsening her mental health. She spent time in a psychiatric hospital, undergoing electroshock therapy like her mother. Meanwhile, her sons were placed in an orphanage for nearly 2 years. Sheila's mental state deteriorated further, leading to anxiety and paranoid schizophrenia. In contrast, Jeremy, who had caused problems in the past, found happiness on the farm. In 1985, Sheila reunited with Colin, and they brought their sons to visit June and Neville at the farm. They planned to stay for a week before Colin and the boys travelled to Norway. On Tuesday, August 6, 1985, everyone gathered at the beautiful White House farmhouse for what would tragically be the last dinner of the Bamber family. A few days later, the family's funeral took place, and Jeremy attended, deeply affected by the loss. However, during this time, Jeremy's behaviour began to raise suspicions. Relatives of the Bambers reported strange behaviour from Jeremy to the authorities. Despite grieving, Jeremy would sometimes make odd remarks, referring to himself as the boss and displaying an unusual smile, hinting at a sense of satisfaction. These observations prompted authorities to investigate further. The ill-fated evening seemed normal at first, a family dinner with a joyful atmosphere and good food. However, tension arose when Neville and June suggested that Sheila send her children back to the orphanage, implying she couldn't care for them properly. Sheila reacted sharply, expressing her independence in making decisions about her children. At 9:30 p.m., Jeremy left for his house, while Barbara Wilson, the farm secretary, called with a work-related issue. Neville answered, displaying unusual irritability with loud voices and arguing heard in the background, an uncommon occurrence for the Bambers, surprising Barbara. Barbara couldn't figure out the cause of the argument, as Neville quickly ended the call. The next morning, all family members in the house were found shot dead, except for Jeremy, who was left alive. He couldn't hide his tears, and investigators respected his emotions, giving him time to recover before questioning him. Jeremy cooperated fully, sharing all available information, including his sister's life struggles and the dinner conflict on August 6th. Initially, it seemed that Sheila, influenced by her mental state and upset by her parents' remark, committed the desperate act of violence. Investigators believed that Sheila, overwhelmed by the intrusion into her privacy, lost control and turned to gun violence, shooting the family before taking her own life. Evidence, such as the weapon found pointing towards her chin, supported this theory. The detective's actions afterward might seem odd in hindsight. However, doubts arose when Jeremy's girlfriend Julie questioned his innocence. She revealed that on the night of August 7th, Jeremy called her, mentioning farm issues, but abruptly hung up when she pressed for details. Additionally, some peculiar details emerged. She remembered Jeremy complaining about his family several times before the tragedy, expressing exhaustion with his in-laws. But the most shocking part of her testimony was about the Bamber will. Apparently, the Bambers had a will stating that all their property would be divided equally between their children, with Sheila's share to be rewritten in favour of her twins. This upset Jeremy, and he openly shared his dislike for this idea with his friend. According to Julie, Neville's will also stated that Jeremy had to work on the farm to receive his share of the inheritance. But the most alarming revelation was when Jeremy supposedly expressed his desire to kill his family and blame it on Sheila, who was mentally unstable. He even acted out a scene in front of the police, trying to appear as a witness to the tragedy. Julie admitted to telling the police about this not only to help the investigation, but also out of a desire for revenge, as she had learned about Jeremy's affair. In an attempt to divert suspicion from himself, Jeremy falsely implicated a plumber he claimed to have hired. However, this plan failed when the plumber provided a solid alibi, narrowing down the list of suspects to Jeremy himself. Despite being temporarily arrested, Jeremy was released due to a lack of solid evidence against him. Surprisingly, the police allowed him to travel abroad, even though his financial situation had significantly improved after inheriting his parents' wealth. He wasted no time and went on vacation to Saint-Tropez, France, and sold his father's car a few days before departing. Jeremy's cousins urged authorities to reconsider the theory that Sheila was the perpetrator. They even approached the police and media, but their efforts were dismissed by the deputy head of the CID. Undeterred, one of the cousins secretly investigated the scene himself, driven by doubts about Sheila's involvement. He managed to gain access to the house and found a shocking piece of evidence, a silencer for a .22 caliber carbine with traces of blood in a closet. This discovery led him to new conclusions. The length of the weapon, including the silencer, suggested that Sheila couldn't have used it to shoot herself. This indicated that Sheila couldn't have been part of the crime. Since she was shot twice and bleeding, it would have been impossible for her to remove the silencer and hide it in the closet. However, if she fired the gun without the silencer, why were there blood traces on it? This suggested that the silencer was indeed used during the crime. On September 29th, Jeremy returned home and was promptly arrested and charged with the murder of his family. The trial began on October 3, 1986, at Chelmsford Crown Court. Throughout the trial, Jeremy appeared arrogant in the dock. Prosecutors accused him of lying, and phone technicians confirmed that the Bamber Homes phone line was busy that night. Key testimony came from the medical examiner, who noted injuries on Neville's body, indicating he had resisted blows. The examiner suggested that Neville had been beaten with the .22 caliber carbine. Given Sheila's frailty, it seemed unlikely she could have inflicted such serious injuries on her father. It appeared more probable that Jeremy was capable of such violence, especially as Neville's body showed numerous bruises. It's evident that Sheila must have endured some blows during the struggle, yet there were no signs of beatings or bruises on her body. Jeremy's lawyers argued that despite her mental issues, Sheila was physically capable of committing the crime. They pointed to her experience with guns and excellent shooting skills as evidence. Furthermore, Sheila's blood appeared fresher than that of other family members, suggesting she might have killed them before taking her own life, either as a realization of her actions or in response to the approaching police. The prosecution countered these theories by pointing out that the silencer, with Sheila's blood on it, was found in the closet instead of on the carbine. This undermined the defence's arguments. With no solid counterpoints, the defense struggled against the prosecution's case. According to the prosecution, Jeremy's motive was anger over the divided will, driven by financial reasons. On the day of the incident, witnesses saw Sheila behaving normally and the housekeeper didn't notice anything unusual. This testimony weakened the defence's position further. The farm clerk phoned Neville around 9:30 p.m., sensing that she had interrupted an argument. She noted Neville's unusual annoyance before hanging up, an uncharacteristic reaction from him as he was typically calm. Around 10:12 p.m., Jeremy left his in-laws' house and returned home late at night. He used a bicycle borrowed from his mother to avoid detection, taking a route away from the main road. Jeremy entered the house through an open window on the first floor, where he found a preloaded gun. In his parents' bedroom, he shot and killed his sister June. When he aimed at Neville, his father woke up and struggled to defend himself. They fought downstairs, leading to Neville's death in the kitchen. Returning to the bedroom, Jeremy killed Sheila and her children to frame her for the crime. He placed the carbine in Sheila's hands to make it appear as if she was responsible. Afterward, Jeremy returned home, first calling his friend Julie, nearly giving himself away with excitement, then contacting the police, claiming his father had called him. However, this call raised suspicions during the investigation. If Neville was in danger, he likely would have contacted the police directly rather than calling his son. Additionally, despite Jeremy's claims, there was no blood on the phone in the Bamber house, suggesting Neville wasn't injured at the time of the call. This suggested that the telephone receiver in the house had been removed as part of staging the crime scene. Jeremy's behaviour also raised suspicions. Why didn't he rush to the scene after his father supposedly called? Given the circumstances, it was his family involved. Considering all known facts, the jury deliberated on the verdict. The judge highlighted 3 key questions for them to consider: whether to believe Julie Mugford or Jeremy Bamber if they were convinced Sheila didn't commit the crime, and whether the second fatal shot at Sheila was fired with a silencer. After over 9 hours of deliberation, on October 28th, the jury unanimously found Jeremy Bamber guilty by a majority vote of 10-2, meeting the minimum requirement for conviction. He received 5 life sentences without parole. Home Secretary Douglas Hurd ruled in 1988 against releasing him. Despite no direct evidence of Jeremy Bamber's guilt, controversy persists. Some believe in a miscarriage of justice, suggesting Sheila Bamber may be the true culprit. Jeremy insists on his innocence, filing appeals with his lawyer, arguing biased judgment due to his behaviour in court. Jeremy Bamber contends that there's insufficient evidence against him, pointing to unexplained aspects of the case. Tests on Sheila's hands weren't conducted. There were allegations of police misconduct at the scene, and speculation of retaliation by Jeremy's ex-girlfriend remains. In 1991, Jeremy Bamber requested a trial, but in 1996, a police officer destroyed much of the physical evidence, which Jeremy's defence team criticised as a disgrace. In 1997, a DNA test revealed the presence of Sheila and June's blood in the silencer, but the results were complex and inconclusive. In 2012, gun experts from the US and UK argued that the injuries on the bodies didn't match those typically caused by a silencer. In 2015, Jeremy Bamber filed an appeal demanding access to all evidence for his defence, but he was sentenced to an additional 14 years for fraud, as he posed as a lawyer to obtain it. Seeking to prove his innocence, Bamber set up websites discussing the case and offered a significant reward for evidence overturning his conviction. The Bamber family's case continues to garner public attention, raising doubts about the verdict's correctness. What's your opinion on whether Jeremy is guilty?
Police in western France have found the bodies of a mother and her 4 children buried under the terrace of their house in Nantes. They'd been missing since the beginning of April. The family's 2 pet dogs were buried alongside.
In early April 2011, something unusual happened at house number 55 on Boulevard Robert Schumann in Nantes, France. Normally lively with the sounds of Xavier and Agnes Dupont de Lyons and their 4 teenage children, the house suddenly became quiet. Even the shutters, usually open even when they were away, remained closed. This worried their neighbours, who were used to hearing the children and their dogs. Concerned, the neighbours called the police. When the police first checked, they didn't find the family. But after more inspections, they made a shocking discovery. Located near Paris, Versailles was the birthplace of Xavier Dupont de Lyons, born in 1961 to a French count named Bernard Hub Dupont de Lyons, and his wife, Geneviève Thers. Their family had some unusual history. When Bernard left his wife for another woman, Xavier took charge of caring for his mother and sister, Christine. Christine Dupont de Lyons claimed to receive messages from God, which she wrote down during sessions of automatic writing like a surrealist poet. Her beliefs eventually led her to establish a group called the Church of Philadelphia, which Geneviève convinced others was chosen to survive an upcoming apocalypse and rebuild the world. According to Genevieve, Christine was destined to be a reincarnation of both Jesus and Satan, bringing salvation despite inheriting her father's noble title. Xavier wasn't very interested in French customs. He loved luxury cars and extravagant things, especially those from the United States. His mother, Genevieve, supported his lavish lifestyle using money from her followers in the cult. In 1974, on the island of Bras, Xavier met Emmanuel Teneur, and they became close friends for life. Emmanuel even confessed his love for Xavier once, but despite this, they remained best friends. 2 years later, Xavier met Agnes Honer, who was born near Paris on November 9, 1962. She was known for her strong religious beliefs and worked at a Catholic school teaching catechism. Although not much is known about her family, it's clear that Xavier and Agnes had a passionate but brief romance in 1990. Agnes gave birth to their first child, Arthur, soon after they reunited. They married, and Xavier adopted Arthur as his own. 2 years later, they had their first biological child, Thomas, who was named after Emmanuel, chosen as his godfather. After Thomas, they had 2 more children, Anne and Benoit. The family of 6 seemed to be the picture of happiness, with Xavier being a loving father and the children doing well in school, showing promise for the future. Around 2000, Xavier moved his family to the United States to better align with their interests and preferences. However, the venture failed, causing significant financial problems when they returned to France. Xavier accumulated large debts from his unclear professional activities, which were described as sales by French media. Financial issues troubled Xavier for many years, including a failed attempt to import cars from the United States to France. Xavier also started several small businesses, none of which were very successful. These included a hotel and restaurant guide for salespeople, a customer loyalty system for restaurants, and an association called the French Federation of Commerce. He also managed a discreet business where he was listed as the manager, but the earnings from this were minimal. In 2003, he hired 6 salespeople, but his income remained low, around $4,200 annually. His work often took him away from home during the week, putting strain on his marriage. Financial problems began to affect their relationship, worsened by typical marital disagreements. By 2004, Agnes wrote extensively on a French forum about their challenges. She mentioned that Xavier once said a group death in their family wouldn't be catastrophic. By 2009, their growing debt led to a temporary separation. During this time, Xavier blamed Agnes for their financial troubles in numerous letters, causing Agnes emotional distress, affecting her appetite and sleep. Xavier turned to his friend Emmanuel for help. Emmanuel, despite coming from a wealthy family, lived modestly in a small apartment. He generously lent Xavier large sums of money, funded his travels, and even co-signed for the house where Xavier settled with his family in the late 2000s. Once settled at 55 Boulevard Robert Schumann, neighbours saw Agnes as bossy and less pleasant than her husband. Behind closed doors, Agnes faced personal turmoil, viewing Xavier as emotionally distant, rigid, and sometimes abusive. She confided in friends from her prayer group about her fears of Xavier's mother, Genevieve, whom she described as mentally ill and controlling. In January 2011, Xavier hoped for an inheritance following the death of his father, Bernard, despite the gap between his lifestyle and financial struggles. However, Xavier was in for a surprise when he looked into his father's estate. There was hardly anything significant left. Just a few papers, a rifle, a card, a ring, and some cash. Xavier took these items shortly after Bernard's death. Within hours, he withdrew cash using his father's card. By February 2nd, he obtained a firearms license, and by March 12th, he purchased a silencer for the rifle. During this time, he practiced shooting in his garden, aiming at a balloon on a stand. Emmanuel, visiting at the time, tried the rifle and saw nothing suspicious. Xavier explained the silencer was to avoid bothering neighbours. On Friday, April 1st, Xavier and Emmanuel went to a shooting range where Bernard's inherited rifle was a topic of interest. The next day, Emmanuel called Xavier several times, speaking with him for nearly an hour. Investigation suggests the horror began on Sunday, April 3rd. That evening, Xavier, Agnes and their children went to the movies and enjoyed dinner at a restaurant. Everyone was there except Thomas, who was studying at a nearby university hostel. After returning home, Xavier messaged Christine about their dinner outing. The widely accepted theory is that Xavier drugged his family while they slept, then shot and buried them in the garden, including their 2 Labrador dogs. Xavier's alibi was as calculated as his actions. On Monday morning, April 4th, Xavier started contacting people in their circle. He called Agnes's workplace claiming she was sick and contacted the children's schools, fabricating stories about their illnesses and accidents. By midday, he sent a letter to Arthur's workplace saying Arthur was resigning due to Xavier's transfer to Australia. He still had Thomas to deal with. That evening, he met Thomas for dinner near his university residence. Afterward, Thomas returned to his room. The next day, Xavier sent an urgent message to Thomas, claiming Agnes had a bicycle accident and was in a coma at a hospital. This prompted Thomas to rush to Nantes. It's presumed Xavier killed Thomas in the same manner as his siblings and mother. Later that evening, Emmanuel spoke with Xavier for nearly 19 minutes. Around midnight, a friend of Thomas received a message from him, claiming he was home watching a movie with his father. Thomas was likely already dead by then. About an hour later, Xavier emailed Emmanuel to arrange a meeting. Emmanuel reminded Xavier about having power of attorney and the location of a key on a sailboat, which seemed unusual given the circumstances. Xavier's actions were far from discreet. He moved in and out of his house openly, even leaving a note on the door to stop delivering mail. Instead of hiding, he withdrew cash from ATMs and was captured by security cameras. He used his credit cards at restaurants and stayed in hotels under his real name. As Xavier attempted his perfect escape, neighbours began noticing troubling signs. The once open windows of the chalet stayed closed for days. Local children no longer saw the family's 4 children playing, and the dogs stopped barking. Agnes didn't return to work. It seemed as if they had vanished without a trace. Neighbours, alarmed by these clues, contacted the authorities. When officers arrived, they found a nearly empty refrigerator with only a few jars of preserves. The kitchen had a still damp mop, a chess set was left on the living room table, and guitars were on the sofa. The scene was eerie. Beds were stripped, picture frames empty, and closets missing clothes. Amidst the mystery, on April 9th, a letter surfaced addressed to family and friends. It claimed Xavier had been hired by the US Drug Enforcement Administration and that the family had to go into witness protection, explaining their sudden disappearance. This story raised suspicion and worry among neighbours who felt something was not right. Concerned for the family's safety, they urged authorities to investigate further. Meanwhile, Xavier travelled through southern France in his car. As media attention grew, more details emerged. On April 15th, security cameras caught Xavier entering a small hotel near Cannes. He parked, took a bag and disappeared into nearby woods. This was the last confirmed sighting of him. Curiously, on the same day, Emmanuel called his mother, revealing secrets. He was homosexual, an alcoholic, and depressed. Responding to pleas from neighbours and lacking leads, authorities revisited the family home on April 21st, 2011. They noticed a freshly disturbed patch of earth under a terrace, leading to the discovery of a concrete slab. Moments later, they made a grim discovery. The bodies of Agnes and her 4 children were found wrapped in bags, each with multiple gunshot wounds and covered in religious symbols. They had been carefully buried in burlap sacks with quicklime. The family's 2 Labradors were also found buried nearby. Despite an extensive search, no traces of blood, fingerprints or DNA were found at the scene. Xavier became the most wanted man in France, accused of the brutal massacre. His face was plastered across the news, earning him titles like the most wanted man, the Nantes killer, and the face of horror. Despite this publicity, he seemed to have mysteriously vanished without a trace. Autopsy results on the 5 bodies revealed a carefully planned execution. Most of the victims had been shot in the head, and traces of a sedative were found in the children, suggesting they were attacked while asleep. Investigators discovered that Agnes, in the master bedroom, had a device for managing sleep apnea that stopped functioning at 3:27 a.m. on April 4th. Speculation arose that Xavier might have hesitated to kill Thomas, possibly due to his position as the heir to the family name. Due to Xavier's close relationship with Emmanuel, the authorities questioned him extensively. Initially cooperative, Emmanuel suggested that Xavier's disappearance might have been a form of pilgrimage before suicide. However, deeper investigation into Emmanuel's life revealed inconsistencies. Police searched his apartment and seized his laptop, uncovering extensive correspondence with Xavier. These emails ranged from mundane to philosophical, with one particularly intriguing email sent on April 6th. This email, along with other details, led investigators to suspect that Emmanuel might have assisted in Xavier's escape. However, Christine also came under scrutiny. During interviews, both she and Genevieve were evasive, painting a superficial picture of Xavier and denying knowledge of the Church of Philadelphia. Despite their denials, investigators unearthed a past complaint from former sect members who had fled in fear after Christine proposed unconventional practices. This revelation about the sect, including wealthy members providing support, suggested a possible source of logistical and material assistance for Xavier. Investigators interrogated all former members and monitored current followers, hoping for any slip-ups that might lead to new leads. Despite efforts, no definitive breakthroughs emerged from these avenues. Meanwhile, Xavier's cell phone records provided clues to his movements within the country, aiding authorities in piecing together his possible escape route. The last concrete trace of Xavier was a security recording from April 15th. Investigators speculated he might have had a weapon in his bag, judging by its shape. Despite signs suggesting he might have taken his own life in the woods, exhaustive searches yielded no body or remains. This led to a theory that Xavier could have been picked up by a boat and taken to another country. In response, an international arrest warrant was issued on May 4th. Nantes police contacted the National Centre for Fisheries Monitoring to check if Emmanuel or Xavier owned a motorboat or sailboat, but they found nothing conclusive. They noted that their records might not be fully up to date. On May 9th, Emmanuel was summoned to the Nantes police station for another interview, which turned into an interrogation. Police focused on locating a boat and identifying its captain. At this stage, Emmanuel was unaware of the depth of the investigation or the suspicions surrounding him. When asked about a reference to a sailboat, Emmanuel described it as a coincidence. He disclosed giving Xavier power of attorney to access his safe deposit box in case of an emergency, with the key stored on a model sailboat in an apartment. The safe contained his will, and that was all. Frustrated and empty-handed, the police released Emmanuel after the interrogation. Despite several coincidences, the investigation into Xavier's disappearance remained uncertain. Emmanuel was viewed primarily as a witness, and no arrests had been made. However, police debated the need for further interrogation, leaning on him as the most likely accomplice. A significant breakthrough occurred when investigators reviewed all checks issued to Xavier's company. They discovered an unusual check for $4,200 signed by Emmanuel, linked to an unknown account in Monaco. They immediately requested account statements, but Monaco's strict banking privacy laws required responses through their own regulatory agencies. On September 28th, 4 police officers revisited Emmanuel's residence. After a long wait, Emmanuel emerged disoriented and in his underwear, barely able to confirm his identity. His apartment was sparsely furnished, littered with empty alcohol bottles, suggesting a state of deep loneliness. Emmanuel hadn't received any letters or calls from Xavier, which troubled him deeply. Police no longer considered him a suspect, but rather a lost soul, raising doubts about their investigative focus. Xavier had become one of France's most wanted alleged murderers, possibly internationally notorious. In 2015, a journalist claimed to have received a letter from Xavier asserting he was alive. Handwriting, DNA, and fingerprint analyses were conducted on the note, but they yielded no new information. On January 9, 2018, police raided a monastery in Rebron-sur-Aron after a tip-off about a monk resembling Xavier. After 2 hours of intense searching, they determined it was a case of mistaken identity. On January 18, 2019, Emmanuel died of a heart attack. That same year, authorities mistakenly arrested a man believed to be Xavier at Glasgow Airport in Scotland. Another theory suggested Xavier might be in South America, particularly Argentina, where his language skills and charisma could aid in blending in. Over the years, the Church of Philadelphia has persisted and reportedly experienced a resurgence. This secretive group, active for nearly 40 years, remains withdrawn from the world. In the summer of 2019, 2 brothers raised within the sect filed new complaints against Christine and Genève. For 2 decades, these women have staunchly proclaimed that Xavier is alive, innocent, and hiding in the United States under witness protection. They refute the contents of the April 9th letter as pure fabrication. While this could be seen as denial, it might also obscure certain truths. Since 2011, the case has been fraught with speculation and false leads, leading authorities down endless paths. The crucial question remains, will justice ever be served for Agnes and her children? Despite a bleak outlook, some believe that the truth will eventually come to light. Don't miss out. Subscribe now for more thrilling investigations. We're diving into the chilling case of Patrick de la Cerda, a young man brutally murdered in his Deltona home in February 2018. The 25-year-old's death sent shockwaves through the quiet town, leaving investigators puzzled by the apparent personal nature of the crime. Despite a swift identification of the suspect, the case presented significant challenges due to the lack of direct evidence linking him to the crime scene. Patrick de la Cerda was born in June 1992 in Miami, Florida, to Max de la Cerda, a skilled construction worker, and Patricia Ronza, originally from France. Growing up in a loving and supportive family environment, Patrick excelled academically and socially. He was known for his kindness, intelligence, and sociability, easily making friends wherever he went. Despite his parents' divorce during his university years, Patrick remained close to both of them, regularly visiting his mother in Deltona. After high school, Patrick decided to follow in his father's footsteps and pursue a career in construction. He worked alongside his father in Miami, where they earned a reputation as skilled professionals in the industry. Despite the geographical distance caused by his parents' divorce, the de la Cerda family remained tightly knit, maintaining regular communication and offering support whenever needed. Patrick's multicultural background, stemming from his French and Spanish roots, played a significant role in shaping his identity and experiences. It was during one of his visits to Deltona that Patrick met the love of his life, a moment he eagerly shared with his mother, illustrating the close bond he maintained with his family despite life's changes. From a young age, Patrick de la Cerda possessed a striking appearance and charmed many with his demeanour, particularly the opposite sex. However, he held steadfast to the values instilled by his family, prioritising meaningful connections over fleeting romances. Patrick's aspirations revolved around finding true love and building a strong family, mirroring the example set by his upbringing. In June 2017, Patrick stumbled upon Jessica Devani's profile on a popular dating website, captivated by her arresting brunette features and radiant smile. Jessica, born in Orlando in 1988, had pursued studies in banking before securing a job at a local bank branch. Their initial online exchanges quickly blossomed into lengthy phone conversations, fostering a deep bond built on mutual understanding and trust. Despite living in different parts of Florida, Patrick and Jessica eagerly arranged to meet halfway for their first date. Instantly smitten, Patrick knew he had found his soulmate in Jessica, a sentiment reciprocated by her. Despite a 4-year age gap, they both felt an undeniable connection and shared their hopes for a future together. Patrick's excitement knew no bounds as he shared news of his newfound love with his mother, expressing his desire to marry Jessica and embark on a lifelong journey together. Patrick's mother, Patricia, listened to her son's excitement and felt genuinely happy for him. However, maintaining a long-distance relationship posed challenges, limiting their time together to weekends in neutral locations, often renting hotel rooms for brief but cherished moments. Despite this, their bond remained strong as they eagerly awaited the opportunity to be together permanently. In December 2017, Patrick made a significant move to Deltona to be closer to Jessica, purchasing a home in a serene neighborhood. He meticulously renovated the house, preparing it as a cozy haven for their future together. Although Jessica couldn't immediately join him due to work commitments, they planned a housewarming party for the upcoming spring. On New Year's Eve, amidst a backdrop of dazzling fireworks in their backyard, Patrick seized the moment to propose to Jessica. With a ring he had painstakingly selected, he dropped to one knee, asking her to be his wife. Overjoyed, Jessica accepted, their shared happiness palpable in the air. Patrick confessed that finding the perfect ring had been a challenge, settling on the best available option for the proposal while ordering a custom-designed ring that he envisioned himself, a testament to his commitment to their future together. As they eagerly prepared for their wedding and housewarming celebrations, both families offered their blessings, and the couple envisioned a grand affair either in Miami or France, honoring their respective backgrounds. However, their plans would soon be tragically disrupted on February 27, 2018. Max de la Cerda, Patrick's father, received an alarming call from a courier informing him that a delivery had been made to Patrick's address, but there was no response. Anxious, Max contacted Jessica, Patrick's fiancée, who had also been trying to reach him unsuccessfully. They hurried to Patrick's home, where Jessica found him lifeless in a pool of blood near the entrance. Despite Jessica's frantic call to emergency services, Patrick couldn't be revived, leaving her devastated. Amid her grief, Jessica asserted to the police that she knew who was responsible for Patrick's murder, his affluent and influential ex-boyfriend. As investigators delved into the case, they grappled with uncovering the motives behind the killing of a seemingly harmless young man with no apparent enemies. Before Patrick's tragic demise, Jessica's life was entangled with Gregory Bender, a wealthy businessman who captivated her during her student years. Despite their significant age gap, Jessica fell for Gregory's charms, lavish gifts, and luxurious getaways. However, their relationship soon turned controlling and secretive. Gregory exerted tight control over Jessica's life, monitoring her movements and interactions while revealing little about himself. Their tumultuous relationship spanned nearly a decade, during which Gregory kept Jessica at arm's length from his family and friends, dictating their interactions and delaying any prospect of a normal family life. Their bond reached a breaking point when Jessica discovered Gregory's legal wife, Diora Sanchez, during a visit to his home after his accident. Shocked and betrayed, Jessica confronted Gregory, who promised to divorce Diora and marry her. Yet, as time passed, his promises remained unfulfilled, leaving Jessica disillusioned and finally ready to sever ties with the deceitful businessman. Jessica took decisive steps to break free from Gregory's grip by meeting Patrick on a dating site. Despite Patrick's calming presence, Gregory's obsession escalated from persuasion to threats and harassment. Resorting to professional help, Gregory hacked into Jessica's account to identify Patrick and began intimidating him with demands to end the relationship. While Patrick remained unfazed, Jessica feared Gregory's unpredictable nature, given his wealth, influence, and access to firearms. They sought legal protection and obtained a restraining order against Gregory, compelling him to surrender his weapons. Despite initial relief, Jessica insisted on installing CCTV cameras to monitor for any potential breaches. Their caution proved prescient when Patrick was found murdered in his own home. Suspicion naturally fell on Gregory, whose obsession with Jessica had crossed dangerous thresholds. The crime scene investigation and ensuing theories hinted at a dark and twisted web of jealousy, obsession, and deadly consequences. The tragic events of February 27, 2018, painted a chilling picture at the crime scene. Initial assessments by criminalists ruled out robbery, pointing instead to a deeply personal motive behind the murder of 25-year-old Patrick. His body bore 4 gunshot wounds, 2 in the thigh, 1 in the chest, and 2 fatal shots to the head. Additionally, signs of struggle and bruising suggested a violent altercation, possibly involving a fall from a ladder. Investigators pieced together a grim sequence of events. The perpetrator likely ambushed Patrick on the second floor, firing the first shot into his thigh. As Patrick attempted to flee, he fell down the stairs where the assailant pursued and delivered the fatal shots. The murder weapon, a rare pistol, remained elusive, with only 3 shell casings recovered from the scene. The absence of the 4th casing hinted at the killer's possible souvenir. Despite Jessica's conviction about the culprit's identity, initial suspicions fell on a neighbor with whom Patrick had a recent conflict. A combat veteran grappling with mental health issues, the neighbor's wartime trauma raised concerns about his potential involvement in the heinous crime. The investigation turned its attention to the mentally unstable neighbor, a combat veteran with a history of paranoia and aggression. In December 2017, he had mistaken Patrick for a burglar and, in a fit of delusion, fired shots at him. Although no one was injured, the incident landed the neighbor in a psychiatric hospital. Upon his release, the neighbor fixated on Patrick, accusing him of espionage and threatening to expose him. Despite his vehement dislike for Patrick, the neighbor had a solid alibi during the time of the murder, supported by multiple witnesses. Further complicating the investigation, the crime scene yielded no physical evidence, no fingerprints, shoe prints, or DNA traces. The meticulous planning and execution of the murder suggested a calculated approach by the perpetrator. While suspicion pointed towards Gregory, the lack of evidence made it challenging to tie him to the crime. Police opted for a covert approach, enlisting Jessica's help to lure Gregory into a candid conversation. Jessica cooperated with the police, orchestrating a confrontation with Gregory in hopes of eliciting a confession. However, Gregory remained composed, feigning ignorance of any wrongdoing. Despite their efforts to provoke him, Gregory's demeanor didn't waver, leaving the police with no legal grounds to detain him. Meanwhile, a breakthrough came when Diora Sanchez Bender, Gregory's wife, came forward with crucial information. She disclosed finding a peculiar notebook in her husband's office prior to the crime. The notebook contained a detailed plan of an unfamiliar house, accompanied by a cryptic algorithm of actions. Initially dismissing it, Diora's interest was piqued when she saw a news report detailing the murder at a similar house. This revelation provided a new lead for the investigation, shedding light on a potential connection between Gregory and the murder. With this information in hand, the police intensified their efforts to unravel the mystery surrounding Patrick Deera's death. Patrick would return home and meticulously planned the murder to eliminate any traces of his involvement. The discovery of these incriminating documents provided compelling evidence linking Gregory to the crime. Subsequent forensic analysis of the discarded pages revealed fingerprints matching Gregory's, further strengthening the case against him. With this newfound evidence, the police swiftly obtained a warrant to arrest Gregory Bender for the murder of Patrick Deera. As the investigation unfolded, it became increasingly evident that Gregory's elaborate scheme to conceal his involvement had been meticulously planned. However, his oversight in disposing of the evidence proved to be his undoing, leading to his eventual arrest and prosecution. Throughout the trial, Gregory Bender's defense team employed various tactics in an attempt to shift the blame away from their client and onto Jessica. They painted a narrative of Jessica as a scorned lover with a motive to eliminate Patrick, framing her as the instigator of the crime. However, Jessica remained steadfast in her testimony, providing detailed accounts of Gregory's manipulative behavior and the relentless harassment she and Patrick endured. She presented evidence in the form of saved screenshots of their correspondence and phone records, which corroborated her claims and undermined the defense's attempts to discredit her. Despite the defense's efforts to undermine Jessica's credibility, the prosecution built a compelling case against Gregory, leveraging the circumstantial evidence and testimonies from other witnesses. They highlighted Gregory's pattern of controlling behavior and his motive to eliminate Patrick as a perceived threat to his relationship with Jessica. As the trial progressed, tensions ran high in the courtroom, with emotions running raw as the full extent of Gregory's deception and manipulation came to light. The prosecution methodically dismantled the defense's arguments, exposing the flaws in their narrative and reinforcing Gregory's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. In a dramatic climax, Jessica took the stand once again, delivering a powerful testimony that left no doubt as to Gregory's culpability in Patrick's murder. Her unwavering resolve and unwavering commitment to seeking justice for Patrick's senseless death resonated with the jury, further solidifying Gregory's fate. Ultimately, the jury returned with a unanimous verdict of guilty, delivering a measure of closure and justice to Patrick's grieving loved ones. Gregory Bender was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole, ensuring that he would never again pose a threat to society. The trial served as a stark reminder of the devastating consequences of unchecked manipulation and violence, underscoring the importance of holding perpetrators accountable for their actions. Though Patrick's life was tragically cut short, his memory would live on as a symbol of resilience and the enduring quest for justice. The defense's arguments were crafted to cast doubt on Jessica's credibility and shift the focus away from Gregory's culpability. They contended that Jessica's actions, such as registering on a dating site while still in a relationship with Gregory, provoked his jealousy and anger, suggesting that her behavior instigated the tragic chain of events. Furthermore, they painted Jessica as materialistic, insinuating that she was motivated by financial gain and luxury rather than genuine affection. Regarding the evidence presented by the prosecution, the defense dismissed the murder plan found in Gregory's possession as nothing more than the fantasies of a wounded man seeking revenge. They argued that Gregory had not acted on these plans and therefore could not be held responsible for Patrick's murder. Additionally, they challenged the legality of the search conducted at Gregory's house, claiming it was riddled with procedural violations and insinuated that evidence may have been tampered with or planted. The absence of the murder weapon and the reliance on Jessica's identification of the gun model from a picture were also points of contention for the defense. They argued that Jessica's knowledge of firearms was insufficient to make a reliable identification, suggesting that she may have been mistaken. Furthermore, they emphasized the lack of forensic evidence tying Gregory to the crime scene, further undermining the prosecution's case. During the trial, Gregory's ex-wife, Deora Sanchez, was called as a witness. Her testimony provided insights into Gregory's character and behavior, shedding light on his manipulative tendencies and controlling nature. While her testimony added depth to the prosecution's case, the defense attempted to discredit her credibility, portraying her as biased and unreliable. In the end, after weighing the evidence and arguments presented by both sides, the jury deliberated and reached a final judgment. Despite the defense's efforts to cast doubt on the prosecution's case, the overwhelming evidence against Gregory ultimately led to his conviction. The court's decision to hold Gregory accountable for his heinous actions brought a sense of closure to Patrick's loved ones and served as a testament to the pursuit of justice in the face of adversity. After the unexpected confession of love from Gregory Bender during the trial, his ex-wife's testimony became muddled and less incriminating. She appeared to waver in her resolve to testify against him, citing forgetfulness and expressing doubts about his capacity for murder. Despite the defense's efforts to capitalize on these inconsistencies and challenge the legality of the search of Bender's home, the jury ultimately reached a verdict of guilty for first-degree murder after hours of deliberation. Gregory Bender received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, a judgment that brought some closure to Patrick's loved ones. However, during the sentencing, Bender's intense glare towards Jessica, the victim's fiancée, caused her considerable distress, triggering a panic attack. Sitting beside Patrick's grieving mother, Jessica found solace in their shared sorrow, clinging to the memories of her beloved fiancé. Despite numerous appeals by Bender and his high-powered legal team, all attempts to overturn the verdict were unsuccessful. The widespread public outrage over the case, fueled by the stark contrast between a wealthy businessman's actions and his victim's humble life, contributed to the swift and decisive judgment. The media extensively covered Patrick de la Cerda's story, highlighting the pursuit of justice in the face of privilege and power. Back in 2012, at the London Summer Olympics, Puerto Rican boxer Felix Verdejo Sanchez was a rising star. He was considered a diamond, one of the most promising athletes in his country, expected to win titles and gold medals. Everyone believed this talented and driven young man would reach incredible heights in the sports world. However, in 2021, Felix's name hit the headlines again, but this time in the crime section. This is a story about a teenage crush that turned into an obsession, leading to a horrifying tragedy. The same boxer who delivered the knockout of the year in 2014 and was highly praised by two-time Olympic champion Vasyl Lomachenko almost faced a death sentence, but ended up with a life sentence instead. Despite undeniable evidence and confessions from his accomplice, Felix still refuses to admit guilt. Felix Verdejo was born on May 19, 1993, in San Juan, Puerto Rico. He grew up in a modest, large family and had a passion for sports from a young age. Initially, he dreamed of a career in baseball. However, fate had other plans. When he was 9, a family friend visited with his son, who was the same age. The boys started playing in the yard, but ended up in a fight. Their parents separated them, and the father of the future star remarked that if Felix wanted to fight, he should do it with boxing gloves. After that fight, Felix asked to be taken to a local gym. From his first training session, he fell in love with boxing. At 16, he won the Pan American Junior Championships. A year later, he clinched his country's championship and then competed in the London Olympics, reaching the quarterfinals. That same year, his professional career took off. Felix had 29 fights, securing 27 victories, and in 2014, he delivered the best knockout of the year against Sergio Villanueva. In 2015, Felix won his first championship belt with the WBO Latino title, which he successfully defended 6 more times over the next 2 years. Everyone who saw him fight believed he was destined to make history in world boxing. Now, let's meet Keisha Rodriguez. She was born in November 1993 in San Juan. Her full name is Keisha Marlene Rodriguez Ortiz. Her parents, Jose and Kayla Rodriguez, had another daughter, Nicole, and also raised Kayla's son, Jonathan, from a previous marriage. Keisha was an outgoing and sociable girl who did well in school, loved animals, and dreamed of becoming a veterinarian. Her best friend was her sister Barisa, with whom she shared all her secrets and worries. Keisha attended the same school as Felix Verdejo, who was the same age. They had known each other since childhood, and during their teenage years, a romantic relationship blossomed between them. In 2011, Rodriguez's parents divorced, and Kayla moved to relatives in Florida. Her daughters, who were already adults by then, decided to stay in San Juan. Despite each of the sisters living their own lives, they continued to stay in close contact and shared everything that was happening to them. At the age of 18, a promising boxer who had already participated in the Olympic Games had an affair with a young schoolgirl and aspiring model, Elisa Maria Santiago Sierra. At that time, Elisa was only 14 years old and still in school, but even then, she made big plans for the future with the promising and world-famous athlete. In addition, Elisa's parents were not at all against this relationship. Felix, who was attractive and talented and always had many admirers, became a boxing star who literally basked in the rays of fame and was surrounded by female attention. He did not miss the opportunity to have a fling or an affair on the side, despite having a serious relationship with Elisa. He continued to meet with his school friend Keisha. Keisha's sister Barisa and her mother, Kayla Rodriguez, knew about the affair and did not approve of the relationship. In addition, the situation was very ambiguous. On the one hand, Elisa considered herself the only woman and great love of the athlete, was preparing for the wedding and made far-reaching plans for their joint future. On the other hand, Keisha knew that her lover had a fiancé, but deep down, the naive girl herself still hoped to be the one. In 2016, Felix married Elisa, who was nearly 19 at the time. By then, Elisa had become a fairly famous model with tens of thousands of social media followers and had opened her own beauty studio specializing in eyelash extensions. In August of the same year, just a few months after their wedding, Felix was involved in a serious motorcycle accident. He was taken to the hospital with head injuries, bruises, and lacerations. His trainer, Ricky Marquez, feared that this incident might derail his promising career. However, Felix defied the odds, made a rapid recovery, and soon returned to the ring. In September 2019, Felix shared a photo on social media with Keisha, who was in the late stages of pregnancy. He captioned it, "Soon I will meet my daddy's princess." A month later, he announced the birth of his daughter, Miranda Verdejo Santiago. Publicly, Felix appeared to be a loving husband, caring father, and exemplary family man. However, he continued to see Keisha behind his wife's back. Elisa later admitted she suspected her husband of infidelity, but each time, Felix tearfully promised to end the affair. Keisha repeatedly tried to end the relationship, but Felix wouldn't let her go. He threatened her, saying that if she found someone else, it would not be good for her or her new partner. Despite everything, Keisha, who had loved Felix since high school, continued to have feelings for him. Rodriguez pursued her passion for animals and got a job at a veterinary medicine and aesthetics center. Her colleagues described her as conscientious, hard-working, and very responsible. She lived with 2 dogs and a cat, whom she adored. In 2020, Elisa discovered her husband's correspondence with several women, including Keisha. Furious, she threw Felix out of the house, threatening to file for divorce and prevent him from seeing their daughter. These threats impacted Felix significantly, especially since his career was in a slump at the time and he didn't need additional problems. For a while, he stopped seeing Keisha but continued to control her movements. After a few months of secret visits, their relationship resumed, and in April 2021, Keisha found out she was pregnant. She took a rapid test from the drugstore, which confirmed her suspicions. She first called her sister, who knew about her complicated relationship with Felix, and told her everything. Keisha, already 27, was ready to have the child and decided against an abortion. She hoped Felix would accept the news positively. However, Felix was far from pleased. He angrily told her to go to the doctor and insisted that if the pregnancy was confirmed, she should have an abortion. Keisha firmly refused, but the boxer began to threaten her and insist. Felix said that an illegitimate child would finally destroy his reputation, and this he could not allow. After Keisha's visit to the hospital, her pregnancy was confirmed and she now had a certificate to prove it. She called Felix and told him everything, which made him furious. Felix shouted and demanded that Keisha immediately get rid of the child, but she again responded with a categorical refusal. Then the athlete decided to go on the sly, saying that he did not believe her and wanted to personally look at the issued medical certificate. He appointed Keisha a meeting in the evening in a crowded place, which did not surprise her because they always tried not to draw attention to themselves and did not stand out in front of anyone. A few days before the meeting, the boxer stopped by his old friend, Luis Antonio Cadiz, who worked in a local machine shop and also had ties with the criminal world, selling illegal drugs. Felix briefly outlined the situation and asked him to help him get rid of his pregnant mistress. Luis had previously been in the field of vision of the police, and the prospect of being in prison scared him. But the athlete was persistent, assured that everything would go smoothly and the police would never come after them. Besides, Felix promised him an impressive cash reward, and Luis agreed. With the support of an accomplice, Felix called Keisha and told her that he wanted to meet her on the evening of April 29th to confirm her pregnancy and decide what to do next. Immediately after talking to her lover, Keisha called her sister back and told her everything. She still hoped that Felix would accept her child and would not insist on an abortion, but Baris found the situation quite alarming. She knew that the boyfriend had threatened her sister and was worried that he might do something to her. Baris called her mother and shared her concerns, but even together, they could not dissuade Keisha from that fateful meeting. At the appointed time, Rodriguez, taking a doctor's note, arrived at the meeting in her own Kia Forte automobile. Verdejo drove there in his pickup truck, in the back of which Luis was hiding. Keisha immediately got into the athlete's car and showed him the results of the tests. He once again talked about terminating the pregnancy, but Keisha, crying, again responded with a refusal. Against this background, the couple began to quarrel violently, turning to shouting. Then, Felix suddenly hit Keisha in the head with his fist, causing her to immediately lose consciousness. While Keisha was unconscious, Felix took a syringe with a large dose of illegal substances hidden in the glove compartment of the car, which Luis had obtained at his request, and injected Keisha. Then, together with his accomplice, they carried her to the back of the car where there were already prepared pieces of wire and a concrete block. The men tied Rodriguez up, attached the load, and then covered her with a tarp so that no one would accidentally see anything. Felix then returned to the pickup truck while his accomplice got behind the wheel of Keisha's vehicle. Together, they drove to the bridge over the San Jose Lagoon. It was virtually deserted at night, and the men, making sure no one could see them, threw Keisha, still alive, into the water. Afterward, however, they decided to fire a few test shots in pursuit, using the firearms they had brought with them, so as not to leave the victim any chance. Having finished the massacre, each of the perpetrators went home. Keisha's co-workers were the first to worry when she didn't show up at the Veterinary Medicine and Aesthetics Center the next day. Keisha had always been very responsible and couldn't just not show up for work without notifying anyone. Since she didn't answer the phone, it was decided to contact her sister to find out what happened. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her sister, she went to her house. No one answered the door, but Bares had a spare key, so she got in without difficulty. However, she was met only by hungry animals who had not eaten anything for almost 24 hours. Now, Bares was already in a panic because she realized that something terrible or irreparable had happened to Keisha. She immediately called her mother and told her everything, then reported her suspicions and the threats to her sister to the police. She also called Felix, but he claimed that he had spent the previous evening and night at home with his family and had not gone to any meeting. The missing girl's mother took the first flight from Florida to San Juan. She thought that her lover might have taken her daughter to a private clinic and paid for her to have an abortion without her consent. Keisha didn't even want to think about the fact that Keisha was no longer alive. The first thing to do was to question the missing girl's neighbors and co-workers, but they didn't notice anything suspicious and couldn't provide the investigation with any useful information. In parallel, messages about the disappearance of Rodriguez were posted on popular social networks, with requests for those who knew anything about her fate or current whereabouts to respond. The case quickly received wide publicity, and when it became known that the missing girl was in a long-term relationship with a famous athlete and was expecting a child from him, reporters literally lined up to interview any of Rodriguez's family members. The relatives did not hold anything back and spoke out about their suspicions, among other things blaming Felix for the incident. On April 30th, Keisha's car was found abandoned on the east side of the city with her documents and personal belongings inside. No signs of struggle were found in the interior, giving a faint hope of finding its owner alive. On May 1st, a passerby strolling on the bridge over the lagoon saw a strange shape resembling a human body in the shallow water. He reported his discovery to the police, who soon recovered from the water the body of a young woman, presumably the same one the whole city had been looking for several days. Members of the Rodriguez family, who arrived to identify the body, hoped to the last that it was not Keisha, but their hopes were not realized. The body had been in the water for several days and changed a lot, but the girl was immediately identified by a remarkable tattoo on her arm. When news of the gruesome discovery hit the press, the residents of the city revolted and began to go out to spontaneous rallies, demanding punishment for those responsible. The same day, Verdejo was detained and taken to the police station for questioning, but the athlete categorically denied his involvement and claimed that on the night of Keisha's disappearance, he was at home with his family. As there was nothing to charge him with, Felix was released on his own recognizance. One of the key witnesses was the athlete's legal wife, who, at the first interrogation, admitted that she was aware of his affair with Keisha, but that she had heard about her rival's pregnancy for the first time. On top of that, she did not confirm her husband's alibi, saying that he was not at home on the night of the murder. The first thing investigators did was check traffic surveillance footage on the way to the bridge from which Keisha was thrown. That's how they found Felix's pickup truck and the victim's car travelling behind each other, but the Kia Forte was clearly not driven by its owner. On the same day, the boxer's car was seized for examination, and in its body they found some hair of the deceased. Luis was the first to surrender to the police, promising to tell the whole truth in exchange for a reduced sentence. Felix was also taken into custody, but he refused to cooperate with the investigation, did not answer questions, and continued to deny his guilt despite the presence of irrefutable evidence. A firearm was seized from Felix, which he used to shoot the victim from the bridge and for which he had an official permit. Also, a cell phone check confirmed the fact that Felix, Luis and Keisha were in the same location on that fateful night. Keisha's final farewell was on May 8th, and the funeral ceremony was all over the national news. It was a kind of action calling for the perpetrators of the tragedy to be punished to the full extent of the law, as well as an action to draw public attention to the problem of gender violence. The coffin with Rodriguez's body was brought to the cemetery not in a traditional hearse, but in a white carriage over which white flower petals were thrown from the air. Many famous Puerto Rican names, including show business stars, athletes, politicians, and public figures, have spoken out about the high-profile incident. Verdejo was charged with carjacking, kidnapping, premeditated murder, and the murder of an unborn child. All of these crimes together carried the death penalty, but the relatives of the deceased, from the very beginning, asked the court to elect a sentence of life imprisonment for the killer so that he would suffer in captivity for the rest of his life. The hearing was repeatedly postponed due to the worldwide coronavirus pandemic, but in the spring of 2021, the trial was held in virtual mode. The court found that the crime was committed with particular cruelty against a pregnant woman and involved multiple individuals acting in conspiracy. The details of that night were mainly reconstructed thanks to the testimony of Luis, who admitted his guilt. He confessed that he obtained the drug for injection and provided the wire and concrete block used to dispose of the body, all at Felix's request. Despite Felix's continued claims of innocence, his denials didn't influence the case's outcome. Meanwhile, Felix's wife, who testified in court, filed for divorce shortly after his arrest. She focused on developing her business and raising their young daughter. Reports suggest that Elisa Santiago has since remarried. In an interview, Elisa revealed she received anonymous calls and messages with death threats, including threats against her and Miranda. While some suspected her of orchestrating the crime, no evidence supported these claims. In the summer of 2023, the jury, after reviewing all the evidence and witness testimonies, was ready to deliver the final verdict. Felix Verdejo and his accomplice, Luis Cadiz, were found guilty on all charges. However, sentencing had not yet occurred, with the next court hearing scheduled for mid-November 2023. But on November 3rd, both men faced a maximum sentence of life in prison for the 4 felonies they were originally charged with.
She's on the ground. Who is it? My mom! Someone broke in the back window. All right, hold on. She's on the ground.
Come on. Come on.
Is she gonna be okay?
Come on.
Oh my God!
What happened? What's going on? What's going on?
We heard a bang. We heard a bang. She told me to get out. And then I heard screaming. I came back and she was on the ground.
It's every parent's dream to see their child succeed in school and go off to college on a scholarship. For the Powell family, this dream turned into a nightmare when a phone call revealed the secrets their daughter had been hiding, turning their peaceful family home into a bloodbath. Brenda K. Powell had lived in the picturesque city of Akron, Ohio, peacefully since her teens. After graduating from the University of Akron, she worked as a child life specialist in the hematology oncology unit at the local children's hospital for the next 28 years. Described as devoted unconditionally to her work family and her own family, she founded the hospital's teen oncology program and always made time for her husband and children.
However, Brenda's life was tragically cut short by her own daughter, Sydney Powell. Sydney was described as a great student during her time at St. Vincent St. Mary High School in Akron, where she played soccer and 1 year of lacrosse, and maintained excellent grades and a high GPA. When the time came for Sydney to go to college, she and her parents selected Mount Union University for its small campus and proximity to home. Sydney won a presidential scholarship, which eased the financial burden on her parents, and she started college in the fall of 2018. Sydney and Brenda's close relationship was well known among their circle. Brenda was Sydney's best friend, and the family trusted each other deeply. They even used the Life 360 app to track each other's whereabouts at all times. However, despite this closeness, the family unit began to fracture. Sydney had a history of success, excelling in high school, and earning herself a scholarship to Mount Union University. Her parents had no reason to worry about her grades. Although Mount Union had an app for parents to review their child's progress, Sydney's parents rarely used it, respecting her privacy unless there was cause for concern. Sydney didn't share any details of her performance at school, not even during her summer breaks at home. In the summer of 2019, Sydney took a job with the Aon Rubber Ducks, the local baseball team, working in the Kid Zone. She returned to campus in the fall without mentioning any troubles she may have been facing. Similarly, during the winter break, Sydney seemed relaxed and happy, spending cozy holidays at home as if everything was fine.
However, in January 2020, when Sydney returned to Mount Union, there was a problem. In December 2019, she had become unenrolled from the fall semester after failing 3 out of her 4 classes. Consequently, Sydney received a written notice of expulsion. This letter, sent via certified mail, was addressed specifically to Sydney, informing her of her suspension and providing information on how to appeal or address the situation.
Yes.
Okay, what is that document?
This would be the letter indicating that Sydney was suspended.
Okay, so that's a suspension letter. That's a letter that's sent to students?
Yes.
Okay. And that directs them on who to contact if they want to appeal or to adjust what's going on?
Yes.
Okay. And Ms. Gaffney, who is that letter specifically to?
Despite being suspended from Mount Union University, Sydney continued to maintain the illusion of normalcy when she returned to campus in January. She even kept up appearances with her roommate, Lauren Curry, who was also her best friend from high school.
And you mentioned that once a student is suspended, they wouldn't be allowed back into the dorms. Can you explain the process of who's allowed in the dorms and who's allowed to use Mount Union's facilities as a student?
So to live on campus, you have to be enrolled as a full-time student.
And part of that suspension, that student would lose access to all of those availabilities.
Yes.
Okay.
However, in late February, Sydney informed Lauren that she would be leaving for a while to figure things out. In reality, Sydney had been asked to leave. College administrators had personally informed her that she had to move out of her dorm and her keycard access would be terminated. When Miss Gaffney, an administrator, met Sydney, she initially denied being suspended, insisting that she was still a student. However, when confronted with the suspension letter she had signed for, Sydney admitted to knowing about it but hoped to resolve the situation. When administrators offered to call her parents to explain, Sydney was visibly distressed, indicating that she had already informed them. She was adamant about not wanting the college to directly contact her parents about her academic failure. Sydney went to great lengths to maintain the illusion, even paying for hotel rooms in cash to hide her eviction from her dorm. Despite her efforts, there were moments of suspicion from her parents. Brenda, her mother, once texted Sydney, expressing a feeling that she was being scammed. Sydney responded defensively, claiming that her grades were good. However, her father, Steve, encountered difficulties accessing the college's online portal, which raised further suspicions. Steve's inability to access the portal prompted him to question Sydney about any issues with Mount Union. This was the only clue the family had that something might be amiss with Sydney's academic situation. However, their suspicions were not enough to uncover the full extent of Sydney's deception before tragedy struck.
Have any information that something might be going on with Sydney in Mount Union?
The only thing that I knew is when I tried to sign on to the like their whatever app that they have on the website, it kept kicking me out.
And when you had difficulty logging onto that portal, what did you do?
I asked Sydney what was going on about it.
Okay, what did she say?
There was a mistake with Mount Union.
Okay.
And she'd look into it.
Okay, and at that point you had no reason not to trust what she's telling you?
Correct.
On March 3rd, 2020, Steve received a call at work from Mount Union officials who urgently needed to speak with him.
I believe Mount Union called me. They called me, and the conversation was that Sydney wasn't enrolled anymore. And then I asked for how long, and they said, you have to ask her.
Okay. They're saying you have to ask her because they can't give you any more information, right?
That was my assumption.
Steve checked the Life 360 app and saw that Sydney was at home, which he found unusual for that time of day. He might have received a notification about her arrival, prompting him to leave work and confront her.
What prompted you to go home, to leave work and go home?
Because I saw on the app she was home, which I thought was a little bit early.
Okay.
The 360 Life.
The 360 app showed that she was home?
Yes.
If someone on that app comes home, do you get like a little buzz or notification on your phone?
If it's set up, you can.
Okay. So did you just happen to see that on the 360 app, or did it give you like a notification?
I might have got a notification. I don't recall.
Okay. So you get a notification that Sydney's at home, correct?
Yeah.
Interestingly, Steve left his phone at work to prevent Sydney from knowing he was coming home. He didn't want her to see his location change on the Life 360 app and potentially avoid a confrontation. He arrived home around 11:30 a.m., prepared to address the situation with Sydney directly. Steve found Sydney alone at home, where she explained that she was facing some challenges at college, but insisted that she was still enrolled and attending some classes with her friend and roommate Lauren. Steve responded to her disclosure with understanding, assuring her that they would navigate through the semester together. He suggested that if she needed to take the summer off, they would work through it.
Yeah, I don't remember the details, but I remember she said she was still going to some of her classes with her friend Lauren.
Do you remember telling her that, you you can't run away from your problems, you have to face them?
I said we'd go through, let's get through this semester, and if you needed to take the summer off or we would work through it. I remember she said, all her friends have their shit together and she doesn't, and I told her, no, that's not true.
She said she didn't. Sydney said, I don't have my shit together, but my friends do.
Yeah. She didn't know what she wanted to do, it sounded like.
Sure.
Sydney confessed that she felt lost and unsure about her future, which left her afraid of disappointing her family. Recognizing Sydney's distress, Steve suggested they call Brenda, who was at work at the Children's Hospital, to discuss the situation further. Brenda decided to come home to talk to Sydney, while Steve made the fateful decision to leave before Brenda arrived. Brenda, known for her emotional sensitivity and ability to de-escalate highly charged situations, seemed like the right person to handle Sydney's sudden crisis. For the next hour, Brenda and Steve kept in touch via text messages. At 12:41, Steve sent Brenda a text message asking what she discussed with Sydney. However, Brenda never responded. Instead, she left a message with the administrative office at Mount Union requesting to discuss Sydney's situation. When college administrators Michelle Gaffney and John Fraser returned Brenda's call, Brenda answered the phone.
Dean Fraser was sitting at his desk and I was sitting next to it. He dialed, the phone was answered, and Mrs. Powell answered.
You say Mrs. Powell, is that Brenda who answered?
Brenda answered, yes.
Okay. And what did you tell Brenda at that time?
So Dean Fraser was speaking and simply said, Brenda, this is Dean Fraser. I'm sitting here with Michelle Gaffney, our associate dean of students. We're returning your call, and that's about as far as we got.
Did Brenda respond to that introduction at all?
Yeah.
Okay,
yes.
what did she say?
I think he asked, "Is this Brenda Powell?"
Oh, okay.
And she said yes, and then he identified himself.
Okay. And Ms. Gaffney, what happened next?
There was a very large or a very loud sort of thud sound, like a pounding or a thud, accompanied by a pretty loud scream, and the scream might have actually been first, and then the thud.
Okay.
As I think about it, and then there was sort of an expulsion. The other sound that I heard at that same time, or right after, was sort of an expulsion of air, like the air was knocked out of somebody.
Okay.
I'd always heard that expression of the air being knocked, having the wind knocked out of you, but I didn't. That's actually what it sounded like. And then several more repeated thuds. I don't know how to describe the sound.
No, and that's okay. And you and Mr. Fraser could hear this from the other end of the phone.
From the other, it was on speakerphone, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you hear any communication during these thuds?
Just the screaming, and so we were both talking into the phone, saying, what's happening? Are you okay? Do you need help? What's going on?
Yeah. Can you describe your mindset at this time?
I very definitely felt like someone was being attacked.
Now, Ms. Gaffney, did you recognize that voice on the line?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that Brenda Powell?
It was not Brenda.
Who did you recognize that voice to be?
I was sure it was Sydney. Both Dean Fraser and I looked at each other and sort of shook our heads at each other and said, "That's not Brenda." And he then said, "I don't, Sydney. I think this is you. This is not Brenda."
And what happened next?
The phone went dead.
Okay. And Ms. Gaffney, what did you do next?
We called the Akron police. By that point, I had the phone number up and the address, and so we called the Akron police and indicated we felt there was some sort of situation at this house and that they needed to send someone right away.
They were on the phone, and there was a lot of screaming going on, so he couldn't really say if it was like a physical fight, but just heard like a lot of yelling and screaming going on. And then he tried calling back twice, and there was no callback.
In a single moment, a peaceful family home had become the scene of a crime. Impersonating her mother was not Sydney's only attempt at covering up what had happened. After the disastrous phone call, she set herself to staging the crime scene. She broke a window to make it look as though there had been a break-in, which would align with the story she would go on to tell the police, that there had been a break-in and her mother had told her to flee the house. But this scene was clearly staged. There was blood on the outside of the door near the broken window, suggesting it must have been broken only after the crime had been committed. After murdering her mother, she coldly and callously took steps to cover up her own guilt. At 12:51, Steve Powell received a call from a detective friend who had heard that police units were being dispatched to the Powell home. Steve immediately phoned his house and spoke to Sydney, who became hysterical when she heard that police were on their way and repeated the break-in story. Steve could only wait helplessly at work as his family life broke apart at home. The police initially found Sydney hysterical. This hysteria soon evaporated, however, and she became catatonic, lying on the ground in the fetal position as the enormity of what she had done began to sink in. There was a cast iron skillet on the floor in the master bedroom alongside a bloodied steak knife. These implements of an ordinary domestic household, no doubt used by Brenda herself to cook family meals, had been weaponized against her. As the police examined the scene, the series of events only glimpsed by Steve and the college administrators over the phone became horribly clear. The forensic pathologists concluded that Brenda Powell had died as a result of multiple blunt and sharp force injuries. Sydney had hit her mother multiple times over the head with the heavy cast iron skillet. She then fetched a steak knife and, in a frenzy, stabbed her mother repeatedly in the neck at least 23 times. Cuts and bruising to Brenda's face, arms and hands suggest that she had attempted to defend herself from Sydney, her beloved daughter whose academic failures and emotional turmoil had until now been kept a secret. The revelation of this secret led to Sydney's eruption and Brenda's tragic death. No one denies that Sydney killed her mother. At trial, however, her attorneys contended that the attack had occurred in the middle of a psychotic break, meaning she could not comprehend that her actions were wrong. As evidence, they pointed to her catatonic state. In Sydney's efforts to conceal her own academic failures and her paranoid fear of disappointing her parents, Sydney only derailed her life further and caused an unimaginable tragedy that ripped her family apart. The story of Brenda Powell's tragic death at the hands of her daughter Sydney is a stark reminder of how secrets and denial can lead to devastating consequences. Sydney's fate was determined by a jury on September 20th, 2023, when she was found guilty on all accounts: purposeful murder, felony murder, assault, and tampering with evidence. She was sentenced to 15 years to life in prison. Despite her claims of mental illness and memory loss during the attack, the court ultimately deemed her actions as intentional and sentenced her accordingly.
Ms. Powell, is there anything you want to say to me at this time?
Okay. I have advised Ms. Powell that given the nature of her appeal, she should not make a statement today.
And I understand that, but I have to give her the opportunity to do so. All right. Thank you very much. First of all, to the victims, to the family and friends, I am terribly sorry for your loss here. I cannot imagine what you have been through. I have received and read all of the letters that have been sent to me. I have considered the evidence that was brought into evidence at the trial, the statements of counsel, and all of the information that is before me at this time. I do find that counts 2 and 3 merge with count 1 for purposes of sentencing in this matter. Based upon the facts and circumstances of this case and in consideration of the relevant sentencing factors, including seriousness and recidivism, and applying the minimum sanction that the court has determined will protect the public and punish the offender without imposing an unnecessary burden on state and local resources, the court imposes the following sentence. Again, I sentence you to an indefinite sentence of 15 years to pay in the Ohio Department of Corrections. On count 4 of the indictment, I sentence you to 3 years in the Ohio Department of Corrections. Those 2 sentences to be run concurrent with and not consecutive to each other. Ma'am, please understand that on count 4 of the indictment, you may be subject to a period of post-release control upon your release. And if you violate that post-release control, the Adult Parole Authority is authorized to return you to prison for up to 9 months for any single violation and up to 50% of your prison sentence for all violations. Please also understand that if you're placed on post-release control and you are convicted of a new felony, in addition to being punished for that offense, the judge could add an additional consecutive 1-year period of time in prison, whichever is greater, as a maximum. Ma'am, understand that you have a right to appeal this decision, and that notice of appeal must be filed within 30 days of the sentencing judgment entry. Your attorney has indicated to me that you are without funds to hire an attorney to represent you for appeal. Is that correct? And you wish for me to appoint counsel to represent you? All right. I will do that, and we will try and get that done before you leave the Summit County Jail. Ma'am, I will not fine you. I will not assess you court costs in this matter. Counsel, is there anything that I have forgotten? Good luck to you, Ms. Powell. Thank you. We're adjourned.
The courtroom proceedings provided a glimpse into the shattered lives of both the Powell family and those affected by Brenda's senseless death. Sydney's attempt to conceal her actions only compounded the tragedy, leaving a scar that will never fully heal for those involved. As we reflect on this tragic story, we're reminded of the importance of seeking help and facing reality, even when it's difficult. Denial and secrecy only lead to further pain and suffering, as evidenced by the devastating consequences in this case. Do you believe Sydney's fate was just? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
As shots ring out, a neighbor calls 911.
Someone's just shot our neighbors. Get over here.
I know I ran into the house. They say I ran past my dad, but I don't even remember seeing him. I do remember getting shot. I do vaguely remember making the 911 call.
Okay, where have you been shot at, sir? Oh, my arm. Okay, Bart, who shot you? I don't know.
That he went out the back door. I think I said that.
I pulled up about 3 houses down.
Where are you in the house right now?
In the living room.
Okay, do you see the officers, Bart?
Yeah.
Can you tell me anything about him at all, Bart? Did he sound black, white, Hispanic?
Maybe black.
Bart Whitaker was standing where he'd been shot over a month ago, on December 10th, 2003. His family had just returned home after celebrating Bart's achievements, but they didn't expect what happened next. Bart called 911 in a panic, saying his mom, dad and brother had been shot. Their neighbour, Stanley Cliff, saw what happened and also called 911. All 4 family members were shot, but only 2 survived. Meanwhile, Stanley tried to help Bart's dad, Kent, by putting pressure on his wound. Kent warned him to run away because the shooter might still be around. The Whitaker family seemed perfect. Kent and Patricia met on a blind date and quickly fell in love. Kent worked as a controller in a family business, while Patricia was a teacher. They had a son, Bart, who was born on December 31st, 1979. Bart was a smart and funny guy, loved by his family. He was very close to his dad, Kent, and they even did biking events together. Bart also had a younger brother, Kevin, born on March 19th, 1984. They were close despite their differences. Kevin was sensitive and mature for his age. He stood up against injustice and forgave quickly. But on December 10th, 2003, everything changed. Bart had just finished his final exam and called his mom to share the good news. They decided to celebrate as a family by going out to dinner. They drove to a seafood restaurant nearby and had a joyful time together. Tricia, Bart's mom, gave him a watch as a graduation gift, making him really happy. They laughed, joked, and teased each other like they always did. After dinner, they headed back home. Bart went to get his phone from the car, while Kevin, his brother, unlocked the front door. But as Kevin walked into the house, a sudden gunshot hit him in the chest. He fell to the floor, keys still in his hand. Another bullet struck Patricia as she entered the room, and Kent, Bart's dad, felt a bullet in his chest too. Bart rushed in and found himself in a fight with a masked man. He got shot in the arm before chasing the attacker away. Their neighbour, Cliff Stanley, came to help. He put pressure on Kent's wound and called for emergency assistance. Despite quick help, Kevin didn't make it. He died on the spot, his heart pierced by a bullet.
Kent, in pain and praying for his family, hoped to survive for them. But the loss of Kevin was devastating. Tricia Whitaker was barely alive when the police arrived and was airlifted to Memorial Hermann Hospital. Sadly, she couldn't make it and passed away on the way. Kent Whitaker was in agonizing pain and would be for a long time. He survived the attack but sustained serious injuries, landing him in the ICU. Bart was also hospitalized with injuries that weren't life-threatening. Detective Marshall Slott took charge of the case. When he first heard about it, he was with his family after returning from church. The initial information suggested a family had come home from dinner to find a burglar in their house. But as the investigation progressed, it became clear that something else was going on. There were too many inconsistencies, nothing valuable was taken, and there were no signs of forced entry. Even in the master bedroom, where burglars often look for jewelry and other valuables, drawers were neatly opened, not ransacked. It seemed like whoever was in the house had plenty of time and wasn't in a hurry. The absence of a break-in and the strange way things were left behind made the detectives suspicious, especially when they examined the murder weapon. The murder weapon, a 9mm Glock handgun registered in the Whitaker's name, was found in the kitchen. However, it had been taken from a gun safe in one of the upstairs bedrooms, a part of the house that was isolated. Whoever did this knew exactly where to look and what was in the safe. Detective Slott decided to shift his focus inward, looking into the family dynamics, starting with Tricia's relationship with her husband, Kent. 3 days later, Bart was able to talk about what happened. He mentioned hearing a bang and then finding himself on the floor, shot, but because it was dark, he couldn't see the shooter. Unfortunately, Bart's answers didn't provide much help. Suspicion now fell on Kent and Bart, as well as anyone who knew them and might have a reason to harm the family.
As investigators delved deeper, they found a shocking revelation. Despite the Whitakers being seen as a perfect family, there was a secret. Bart was never enrolled at Sam Houston State University, despite claims of celebrating his last evening before graduation. He hadn't even attended college after his freshman year and was listed as a freshman on academic probation. Despite not attending classes, Bart managed to keep up the facade with his family, pretending he was going to school every day. When Kent found out about Bart's lie while he was in the hospital, he was furious. He confronted Bart, demanding answers, and expressed his disappointment and anger. Bart confessed to his father that he didn't want to disappoint the family and felt overwhelmed by school stress. He planned to catch up on his studies later and wanted to help out at work in the meantime. But this revelation showed the investigators a glimpse behind the seemingly perfect facade of the Whitaker family. At the funeral of Kevin and Tricia, more than 1,000 people came to pay their respects, showing the community's fondness for the family. Detective Marshall observed the crowd, wondering if the killer could be among them. The investigation took a turn when Bart's description of the masked man didn't match Kent's observation. Bart initially suggested the gunman might be black, but Kent noticed white skin around the eyes. This discrepancy raised suspicions. Investigators dug into Bart's background, uncovering new developments that didn't align with his story, prompting them to delve deeper. Bart had a criminal record dating back to when he was 17, attending Clements High School. In 1997, he was involved in planning 7 burglaries with some friends, which led to his expulsion from school. Despite this, Tricia and the Whitaker family celebrated what they thought was Bart's graduation, believing it was a significant accomplishment given his earlier struggles with education. As investigators delved into Bart's background, they uncovered more unsettling information. In 2001, a report filed at the Waco Police Department revealed that a woman had overheard Bart discussing plans to kill his father with friends. Although the police informed Kent and Tricia about the conversation, they dismissed it as an empty threat from an angry son. Despite Bart and Kent's recovery from their injuries, the investigation began focusing more on Bart. He became the prime suspect, and investigators regularly questioned him. Kent, however, insisted that Bart was innocent and blamed the police for being biased against his son due to his past mistakes. Despite Kent's beliefs, evidence against Bart continued to mount, revealing more secrets about the Whitaker family. One night, around 11:30, a man visited the police department, likely bringing new information to light. He wished to speak to the lead detective on Whitaker's case. As he waited in the dark parking lot, he saw Detective Marshall Slott. The stranger, Adam Hipp, told the detective he had crucial information about the case. Adam revealed that Bart Whitaker had approached him years ago, asking for help to kill his family. This revelation pointed directly at Bart's involvement in planning and carrying out the shooting. Adam, Bart's former roommate, recalled a conversation in 2001 where Bart discussed killing his family to inherit their property and insurance money, which amounted to around $1 million. Bart even offered Adam a cut if he agreed to carry out the killings. When asked, Adam drew a detailed map of Bart's plan, including where he was supposed to hide when the family returned home. This map shocked the detectives because it matched exactly what happened on December 10, 2003. Adam also described Bart's plan to deceive the police by shooting himself in the arm. Despite this evidence, there wasn't enough to press charges against Bart. Detective Marshall continued to engage Bart in conversation, showing him police videos to piece together details of the crime scene. Despite Bart being under suspicion, he remained composed and cooperative, seemingly having nothing to hide. However, Marshall grew frustrated with Bart's vagueness about certain details, like which direction he ran and how far he was from the shooter. Bart claimed he couldn't remember. To gather more evidence, the police devised a plan involving Adam Hipp calling Bart.
He told me how your mom and your brother were killed and how your dad and you were shot. All that was very similar to what one of our plans was.
Stop saying our plan.
Okay.
It wasn't, so stop saying it.
All right.
He mentioned another former roommate, Chris Brashear. The investigators obtained a scent sample from a country club where Bart and Brashear had worked. Bloodhounds sniffed the sample along with evidence from the Whitaker home, and they identified Brashear's scent on the drawers in the master bedroom and on the murder weapon. Chris Brashear then became the prime suspect. He was brought in for questioning and asked to explain his whereabouts on the evening of the shooting. Brashear claimed he was at Hooters with his roommate Steve Champagne and Champagne's girlfriend on the night of the shooting. Champagne, a US Marine, initially denied any involvement, but under pressure from detectives, he eventually confessed. He admitted to driving Brasher to the Whitaker home and waiting nearby while Brasher carried out the killings. Champagne's confession led detectives to Lake Conroe, where they found a bag containing crucial evidence. Inside were two-way radios, water bottles, tools used to break open the gun safe, ammunition, and a smashed cell phone used during the crime. The water bottle had Brasher's DNA on it. Both Brasher and Champagne confessed to their roles in the crime, with Brasher being the shooter and Champagne the driver, acting on Bart's plan. These confessions, along with the evidence from the bag, provided enough proof to press charges. It took 7 months to gather this evidence. Meanwhile, Bart disappeared, telling his dad he was going to a club but never returning. In September 2005, Champagne and Brasher were arrested for the murders of Tricia and Kevin Whitaker. Bart Whitaker vanished, triggering an international manhunt. A $10,000 reward was offered for any information leading to his capture. Sugarland law enforcement felt frustration and resentment at Bart's escape, as they had suspected him from the start, yet he managed to evade them. His disappearance left the community in shock and disbelief, with residents grappling with the idea that an innocent person wouldn't run. Kent Whitaker faced his worst nightmare, the possibility that his only surviving family member could be responsible for the loss of the rest of his family. Despite this, even before knowing the culprit's identity, Kent declared his forgiveness, attributing it to God's calling. However, realizing that it was his own son who had disappeared left him questioning why. As time passed without any solid leads, the pain and confusion deepened, leaving Kent and the community searching for answers and closure. Months felt like years for the Sugarland authorities and for Kent Whitaker as they waited for answers. Finally, 18 long months after the murders, a man named Rudy Rios came forward. He revealed that a year earlier, someone had bought his identity for $3,000 and fled to Mexico. Seeking the $10,000 reward, Rios reported Bart's whereabouts, leading to his arrest on September 24, 2005. Bart was extradited to the United States to face prosecution, charged with murder. During a visit from his father, Kent noted Bart appeared fine, but Bart admitted everything was his fault and expressed deep remorse. The trials began in 2007, and the jury found Bart guilty of planning the murders for greed. After 10 hours of deliberation, they sentenced him to death by lethal injection, scheduled for February 22, 2018. But the story didn't end there.
When did you stop thinking about killing your parents?
You know, I don't actually know. I mean, it was not just this eureka moment where it just kind of came up, and it was sort of a way of thinking this really awful thing in my head, the worst thing that I could think of as a way of kind of like venting, you know, if that makes any sense. It wasn't real. It was not a plan or a plot at that point. It was just sort of a way of, you know, shaking my fist at them in my head.
Kent Whitaker had provided his son Bart with a lakeside house, luxury vehicles and education, showing his love and devotion as a father. He was known as a loving and faithful man, a devout Christian. So it wasn't surprising when he chose to forgive his son. However, what truly stood out was Kent Whitaker's relentless fight over the next 10 years to change Bart's death sentence to life imprisonment. Despite being remarried and in his late 60s, Kent tirelessly filed pleas, made public appearances, wrote applications, and spoke to prosecutors, advocating for clemency for Bart. Kent objected to the death penalty for his son, arguing that killing Bart would only inflict further trauma on him. As the day of execution approached, Kent prepared himself to be present, not because he wanted to, but because he wanted Bart to know that someone cared for him and didn't want him to die alone with his mistakes. To sway authorities and emotions, Kent highlighted Bart's positive changes, such as completing anger management and religion classes, earning an undergraduate degree, and nearly finishing his master's degree. Additionally, Bart forgave all those involved in the murders, showing a transformation that Kent believed deserved a chance at redemption. Kent Whitaker fought tirelessly until he exhausted all his legal options, including a written public plea to the Texas Board of Pardons and Paroles. On the day of Bart Whitaker's scheduled execution, Bart was served his last meal, consisting of chicken enchiladas, rice, beans and vegetables. In the morning, Kent visited Bart and they touched each other's hands through the glass, saying their goodbyes. Later in the evening, about 40 minutes before the execution, the family gathered in the execution room, holding each other's hands, preparing for their final farewells. However, just before the execution, Bart's attorney, Keith Hampton, called Kent with unexpected news. Governor Abbott had granted a commutation of Bart's death sentence, accepting the board's vote. This was the first commutation of a death sentence during Abbott's tenure, despite allowing 30 executions to proceed during the same period. Kent Whitaker, a deeply religious man who believed in miracles and forgiveness, nearly manifested one out of what seemed like a hopeless plea. The story, where 34 seconds could have marked the end of the family, now saw half of it finding peace. Bart remained restrained without the hope of parole. Despite the commutation, many believed there was more to Bart Whitaker's story than a man who murdered his family. Psychiatrists like Holwell suggested there were deeper issues at play, hinting at a complex and troubling narrative behind Bart's actions. Bart was described as someone with a fundamentally different nervous system, suggesting that something was off with his wiring. Unlike most sociopaths who grow up amidst extreme trauma, Bart grew up in a safe and loving home. Yet, he seemed to perceive rejection even when it wasn't there, displaying a lack of emotion that chilled those who observed him. The damage caused by this case was irreparable. Trish and Kent were like second parents to many in their community, a support system that made it all the more tragic that their own child turned against them. Moments of family joy and aspirations were abruptly cut short, leaving behind a painful void. This case serves as a solemn reminder of the heavy toll bad choices can exact. It prompts reflection on the importance of understanding what's going on within the people around us to prevent lasting pain. Deciding between the death penalty and life imprisonment is a difficult moral question. While some argue that capital punishment deters dangerous criminals, others, like Kent Whitaker, believe that life in prison is a better option. Ultimately, it's a matter of personal beliefs and the laws in place. What do you think? Should cases as heinous as Bart Whitaker's warrant capital punishment, or is life imprisonment a more humane option considering the irreversible nature of the death penalty? Share your thoughts in the comments below.
We're going to delve into a case from Minnesota, dating back to 2013. It revolves around a woman named Kira Steger, who, at the age of 30, worked as a store clerk in a clothing shop located within the Mall of America. She was truly dedicated to her job, never missing a shift. So when February 23, 2013 rolled around and she failed to show up for work, her co-workers became understandably concerned. They attempted to reach out to Kira, but she didn't respond to their calls or text messages. As a result, they contacted the police, reporting her as missing. Kira K. Steger was born on November 19, 1982, in Des Plaines, Illinois. She was the cherished daughter of Marcy and Jai Steger, who described her as a lively, dedicated, and sweet young woman. Kira's workplace was the Mall of America, where she worked at two different stores, Wet Seal and most recently Delia's. Her co-workers weren't just colleagues. They were like an extended family to Kira. She possessed a remarkable talent for identifying people's strengths, even when they couldn't see those qualities in themselves. Kira had big plans and dreams for her future, which seemed promising and bright. Tragically, all of those dreams were shattered in an instant when she mysteriously disappeared. On Thursday, February 21, 2013, Kira had a scheduled shift at work. According to her co-workers, she seemed to be in good spirits and had plans to enjoy a nice dinner with her husband after her shift ended. Kira was married to Jeffrey Trevino, and their relationship had begun 3 years earlier. They had an immediate connection, which blossomed into a romantic partnership and eventually led to marriage. By all accounts, Kira and Jeffrey appeared to be a happy and stable married couple. While every couple has their occasional disagreements, they seem to keep their issues within the confines of their own relationship. Neither their relatives, friends, nor co-workers had any inkling of the troubles brewing beneath the surface. Fast forward 2 days later, on February 23rd, Kira, a woman known for her punctuality and strict adherence to schedules, didn't show up for work. Her concerned co-workers immediately took notice, since this behavior was highly unusual for her. They contacted Jeffrey, Kira's husband, but he was clueless about her whereabouts. According to Jeffrey, Kira had left their home the previous morning and hadn't returned. Interestingly, Jeffrey wasn't overly alarmed by this, because Kira had a habit of occasionally disappearing for a day or two. She would either stay at a friend's place or visit relatives without giving prior notice. However, one factor that raised concerns was the harsh weather that day, with heavy snowfall. Jeffrey speculated that something might have happened to Kira on her way, like her Kira getting stuck or her phone losing power, with no news from Kira. By the end of the day, Jeffrey decided to take action. He filed a missing persons report and reached out to Kira's family, who were equally shocked and devastated by her mysterious disappearance. Detectives immediately sprang into action upon receiving the missing persons report for Kira Steger. Typically, such investigations commence with questioning the spouse and searching the immediate vicinity, and this case was no exception. Detectives paid a visit to Jeffrey's home to speak with him. According to Jeffrey, on the day before her disappearance, he and Kira had spent some quality time together. They had dinner, engaged in conversation, played a game of bowling, and then left the mall. Jeffrey recounted that they returned home and Kira had plans to watch a movie. The following day, Friday at around 8:30 a.m., Kira had left for work. There was an event scheduled and her presence was mandatory. Jeffrey noted that her behavior appeared normal and he didn't notice anything unusual or alarming. Jeffrey also mentioned that Kira's occasional disappearances weren't entirely surprising to him, even though he often didn't know where she went or who she spent time with. He revealed that their relationship had been facing difficulties for a few months. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Kira's disappearance have left everyone puzzled, and detectives were determined to unravel the truth behind this perplexing case. The detective began to question Jeffrey about where his wife, Kira, might be staying, or if she had a lover. However, Jeffrey rejected this suggestion, as he had personally asked Kira about it and received a negative response. He expressed his love and trust for his wife. The investigators collected information about Kira and her car and shared it with the on-duty patrols. They themselves went to the Mall of America, a massive shopping mall in Bloomington. This mall has 520 stores, theme parks, an oceanarium, movie theaters, a golf course, and more. It's equipped with many security cameras. The detectives reviewed the footage to check the credibility of Jeffrey's account. It showed nothing unusual. Jeffrey and Kira met after her work, spent time at the mall, then headed to the parking lot and left together. There were no signs of arguments, and the evening seemed to have gone smoothly, but as time passed with no news about Kira, the anxiety among her loved ones grew. They had no information about her whereabouts, and the situation was becoming increasingly distressing. Kira's family decided to take matters into their own hands. They traveled to Bloomington to assist with the investigation. They created flyers with Kira's pictures, posted them on poles, and distributed them to people on the street. Their goal was to draw as much attention as possible to the search for Kira. In this intriguing part of the story, Kira's family couldn't just stand idly by. They had to take action to locate their missing loved one. While Kira's family was out distributing flyers, investigators continued their work. They interviewed people living nearby and noticed something interesting. One of the neighbors had a security camera that happened to capture footage of Kira and Jeffrey's home. The investigators requested a copy of this footage in the hopes of finding some clues. Meanwhile, they received records from a cell phone company, which revealed a new lead. It turns out that besides Jeffrey, Kira had another man in her life, Ryan Went. He was the manager at one of the stores where she worked, and they had a close and frequent relationship. The police discovered that Ryan was out of state during the search for Kira, heading towards Colorado. This was significant for the investigation because not only did he have a romantic involvement with Kira, but he also left the state at the same time she disappeared. It could be a mere coincidence, or there might be something more to his sudden departure. Detectives needed to get to the bottom of this. They managed to reach Ryan, and he agreed to be questioned in Colorado. During the questioning, Ryan mentioned that he last communicated with Kira while he was driving through South Dakota, exchanging text messages with her. These texts were sent shortly before Kira's disappearance. Upon examining the teaming of these text messages, detectives concluded that Kira was in contact with her new lover while she was having dinner with her husband, Jeffrey. It was becoming clear from their messages that Kira was growing distant from Jeffrey. To further confirm Ryan's alibi, investigators checked his phone records to see which cell towers he connected to and reviewed his credit card statements. It was evident that he was indeed out of state on the evening in question and had no apparent connection to Kira's disappearance. As a result, he was released from suspicion. This twist in the investigation raises questions about Kira's relationships and what role, if any, they played in her mysterious disappearance. The detectives must continue their work to uncover the truth. The time-stamps on the messages showed that Kira was still texting Ryan even after she got home with her husband. However, their conversation stopped at 11:44 p.m., and since then, Kira's phone has been inactive. Meanwhile, another group of investigators was preparing to review the video footage from a surveillance camera at Kira's neighbor's house. This camera covered a wide area, but it panned too quickly, making it challenging to spot anything suspicious. Whenever something caught the investigators' attention, the camera swiftly turned the other way. In the brief moments the camera captured Jeffrey and Kira's house, Jeffrey claimed that they had dinner, went bowling, watched a movie, and then went to bed. However, when the investigators watched the video, they noticed that around 2 a.m., Kira's car backed into the yard. Due to the poor quality of the footage and the camera's constant movement, it was hard to see exactly what was happening. Shortly after, the car drove away from their house. Jeffrey explained that Kira had asked him to fill up her car with gas for her morning commute, which is why he went to the gas station. Surprisingly, his story checked out. He was indeed seen at the gas station around 3:30 in the morning. However, the detectives later discovered that, after leaving the gas station, he didn't return home but instead headed towards the highway. This turn of events raised more questions about the case. The neighbor's camera didn't capture them returning home. This might have been just a coincidence because the camera was constantly moving. So it's possible that they came back later when the camera was pointing in another direction. Upon closer examination of the footage, investigators noticed that Kira's Chevrolet left at 9:21 a.m. Unfortunately, there was no way to see who was driving the car. Things took a concerning turn when a missing person report was filed with the police on Saturday, February 23rd. Then, on Monday, February 25th, the police received a call about a suspicious vehicle near the shopping center where Kira worked. This vehicle had been parked in a multi-story parking lot for several days, catching the attention of security guards who asked for it to be towed. The tow truck driver, before towing the car, examined it and found some red smudges on the trunk lid that looked suspicious. He promptly called the police. The vehicle turned out to be Kira's white Chevy. While there wasn't a significant amount of blood, there were a few small stains, which raised serious concerns. Inside Kira's purse, which was found in the abandoned car, were divorce court forms that seemed to have been downloaded from the internet. Additionally, investigators noticed something unusual behind the car in the snow, a rolled-up trunk mat with dark stains on the reverse side. The discovery of these items only deepened the mystery surrounding Kira's disappearance. DNA testing revealed that it was Kira Steger's blood. Sadly, investigators began to suspect that Kira was no longer alive. This was devastating for her family and friends, as it dashed their hopes of ever seeing Kira again. It left them with a multitude of questions. How did she meet her fate? Did she endure suffering, and who could have had such a strong motive to take her life? The fact that Kira's body was missing only added to their anguish, making it much harder to come to terms with the tragedy. The detectives shifted their focus to identifying the individual who had left the car in the parking lot. The car left her house at 9:21 a.m. About 20 minutes later, a security camera at the mall captured it. Although there were no cameras in the parking lot where the car was found, there was one aimed at the path leading to the car. Upon reviewing the footage from that camera, detectives noticed a man wearing a hood that covered his head. Given the cold weather, this didn't seem unusual. However, detectives were keen to track his movements. The hooded man crossed the street and walked to a taxi stand, where he had a brief conversation with one of the drivers. He then entered the taxi and drove away. Police were able to determine which taxi company the cabs in the mall's parking lot belonged to. Using the time of the hooded man's interaction with the driver, they easily identified the cab's license plate number. All the cabs had GPS tracking devices, which showed that the hooded man ended his trip just a block away from Kira and Jeffrey's house. He paid in cash and left the neighborhood. The cab's route was captured on the same camera that had partially recorded Kira and Jeffrey's home. In just 2 minutes, a person wearing a hood entered the scene. The video quality wasn't great, so it was hard to see their face, but what stood out was the white symbol on their hoodie. As investigators continued watching, this hooded figure went into the house where Kira and Jeffrey lived. Kira had gone missing, which strongly suggested that this person was Jeffrey. With a search warrant in hand, law enforcement officers went to the house. At first glance, it appeared to be an ordinary, unremarkable home. However, upon closer inspection, forensic experts started discovering dark red stains in the bedroom that belonged to the couple. There were a few stains on the wall next to the bed, and around 100 of them on the mattress. It was clear that the bedroom had been recently cleaned and rearranged. When the forensics team used a special chemical called luminol, the carpet on the floor lit up, revealing many bloodstains that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. These stains led from the bedroom to other parts of the house. Forensic analysis confirmed that this blood belonged to Kira, strongly suggesting that she was no longer alive. Apart from searching inside the house, the police also inspected Jeffrey's car. There was no blood in the car, and they didn't find any signs of a struggle. However, they did find something interesting: a gas station receipt in Jeffrey's car. This receipt was issued an hour and 40 minutes before Kira's car was found in a mall parking lot. Based on this receipt, they learned that the purchase was made with Jeffrey's card. Detectives then went to the gas station to review security footage, which showed Jeffrey filling up his car and making a cash withdrawal from an ATM inside the station. This footage provided a glimpse of Jeffrey's face and revealed that he had a logo on his jacket in the chest area that appeared to match the one on the hooded person from the earlier video. In light of this recording and all the evidence discovered at the house, the authorities took 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino into custody for questioning, making him the primary and sole suspect in the case. Upon arriving at the police station, Jeffrey promptly contacted his lawyer, who advised him to exercise his right to remain silent. The police had gathered enough evidence to press charges, but the most incriminating proof of his involvement would be the discovery of Kira's body. There was little doubt among investigators and Kira's family that she had lost her life. Over the course of several months, the police, along with Kira's family and volunteers, conducted an extensive search for her. As the snow began to melt in late March, volunteers stumbled upon an unusual bag along the roadside near Keller Lake, which was a few miles from Trevino's residence. They promptly alerted the authorities. Inside the bag were items stained with blood: a pillow, a shirt, and a bra. Forensic analysis confirmed that these items were linked to Kira, as her DNA was found on them. The search around Keller Lake was complicated by the lingering ice, which hindered diving efforts. Despite their best efforts, divers were unable to locate any remains in the lake. The surrounding area was meticulously combed multiple times, with the assistance of 4 search dogs trained to locate bodies. About 2.5 months after Kira's disappearance, in May 2013, the St. Paul Police Department received a troubling call. A concerned citizen reported a discovery in the Mississippi River that appeared to be a lifeless body. When the police retrieved the body, they confirmed it was Kira Steger. She had suffered severe injuries to her forehead and a broken finger on her left hand. Due to the advanced state of decomposition, the exact cause of her death could not be determined. With this new evidence, investigators began piecing together the events leading up to Kira's death and the aftermath. They suspected that upon returning home, Jeffrey, Kira's husband, had become aware of her texting someone else. When Kira refused to show him the messages, Jeffrey forcefully took her phone and broke her finger upon discovering the romantic messages. His anger escalated, leading to a tragic outcome as he took Kira's life and attempted to cover up the crime. Jeffrey used Kira's car to transport her body to the river, stopping at a gas station along the way. He then returned home, disposing of Kira's belongings, including her pillow and clothes. The following morning, he withdrew cash from an ATM, knowing he would need it to pay for a cab after leaving Kira's car in a mall parking lot. His plan was to make it seem like Kira had left on her own that morning, but surveillance cameras ultimately exposed his deception. In October 2013, a jury found 39-year-old Jeffrey Trevino guilty of a crime. They agreed with his defense that his actions were not premeditated and that the incident resulted from a heated and sudden argument following the discovery of his wife's unfaithfulness. Before the judge announced the sentence, members of Kira's family had their say. Kira's sister Carrie Ann Steger expressed her feelings, calling Trevino a calculated criminal and saying he didn't deserve any mercy. Marcy, Kira's mother, mentioned that Trevino had shown her daughter no kindness. She said, "He discarded my daughter like she was worthless into one of the most polluted bodies of water in the nation." Jay, Kira's father, also spoke, saying that no matter what punishment Trevino received, it could never compensate for the pain he had caused their family. He emphasized that no amount of time in prison would ever be enough, saying, "However long you give Mr. Trevino, it will never be sufficient." In November 2013, Jeffrey Trevino was sentenced to 27.5 years in prison. He would become eligible for parole in 2031.
Welcome back to our journey, right here in the bustling city of Las Vegas. This place never seems to take a break, with something exciting happening every hour of the day and night. Among its residents was Shauna Ann Castleton, who moved here from Salt Lake City at the age of 28. She started out selling cosmetics at Saks Fifth Avenue and Neiman Marcus, but was soon drawn to the city's glitz and glamour. Shauna transitioned to working as a cocktail waitress at the Fiesta, then landed a prestigious role at the Palms Hotel Casino, one of the most famous casinos in the area. She settled in quickly, making friends with her colleagues and winning the hearts of her customers. Her friends described her as a free spirit, always positive, and someone who lived in the moment. In 2002, Shauna met George Tiffay at the Palms. George was a regular there, and he was immediately drawn to Shauna's work ethic and enthusiasm. He had a strong background, having been a star athlete and homecoming king at school. After training at the United States Military Academy, he became a firefighter. The attraction between them was instant, and they quickly became inseparable. A year later, their world expanded when they welcomed a baby girl named Madison. George was fiercely protective of his new family, and Shauna adored her little girl. 2 years later, they celebrated their love with a beautiful beach wedding in Hawaii. However, their blissful life took a hit when George faced a severe financial setback during the housing market crash. Shauna became the family's primary breadwinner, which created financial stress and began to strain their relationship. Shauna confided in friends that George had become jealous and resentful. His behavior turned more controlling, causing further tension. He even made hurtful comments about her appearance in front of their little girl. Things took a bizarre turn when George befriended a homeless man who started doing odd jobs around their house. Shauna found this man unsettling. As the financial strain and George's behavior continued, Shauna moved out into her own townhouse apartment in Summerlin. They started sharing custody of Madison and even saw a marriage counselor, but it seemed divorce was looming. Shauna sent George a text that hinted at the finality of their separation, saying there might be no going back once they lived apart. George was also upset about the complications that divorce would bring. As they lived apart, Shauna tried to establish a new routine, continuing to work long hours because she loved her job. One fateful night, Shauna returned home from work to find her apartment broken into, with valuable items and her engagement ring stolen. One particularly odd detail was the disappearance of her bikini bottoms and the presence of unfamiliar boxer briefs. This incident left Shauna feeling frightened and on edge, but she tried her best to move on. One night, Shauna left work as usual around 3 a.m. and drove home. She arrived around 3:30 a.m., parked outside, and entered through her garage door. George, who had just finished a long shift at the fire department, had picked up 8-year-old Madison from her grandmother's house. They both went to Shauna's place to collect some of Madison's belongings. What they discovered inside was a scene of complete chaos. Shauna Tiffay lay lifeless on the floor. It was evident from the bloodstains and Shauna's body's position that she had been attacked as she ascended the stairs. Her injuries indicated that a hammer was likely used as the murder weapon, and her last moments were filled with suffering. Her skull was crushed, and her fingers were broken as she tried to defend herself. There was a deep hole in the side of her head, which at first made paramedics believe she had been shot. A neighbour reported hearing a thudding sound from her apartment between 3:30 and 4 a.m. However, this wasn't unusual as she typically returned home around that time. Later, another neighbour found some of Shauna's belongings, like her phone, health card and makeup, along the side of a nearby road. The police started by interviewing her estranged husband, George, who had been at the fire station for a 24-hour shift the day before. His alibi checked out, which left the police puzzled about where to begin their investigation. They weren't sure if the burglary that happened 3 weeks earlier was related or just a terrifying coincidence. Since Shauna's belongings were discovered outside her home, it was possible that the same person returned, not realizing Shauna would be awake, and a tragic confrontation ensued. The police also didn't know if Shauna was randomly targeted or if there was a specific reason behind the crime. These uncertainties left both Shauna's casino colleagues and her family worried. They all had similar work schedules, raising concerns that one of them might be the next target. Despite George's alibi, Paula, Shauna's sister, and her husband had their suspicions. They decided to call George to inquire about the situation. During this call, Paula expressed her concerns to George, believing he might be involved based on conversations with her sister. Paula and her husband subsequently booked a flight to Las Vegas, as their minds raced with questions and fears. Paula couldn't shake the haunting image of her sister's final moments, the excruciating pain she endured, the terror, and the realization that she was going to die. Within 24 hours of finding Shauna's body, the police received a crucial tip that would open up a new direction in the case. A man named Big Will claimed that a homeless friend he knew as Greyhound had admitted to killing a woman with a hammer. Greyhound seemed unperturbed, even cheerful, as if he had just accomplished a mission. Big Will told Greyhound that if he ever saw news of a woman killed in the manner Greyhound had described, he'd have to report him. As the news of Shauna's murder spread, Big Will believed Greyhound was telling the truth and immediately informed the police. Greyhound, actually named Noel Stevens, was living in a tent on the outskirts of the city and was known to the police for various low-level criminal activities, including theft and drug-related charges. Although he admitted to drug dealing, he vehemently denied any involvement in Shauna's death. The police found this surprising, as Noel had no apparent motive for travelling so far to commit such a serious crime without any significant gains. To get to the bottom of this, the police began searching the area near Noel's tent while he was in custody. The officers were concerned because the vastness of this place meant that the search for any potential evidence could take weeks. However, surprisingly, the evidence was not far from where it all began. Just a short walk from a tent, they discovered a pair of trousers belonging to Noel, stained with blood. Nearby, there was a price tag from a hammer and a pair of bloody underwear. Back at the police station, detectives were diligently examining Noel's phone records. It didn't take them long to stumble upon a crucial contact that would tie everything together. George. When asked about George, Noel mentioned that he was his friend, the firefighter. Noel Stevens was the man whom George Tiffay had befriended, the same man who had raised suspicions in Shauna's mind since their first meeting. The police used the barcode from the hammer to track down the store's CCTV footage, revealing a shocking revelation. The video clearly showed George Tiafe and Noel Stevens shopping together, buying the very hammer that would later be used in Shauna's tragic fate. This discovery strongly pointed to George's involvement in the events that transpired. Back at the police station, they confronted Noel with all the collected evidence, and he finally admitted to being Shauna's murderer. As suspected, Noel claimed that it was George, Shauna's estranged husband, who had orchestrated this gruesome act, and he had paid Noel $600 to carry it out on his behalf. Noel went on to describe that he and George had spent considerable time planning the heinous act. George had obtained a key for Noel, bought dark clothing for him, and even asked him to stage a robbery weeks prior to Shauna's death, almost like a practice run. On that fateful day, September 29th, Noel broke into Shauna's house. He hid in her closet for a while, then moved to the living room, waiting for her. When Shauna began ascending the stairs, Noel followed her and launched his brutal attack. During this horrific encounter, Shauna cried and begged for her life, repeatedly asking why this was happening. Noel struck her 17 times with the hammer. When the hammerhead broke, he continued using it until Shauna stopped moving. After sharing this gruesome story, Noel offered to lead detectives to where he had buried the hammerhead in the desert, finally providing them with the murder weapon. At this point, 9 days had passed since Shauna's lifeless body was discovered that early morning in September. On October 8th, detectives notified George's mother and sister that he was under investigation in connection with Shauna's death. Their immediate response was one of shock and denial. But just minutes later, George received a phone call from his sister, which set off a chain of events. He swiftly jumped into his truck and engaged in a reckless and high-speed drive through Vegas, culminating in a deliberate crash into a concrete wall. Remarkably, George survived the crash thanks to his seatbelt, and he was subsequently treated for his injuries at the University Medical Center. 2 days later, officers arrived at George's hospital bed to inform him of his arrest. George's response was simply, "Okay," after which he requested to contact his attorney, take a shower, and brush his teeth. The authorities believed they had amassed a substantial amount of evidence to bring charges against both men. Just 3 months later, Noel Stevens entered a guilty plea, which resulted in the death penalty being removed from the table in exchange for his testimony as the prosecution's star witness. He was sentenced to 42 years to life in prison. In August 2015, George, who continued to maintain his innocence, entered the courtroom for his trial. The prosecution painted a grim picture, explaining how he had hidden in the bathroom area and ambushed Shauna when she returned home from her work at the Palms, striking her multiple times with a hammer, which ultimately claimed her life. Throughout the trial, Shauna's family stood by, wearing her favourite colour, pink, and presenting a poker chip, her lucky charm, to prosecutor Mark DiGiacomo. George chose not to testify, but an array of witnesses, including his sisters and close friends, attested to the kind, compassionate, and hard-working man they believed they knew, a man who would have no part in such a heinous crime. The prosecution's case was robust. Alongside the CCTV footage and Noel's confessions, they had a multitude of phone records showing the numerous times George had called Noel, 87 times in September 2012 and 5 times the night before the murder. A remarkable frequency for someone who supposedly only occasionally hired Noel for odd jobs around the house. However, the defence argued that the CCTV evidence was inconclusive, as they were simply buying tools for household chores. The star witness, Noel, took the stand, reiterating the same detailed account of the events he had shared with the police several years earlier. George and Shauna had their fair share of arguments, mostly about money. It's no secret that their marriage was on the rocks, and that led to some discussions about separating. George talked to someone about killing Shauna, but initially this person didn't take him seriously. They thought he was just talking big, letting off some steam. But something changed in that conversation, something that made them reconsider. George supposedly offered this person money to carry out the act. At first, it was $1,000, but it later went up to $5,000. The plan was for George to pay after an insurance payout, and he also intended to make money from pawning Shauna's engagement ring. Now, this person has a significant role in the events. They used a hammer from a store called Lowe's as the weapon to attack Shauna. George had suggested using a wooden hammer, fearing that a metal one might break during the attack. They bought the hammer earlier and kept it until the day of the crime. The attack was brutal. This person, wearing a mask, confronted Shauna with the hammer. She asked why this was happening, but they didn't respond. Instead, they struck her with the hammer, causing her to fall. They continued hitting her, even when the wooden hammer broke, and then switched to a metal piece. The prosecution claimed that this person's story matched with evidence like CCTV footage and phone records. However, during cross-examination, they admitted to having hallucinations, which the defense used to suggest that they might have fabricated the story. George's attorney argued that this story was just a tale, not supported by strong evidence. They maintained that George had no motive to kill Shauna. The prosecution countered this by saying that George might have intended to eliminate this person too, which is why he had bought a gun recently. Now, as the jury deliberated for 3 days, the tension was palpable. Nobody could predict how this case would end. The verdict was delivered in a Clark County, Nevada courtroom after 5 days of testimony and about 3 hours of closing arguments. The jury, consisting of 7 men and 5 women, took 15 hours to reach their decision. The jury found George Tifa guilty on several counts, including conspiracy to commit a serious crime. The charges were related to a horrifying incident involving his wife. When asked if this was their final verdict, the jury responded in unison, yes. Following the guilty verdict, George Tifa showed no emotion as the jury deliberated his punishment. The jury had 3 options for sentencing: life without the possibility of parole, 20 years to life, or 20 to 50 years. After only 4 hours of deliberation, they decided to impose a life sentence without the possibility of parole. In addition, George Tifa received an additional 81 years for his convictions on charges of conspiracy, burglary, and robbery. The judge stated that this sentencing was based on the pure evil of the crime. Shauna's sister, Paula, expressed her satisfaction with the verdict, describing George as a controlling manipulator. She felt that the best outcome was for him to spend his life in prison, unable to control anything. She thanked the Clark County District Attorney's Office and everyone involved in the case. The family had been fighting for justice for Shauna for nearly 3 years, and they were relieved that justice had finally been served. George Tifa, however, decided to appeal the verdict. In his 107-page appeal, he included handwritten notes claiming that prescription medications altered his mind, making him believe he needed to commit a crime to protect his child. An online fundraiser was initiated to support his appeal, but ultimately his conviction was upheld. Shauna's family founded Justice for Shauna, a group aimed at raising awareness about domestic violence and abusive relationships. They also moved Shauna's grave from Las Vegas back to her home state of Utah, where she could rest beside her father. Shauna's daughter, Maddie, now lives with her grandmother and spends time with her aunt Paula. Despite the profound loss, Maddie remembers her mother with a smile, recalling the laughter and joy they shared. This heartbreaking case highlights the devastating consequences of domestic violence and the resilience of Shauna's family in seeking justice and raising awareness about such issues. It serves as a reminder of the importance of supporting victims and taking action against abuse.
In 2016, in the city of Mendoza, Argentina, on January 10th, 2 young women, 21-year-old Marina Menago and 22-year-old Maria Jose Coni set out on a much-anticipated journey. This journey soon turned into a significant investigation in Latin America. Maria Jose Coni was studying economics at the National University of Cuyo, while Marina Menazo was studying speech therapy at Aconcagua University. Both were actively involved as volunteers, helping people who were struggling to find a place to live. Friends and acquaintances often described them as cheerful and deeply connected to their families. The two friends embarked on this trip with two others, but eventually went their separate ways. They started their journey on January 10th, and their route could be traced through Maria Jose Coni's Instagram posts until January 13th. The girls were already in a place called Equit by January 23rd, and their journey was coming to an end. Their Instagram posts hinted at their travel adventures and seemed like a farewell as they prepared to return to Argentina. Maria Jose Coni and Marina Menazo still had about 10 days of vacation left, so they decided to extend their stay and headed back to Montanita, marking the beginning of their Ecuadorian experience. On February 22nd, Maria shared a photo with Marina, and this would be the last post on her Instagram account. Around the same time, they contacted their families in Argentina, informing them of their plans to return. They were supposed to take a bus from Ecuador to Lima in Peru, spend a night at a friend's place, and then fly from Lima to Santiago, the capital of Chile, on February 25th. From Santiago, they would take a bus to their hometown, Mendoza, in Argentina. During this time, the girls informed their families that they might be difficult to reach due to poor phone signal. However, as days passed, their families grew increasingly anxious. There was no activity on Maria and Marina's social media accounts, and the families were unable to contact them. Marina's sister was the first to draw attention to their disappearance on social media, sharing a photo of the two girls and pleading for information regarding their whereabouts. Worried and desperate for answers, the families tried to ascertain if the girls had left the country and boarded their flight. Yet their attempts to obtain information from the airline representatives proved futile. The friends with whom they were supposed to stay before their departure also confirmed that the girls never showed up. Consequently, the families took the distressing step of contacting emergency services in Ecuador to report the disappearance. They also reached out to the Argentine consulate seeking assistance. The consulate stepped in on February 27th. Argentine authorities sent the fingerprints of both girls to Ecuador. This action was prompted by a discovery a few days earlier. On February 25th, an unknown woman's body was found in Montanita and transported to Guil. By comparing the fingerprints obtained from the Argentine police with those of the unidentified body, they confirmed it was Maria Jose Con. On Saturday, February 27th, after examining the area where Maria's body was found, the police discovered Marina Menazo's body. It was just 43 yards away from Maria's body. Both bodies were wrapped in plastic bags and secured with duct tape. According to Ecuadorian police information, Marina's body was harder to find initially because the criminal tried to conceal it by placing something on top of it. During the autopsy, the medical expert determined that Maria Jose Con died from head injuries caused by blunt force trauma. She had injuries described in a certain way by the Ecuadorian authorities, along with a broken femur and toe. Marks on Maria's wrists indicated she was tied up. Marina Menazo died from 6 stab wounds to the neck and had similar wrist marks, suggesting she was also tied up. The report stated the girls passed away on February 23rd. Toxicological analysis revealed a significant amount of a drug used in psychiatric treatment in their blood. Given the circumstances of their death, the police concluded the girls did not voluntarily consume this drug, and they might not have been aware they had taken it. This suggested someone might have mixed it into their food or drinks. Just 24 hours after finding the second body, a significant development occurred in this case. However, it stirred mixed reactions among the girls' families. Ecuador's president and interior minister announced that the police had solved the case. They arrested 33-year-old Alberto Segundo Mina Pont and 39-year-old Aurelio Eduardo Rodriguez, who confessed and provided details of how the events unfolded. Bloodstains were found in one of the accused, Mina Pont's house. Marina's mobile phone, backpack, and other items were discovered nearby. Besides the swift arrests, what surprised many was the immediate confession of the two men. This news caused a stir among those following the case. The men presented their version of events, Ecuador's Interior Minister Jose Serrano stated that the girls left the hotel where they had a room on February 22nd at 2:01 p.m. Allegedly, someone stole all their money at the hotel, so they planned to hitchhike to Lima. However, this version was disputed by the hotel owner, who claimed that no theft occurred. Maria and Marina's families also doubted this story, as the girls had credit cards with them. Even with a financial crisis, they could have used the cards. Yet, there was no activity on the cards. It remains uncertain whether someone actually stole all the money from Maria and Marina. Further unfolding events might shed light on this mystery. The minister mentioned the statements of people who, I'd like to remind you, confessed their actions fully. Pon, one of the suspects, informed that around 8 p.m., Rodriguez informed him about 2 Argentinian girls at a bar. They all engaged in a conversation. In this conversation, Marina and Maria mentioned they were trying to reach Lima through hitchhiking, as they didn't have enough money for a bus. However, this version raises doubts. The girls had already purchased plane tickets from Lima to Santiago in Chile for February 25th. It doesn't make sense for them to hitchhike more than 1,000 miles, risking missing their flight. As mentioned earlier, their flight was scheduled for February 25th, and this conversation, according to Pon, occurred on the evening of February 22nd. Sounds suspicious, doesn't it? On the other hand, witnesses found by the local police confirmed these peculiar accounts. Since it was getting late and the girls needed a place to stay but lacked funds for a hotel or hostel, Pon suggested they stay at his place. The girls agreed. The police found a taxi driver who verified that he drove Marina, Maria and Pon to Pon's residence. The image you see displays Pon's residence. According to information from Ecuadorian authorities, Pon returned to the bar and began drinking with Rodriguez. Meanwhile, Marina and Maria were alone in the house. The heavily intoxicated men returned home around 2:30 a.m., but Maria and Marina were not there. The police learned that the girls went to a nearby store to buy soda. The exact type of soda remains unknown. The police also found a witness, the store's cashier, who verified this. If this account is accurate, it implies that the girls still had some cash. According to Pon's statement, when the girls returned to the house, he stayed in a room with Maria Connie, while Rodriguez was in another room with Marina Manago. Pon admitted he attempted to coerce Maria Connie, but she resisted and tried to leave the house. He then grabbed a stick and hit Maria on the head, resulting in her instantaneous death. At the same time, a scream emanated from the other room. Upon entering, Pon witnessed Rodriguez ending Marina Manago's life. Rodriguez promptly fled the premises. Afterwards, Pon began contemplating how to dispose of the bodies. He tried to eliminate all evidence in the house, securing the bodies in plastic bags and taping them up. During the afternoon, he borrowed a cart from an acquaintance and transported them to a desolate area close to the ocean, about 440 yards away from their home. Just a reminder, everything discussed here is based on the official account by Ecuadorian authorities. However, there was no explanation provided for the marks found on the girls' wrists. Additionally, the toxicological analysis revealed traces of a powerful substance in both girls' blood. Given these circumstances and the discrepancies in the case, the families of the girls began to question the Ecuadorian authorities' narrative. They believed this case might be linked to human trafficking, and the Ecuadorian authorities were concealing the truth. Marina and Maria's families had several reasons to doubt the official version. First, the girls had run out of money but didn't use their credit cards. Second, they were under the influence of drugs. Oddly, the only people who saw Maria and Marina that day were the ones confirming the authorities' account: the bar owner, a taxi driver, and a cashier who supposedly sold soda to the girls. It's worth noting that Monita, the town where this happened, had around 5,000 residents. The families couldn't fathom why the bodies were discovered 2 days apart, merely 43 yards from each other. Moreover, it struck them as strange that Maria and Marina sought help from Pon and Rodriguez. With the sizable Argentine tourist presence in Monita, it would have been more logical for the girls to approach someone from their own country for help. The brother of one of the victims mentioned seeing used syringes on the floor when the Ecuadorian police showed him the crime scene. Strangely, these syringes vanished when he inquired about them. Furthermore, these syringes were absent from the crime scene photos, and the experts who investigated the place denied their presence. According to the family, the two men were merely a facade for something larger, possibly involving human trafficking. Subsequently, the authorities arranged for a second autopsy and a new toxicological examination. It was revealed that both defendants, Pon and Rodriguez, had changed their accounts multiple times. In one version, Pon denied involvement, claiming the actual perpetrator was an illegal substance dealer of Venezuelan origin residing in the vicinity. This man was known by the pseudonym El Chamo. However, this individual vehemently denied any connection to the event and offered to undergo a polygraph test or provide a DNA sample to prove his innocence. Several DNA samples were found at the crime scene, including DNA from Pon, DNA from the deceased girls, and several unidentified samples. These unidentified samples didn't match Rodriguez, the alleged second perpetrator, or El Chamo, who had been ruled out as a suspect after undergoing all the DNA tests. After the second autopsy conducted by Argentine experts, it was evident that both girls were in such a state that they couldn't defend themselves before their demise. Tragically, they had been forced into distressing circumstances. The autopsy also revealed other distressing details. Maria Jose had bruises and scratches on one side of her body, as if she had been thrown out of a moving vehicle. New test results again showed that both girls had taken a strong medicine used for mental health treatment. This drug suppresses a person's control over their actions. The events that unfolded after this sent shockwaves throughout Latin America. Unfortunately, as often happens, people blamed the girls for what happened. Not just regular internet users, but even some well-known public figures held them accountable. One of those who thought the girls were at fault was Ecuador's Deputy Minister of Tourism, Maria Cristina Rodera. Around the same time the news broke about Maria and Marina's passing, Berlin was hosting a tourism fair. During an interview with a German news agency, Rodera suggested that due to the way the girls traveled, something unfortunate was bound to happen sooner or later. She also mentioned she had never been to Manita, implying it was below her social status. This was essentially blaming the victims at a governmental level, a profoundly distressing occurrence. After facing severe backlash for her comments, the Ecuadorian government apologized to Maria and Marina's families and fired Rodera. Among the most criticized was Argentine psychiatrist Hugo Nartin, who labeled the girls as easy targets, insinuating that such individuals influence others to commit harmful acts. After immense criticism, the doctor stated that people had misunderstood him, and he never excused criminals from accountability. In response to the countless comments online blaming the girls, a student from Paraguay, Guadalupe Auster, wrote a Facebook post on behalf of Maria and Marina. The post went viral, receiving 700,000 shares in its first week. The court proceedings kicked off on August 8, 2016, facing numerous setbacks in the case. The prosecutor changed 3 times, causing significant delays. Evidence-wise, the prosecution presented witness statements and over 200 pieces of physical evidence from where the incident happened. Police discovered the girls' belongings, biological fluids, and phones at the scene. During the trial, Pon maintained his innocence, stating that his confession was coerced by the police. This strengthened the family's belief that the Ecuadorian authorities were hiding something. Rodriguez altered his testimony, suggesting involvement of Colombian individuals linked to banned substances in the girls' demise. Early in the trial's first week, the prosecutor voiced suspicions of other individuals' involvement, pointing to the discovery of 3 additional male DNA samples at the scene, apart from Rodriguez and Pon's DNA. Ultimately, the court sentenced both Alberto Pon and Eduardo Rodriguez to 40 years in prison, the maximum penalty per Ecuador's laws. In November 2016, Ecuadorian authorities announced the arrest of another individual whose DNA was found at the scene, 34-year-old Jose Luis Perez Castro. His defense argued that he had resided in the house weeks prior due to a dental infection. The defense contended that the DNA match was due to innocuous contact with furniture or items he had touched earlier. Castro's defense weakened when a dentist testified, revealing that Castro had sought a note about dental issues weeks after the discovery of Marina and Maria's bodies, despite claiming dental problems during the alleged time. Castro, still denying guilt, faced social media and legal battles. Despite their skepticism, the court sentenced Jose Luis Castro, akin to Pon and Rodriguez, to 40 years in prison. The families of the girls remained doubtful about the Ecuadorian authorities' narrative. They even asserted that Argentine police officers were involved in the investigation, casting shadows on the Ecuadorian version. However, Ecuadorian police maintained their stance, continuing the search for other men whose DNA was found at the house to this day.
We're diving into another chilling case, the story of Christy, Sean, and Joseph Codd. Ever wondered why someone would harm an entire family? It makes you question how well you really know the people around you, doesn't it? We often think our friends, colleagues, or neighbours have our backs, but sometimes there are wolves in sheep's clothing among us. They gain our trust only to exploit it later, causing unimaginable harm. Friendship is usually a source of joy and support in life, but tragically, sometimes those intentions lead to devastating outcomes. The tragic loss of Christy Sean and her husband Joseph Codd in 2015 profoundly affected the quiet provincial town of Lear, North Carolina. Their deaths marked one of the most brutal crimes in the history of the small community. At the time of the incident, the couple was eagerly anticipating the arrival of a new family member. However, what made the situation even more horrifying was the realization that their assailant was someone they knew well, trusted, and considered a friend. Furthermore, they were not his only victims. Christy Sean, aka Maria Sean Codd, born on September 3, 1976 in Madrid, Spain, was the only child of American military personnel. Her father, a US Air Force soldier, frequently relocated with his wife and daughter due to his duties. As a result, the family moved from place to place, living in various European countries before returning to the United States. Christy started her education in New Orleans, Louisiana, but the family quickly moved to Texas, then to Illinois. Afterward, they spent several years living in Latin American countries. Living a nomadic lifestyle had its advantages for Christy. She learned multiple languages early on and got to immerse herself in different cultures and traditions. However, her teenage years presented challenges as she struggled to settle into new groups and make friends in unfamiliar places. Just as she began to adjust, it was time to relocate, leading to changes in schools and social circles. Surprisingly, these constant changes honed her communication skills. Christy effortlessly connected with people from diverse backgrounds and earned a reputation as a sweet, sociable, and charming young woman. Moreover, she actively participated in sports such as gymnastics, swimming, and kickboxing classes from a young age. After finishing school, Christy's father retired from the military and they settled in Balloy, Mississippi. Finally, finding genuine friends, Christy stumbled upon a new passion: cooking. She loved experimenting in the kitchen, crafting culinary delights that earned her admiration. This newfound interest led her to pursue culinary courses, much to her parents' expectation of her becoming a chef. However, Christy surprised them by discovering her knack for acting. With ambition and beauty on her side, she joined an acting academy and headed to Los Angeles. There, she embraced every opportunity that came her way, from commercials to theatre performances. She even landed roles in prominent Hollywood productions, sometimes taking on risky stunts, including a minor part in the Terminator franchise. In 2000, after graduating from the academy, the young woman found herself without any significant acting roles. Despite her talent and looks, she shifted her focus to cooking and sports, turning them into a profitable business. Christy appeared on several popular culinary TV shows, gaining recognition and becoming a well-known figure. While she made it to the finals of the next Food Network star, she didn't win due to mixed reviews of her culinary experiments. However, Christy wasn't discouraged. She attracted a large following on social media where she shared her life and creations, promoting a healthy lifestyle and offering nutrition advice. She even developed exercise routines to stay in good physical shape. About a year later, Christy founded and began successfully developing her own catering company, which provided banquet services for various events and also retailed prepared culinary products. Her business was distinctive in that it focused on proper and healthy eating, and additionally, the menu featured her own original recipes which she created and perfected. Soon, the young woman contemplated starting her own farm, which would grow healthy and environmentally friendly produce. This would help her expand her business in the catering industry. At the same time, she conducted online courses on proper nutrition and developed several other projects. In 2012, Christie met Joseph Timothy Codd, better known as JT, who worked as a casting director in television, responsible for selecting participants and actors for various high-rated projects. They first met at a studio in Los Angeles at the casting for a culinary show that the young woman wanted to participate in, and they instantly clicked. Joseph was nearly 7 years older than Christie, had been married before, but was in the process of divorcing at the time they met. He was utterly charmed by the beauty and charisma of this delightful blonde, and he began to court her. The young woman was not averse to his attention, and soon they began a romantic relationship. Joseph shared and supported the ideas of his beloved, and together they began to work on the project of their own farm. Soon after, the couple decided to leave Los Angeles and moved from sunny California to North Carolina. They sold Christie's quite successful and well-established catering business. Joseph sold his house in Hollywood, and they invested all the proceeds in buying a large piece of land in the town of Leicester. The couple acquired a spacious and cozy house, as well as a nearly 1-acre plot of land to realize their dream. The man continued to collaborate with TV channels, but now worked remotely, while the woman actively worked on developing her personal blog about proper nutrition and a healthy lifestyle. They were an ideal couple, with their relationship marked by love and harmony. Together, 3 months after the wedding, the newlyweds learned that they were going to become parents for the first time. Their joy knew no bounds. After the new year, during a routine ultrasound examination, the doctor told the couple that they were expecting a daughter. A few days later, during a phone call with her mother, Christ mentioned that they had decided to name their firstborn Skylar. Everything was going perfectly and the pregnancy was progressing smoothly. But the couple's happiness was tragically short-lived. Christie was 5 months pregnant and actively preparing for the arrival of their baby. She almost daily called her parents who lived in another state, sharing updates on her well-being and chatting with her mother, sometimes for an hour at a time. However, on March 13, 2015, Christie's mother was unable to reach her daughter, but initially did not think much of it. The situation repeated the next day. Calls went through, but no one answered. Her son-in-law's phone also went unanswered. When by March 15th, both spouses' phones were turned off, Christie's mother became alarmed. Since Christie and Joseph's parents lived in other states, they couldn't quickly check on their children's home to ensure everything was all right. Therefore, Christie's mother called a close friend of her daughter, a woman named Cecily, who lived nearby and could check on them at their home. When the friend arrived at the Codd residence, she saw that both spouses' personal cars were parked at the house. However, the front door was locked and no one responded to knocks and shouts. The couple's phones had been off for 3 days, which was also highly suspicious. Through a window, Cecily saw that the couple's beloved dogs, who they cherished and would never willingly leave alone, were locked inside one of the rooms. The woman opted to stroll around the house and noticed that the back door lock had been forcibly broken, suggesting an attempted or successful break-in. She promptly notified Christie's mother via phone, who then promptly contacted the police. The arriving officers confirmed the break-in at the back door and found disorder inside, indicating a search for something. The family reported missing valuables, including the homeowner's jewelry box, and noted that the safe in the couple's bedroom had been tampered with. However, there were no signs of a struggle or evidence of the couple being forcibly taken. Moreover, the intruder had been careful, leaving behind no fingerprints or DNA evidence. The relatives clung to the faint hope that 45-year-old Joseph and his 38-year-old pregnant wife Christie were still alive. But the experienced officers were not optimistic in their forecasts. In the initial days, the investigation simply stalled. No clues or even somewhat significant evidence could be found. The missing couple had no enemies or ill wishes, and reconstructing what had happened was challenging even in broad strokes. The spouses' phones were left at home, last used on March 12th. Only incoming calls were recorded the next day, after which the devices died. The police decided to question the couple's neighbours to see if they had noticed anything strange or suspicious. Recently, an interesting detail emerged. A neighbour living across the street saw another local resident throwing a large bundle into a trash bin near the Codd's home on the morning of March 15th. At the time, he didn't think much of it, but when he learned of the couple's disappearance, he thought the information might be useful to the investigation. Checking the contents of the bins was no longer possible, as the trash had been taken to the dump just the day before, and now any potential evidence would need to be searched for there. But first, the police wanted to speak with the person who had discarded the strange bundle. It was revealed that the perpetrator was a 36-year-old named Robert Jason Owens, residing on the same street. He was familiar with the couple and even regarded as a close family friend. Owens, a handyman, had assisted Christy and Joseph during their initial move. Over time, they developed a friendship, leading to Owens being invited to their wedding. While this seemed innocent enough, some locals characterized Owens as peculiar and unpredictable. Robert was called in for questioning at the police station on March 16th. Initially, he denied any involvement in the couple's disappearance and claimed ignorance about the mentioned bundle. Initially, there wasn't much evidence to charge him with beyond the unsubstantiated claim. However, the situation took a drastic turn later that evening when the same large, peculiar bundle was discovered at the landfill. Inside were items from the missing couple's home, and Robert's clear fingerprints and DNA traces were found on partially burnt clothing belonging to the couple, as well as on a blanket and throw from their home, all stained with blood. This evidence confirmed the police's suspicions that Christy and Joseph were no longer alive. Doubts were dispelled when police searched the suspect's home and found charred human skeletal remains in his wood stove. Robert was then brought in as a suspect in the brutal elimination of his neighbour and the neighbour's pregnant wife. Despite his denials and inconsistent statements, he eventually confessed after several hours, and his admissions were truly shocking. He admitted to the double fatal incident but claimed it was accidental. According to him, on the evening of March 12th, he opted to pay a visit to his friend's house. However, he veered off the road to avoid hitting a dog, which led to his car getting stuck in the mud. He proceeded to walk to the Codd family's residence and sought their assistance in pushing his car out. The Codd couple, being helpful and responsive, agreed to help. As they were pushing the car, Robert, seated behind the wheel, accidentally mixed up the gas and brake pedals, causing the car to lurch forward and strike the couple. In a state of panic, fearing he would be blamed for their injuries or deaths, he made the decision not to alert the authorities or seek medical aid. Instead, he chose to conceal the incident. Robert asserted that he returned to the Codd family's residence, forcibly entered through the back door, and retrieved blankets from the bedroom, uncertain of the victim's survival. He proceeded to wrap the bodies in the blankets and placed them in the bed of his pickup truck. He then transported the bodies to his own home, where he dismembered them in his bathroom using a saw and a small axe. Subsequently, he ignited his stove and systematically incinerated portions of his friend's remains, hoping for complete combustion. Strangely, he opted not to burn the blood-soaked clothing, blankets and footwear, instead bundling them into a trash bag and disposing of them in a dumpster, assuming that once the garbage was taken to the landfill, any evidence would be irretrievable. After all this, Robert claimed he decided to stage a burglary, though in reality he had robbed his friend's home himself, stealing money and valuables which he pawned the next day. The cruelty with which Robert disposed of his friends' bodies and the eerie calmness with which he recounted the events shocked even seasoned police officers. In his home, they found a saw and an axe stained with blood, skin, and bone fragments of the deceased. The accused hadn't even bothered to clean the tools or attempt to hide them, confident that the investigation would never lead to him since he had left no traces at the Codd's house. Forensic analysis confirmed that the bone fragments found in Owens's stove belonged to the missing couple. Law enforcement decided to delve deeper into the suspect's background. Robert was unmarried, had no children, and barely maintained any contact with his relatives. He had previously lived in Asheville, North Carolina, but in 2000 he bought land in Leicester and later built a house there. It turned out that his name was linked to an unresolved crime from 15 years prior that occurred in Asheville in 2000. Robert's close friend, Zeb Wayne Quinn, who was only 18 at the time, mysteriously disappeared. Robert and Zeb, longtime acquaintances from their school days, resided nearby and shared a friendship. Zeb, balancing military training with part-time work at Walmart, arranged to meet with Robert on January 2, 2000, following the conclusion of his Walmart shift. Their plan was to journey to Leicester to purchase a new car. However, Zeb failed to return home. Several days later, Zeb's Mazda protege was discovered parked elsewhere in town, its headlights illuminated, with a heart drawn on the window using red lipstick. Despite investigations, the car's owner remained unidentified. Furthermore, the vehicle exhibited damage and scratches, along with paint traces from another vehicle. Remarkably, Robert, the last person to see Zeb, also had damage on his car, with paint particles matching those from Zeb's vehicle. Robert recounted a peculiar and dubious account of their encounter. Soon after, they embarked towards Leicester, with Zeb signaling for Robert to stop. Zeb said he received a message on his pager and urgently needed to use a payphone. He asked Robert to wait and drove off to the nearest gas station, but returned 10 minutes later looking frantic. He said their plans had changed and then drove off in an unknown direction, hitting his friend's car in the process. It was also discovered that Zeb had a romantic relationship with a woman named Misty Taylor, whose former boyfriend, Wesley Smith, had threatened Zeb with harm if he didn't stop seeing Misty Taylor. Smith and Owens were questioned in this case, but due to a lack of evidence, all three were released. Additionally, Misty and Wesley had aliases, which was not the case for Robert. A significant amount of money, which Zeb had with him in case he decided to buy the car, and his pager disappeared from his car. And it was never determined what message he had received, if any. The investigation leaned towards the theory that there was no message at all. Another oddity was that the day after Zeb's disappearance, a man called Walmart claiming to be him, stating he wouldn't be coming to work for the next few days due to illness. However, the colleague who answered the call thought the voice sounded strange and unfamiliar, not like Zeb at all. That phone call was traced to a Volvo plant where Robert worked. During questioning, Owens unexpectedly claimed that he made the call at his friend's request the night before Zeb sped away. No new evidence or witnesses were found, and the case remained unsolved, with Zeb Quinn listed as missing ever since. However, 15 years after these events, Owens was interrogated again, suspected of being directly involved in his longtime friend's disappearance. In June 2015, the case of Zeb Quinn was reopened from the archives, and the investigation resumed. However, at first, it seemed unlikely that law enforcement would uncover any new information. Robert recounted the same story he had told back in 2000, indicating he had nothing new to add. Nevertheless, the police decided to conduct a more thorough search of his property, where they stumbled upon something very peculiar. In a detached concrete slab at Owens's home, a strangely walled-off cavity was discovered inside which were small, heavily charred human bone fragments. Unfortunately, the remains were too damaged to undergo DNA analysis, so it was impossible to definitively determine if they belonged to the missing Quinn. A neighbor's interview provided even more unexpected results. An elderly man living nearby remembered something from January 2000 when young Owens had just purchased the land and was starting to build his house. One evening, he started a fire that emitted a sickly, sweet, nauseating smell. The neighbor even confronted him because the wind was blowing the stench in his direction, nearly making him sick. Soon after, the fire pit was covered with concrete, which seemed highly unusual. But Robert claimed he planned to build a small fountain there, which he never did. The neighbor had forgotten about the foul-smelling fire until 15 years later when police showed up at the property. Ultimately, Owens confessed to being complicit in a crime, telling an entirely new story. According to him, Zeb was killed by his own uncle Walter Owens, who had been hired by Wesley Smith to eliminate Misty's new boyfriend, whom he still loved. Robert claimed he was unaware at the time, and his uncle had asked him to lure the young man to a secluded spot when the three of them ended up in a wooded area on the road to Leicester. The uncle ordered them to stop the car and then to signal Quinn to do the same. Once the young man stepped out, Walter shot him silently and then instructed his nephew to help dismember and package the body, which was burned on Robert's property that same night and encased in concrete. Interrogating Walter Owens was no longer possible, as he had died several years before his nephew's horrific confession. No evidence was found at the supposed crime scene, and the story sounded very unconvincing. Legal proceedings, plea agreement, and final verdict. Initially, Robert faced charges of first-degree double murder, murder of an unborn child, dismemberment and concealment of evidence, burglary, and robbery. All these charges could have led to the death penalty, but it was revealed that the defendant had long suffered from depression and mental disorders, taking powerful medication, which his lawyer used as a foundation for defense. Thanks to a well-constructed defense strategy, the accused could have been found insane and sent to a psychiatric clinic instead of prison, which neither the prosecution nor the victim's relatives found satisfactory. At the same time, the investigation into Quinn's case began, from which the criminal might also owe escape unpunished. In 2017, the defendant agreed to a plea deal, admitting guilt in the murder of the Codds in exchange for a guaranteed removal of the death penalty from potential sentences for this case. He was found guilty of second-degree manslaughter, dismemberment and incineration of bodies, burglary and robbery. In total, he was sentenced to 59 years in prison. In 2022, Owens made another plea deal with the authorities, this time regarding Quinn's case. However, he only admitted to complicity in murder, and assisting in hiding the evidence for this crime, he received an additional 12 years added to his already effectively life sentence. After the sentencing, the murderer addressed the court asking forgiveness from the relatives of the people he had killed. He again spoke of his innocence, attributing everything to an unfortunate accident and citing his mental disorder and the influence of strong medication which impaired his judgment. However, the relatives of Christy and Joseph Cord, as well as Quinn's family, did not believe him. They have never reconciled with the term unintentional murder and believe that in both cases the man acted deliberately and for selfish motives.
I just remember being asleep and I hear a million pieces of glass just crashing. Celeste! And I just ran out of bed. Celeste, breathe, sweetie, please don't leave me, don't leave me. Oh my God, he killed her! Absolutely unbelievable that the court decided to grant him mercy, even though he showed Celeste none. See, Dimity, the more I was learning, the angrier I was becoming. There is nothing that is about the victim. The victim doesn't exist. I was made commitments, promises. And silly me, I believed it all.
We're going to look at another troubling case. In many romantic comedies, it's common to see the main character chasing and even stalking the girl he likes. Eventually, she gives in to his persistence, realizes no one loves her like he does, and returns his feelings. On screen, this seems cute and funny, making the guy look like a true romantic willing to do anything for his love. But in real life, this behaviour can have the opposite effect, scaring the person and even leading them to call the police. Celeste Mano's story started harmlessly. She was getting attention from a co-worker, which she always ignored, hoping he would get the hint and leave her alone. Unfortunately, one careless action by Celeste changed everything, turning the admirer into an obsessive stalker. Another thoughtless act led to irreversible consequences. Celeste became genuinely fearful for her life, sought help from the police multiple times, and confided in friends about her concerns, but felt powerless and unsupported. This tragedy might have been avoided if the police hadn't waited for a crime to be committed before taking action. Let's examine this case closely and trace the events that led to the tragic end of this young woman. Who was Celeste Mano? Born Celeste Cristano on November 30th, 1997 in northeastern Melbourne, Victoria, Australia, she was the youngest of two children of Aggie Diaro and Tony Mano. She grew up with her older brother Alessandro. According to some sources, their father left when they were young, remarried, but stayed in contact and supported his children. In school, Celeste was social, active and friendly. She played sports, danced, was the cheerleading team captain, and had big dreams. She initially wanted to become a lawyer and enrolled at the University of Melbourne to study criminal and civil law. But towards the end of her studies, she found law boring, switched to advertising and marketing, and in 2018 got hired by a large, fast-growing e-commerce company. Celeste was smart and talented, quickly mastering her job and rose from a call centre worker to head of a department in just a few years. She was seen as one of the most promising employees. Everyone admired Celeste for her intelligence, initiative and ability to organise work efficiently. Besides her professional skills, Celeste had a striking appearance and a flawless figure. During her university years, she even competed in the university beauty contest and placed among the top 3. She was used to significant male attention from a young age, but was very particular in choosing her partners. At the company, a colleague named Lou Nater, who was almost 16 years older than Celeste, took a keen interest in her from the moment she started. Lou was quite reserved and unsociable, with no apparent career ambitions, having stayed in the same minor position for a long time. Celeste, being kind and open, didn't want to hurt Lou's feelings and always politely declined his advances. Despite her rejections, Lou kept trying to get her attention in various ways. Celeste would sometimes joke to lighten the mood, but was clear that she wasn't interested. Lou misinterpreted Celeste's politeness as playing hard to get and decided he would win her over no matter what. His persistent and awkward advances became annoying, but Celeste kept her composure, hoping he would eventually give up or focus on someone else. Instead, Lou became obsessed with her, and everyone around noticed his relentless pursuit. Celeste confided in a close friend that she would never consider a relationship with Lou. She found him odd and unpredictable, was not attracted to men without ambitions, and the significant age difference was also a factor. Despite his efforts, Lou stood no chance with her. His obsession even caused him to neglect his work duties, which led to 3 reprimands and warnings from senior management. Finally, in early autumn of 2019, Lou was dismissed for his poor performance. Lou was very upset when he was fired, almost crying as he packed his things. Celeste felt mixed emotions. She was relieved that he would stop bothering her, but also felt guilty, believing his dismissal was partly her fault. As a department manager, she thanked Lou for his service, escorted him to the exit, and tried to encourage him by patting him on the shoulder and sincerely wishing him luck. However, this seemingly harmless act turned out to be a fatal mistake. Lou interpreted Celeste's gesture as a sign that she had feelings for him, but was afraid to start an office romance due to her position. With nothing left to hinder their relationship in his mind, Lou was convinced they could be together. Overwhelmed by his emotions, Lou unexpectedly kissed Celeste on the cheek. Stunned by his audacity, Celeste didn't know how to react. She hurried back into the office building without saying a word. This reaction convinced Lou that Celeste had feelings for him and that he shouldn't give up. A few days after being fired, Lou created a social media account, found Celeste's profile, and sent her a friend request. Initially, she accepted it, thinking it was harmless. But when he started bombarding her with requests to meet and go out, she tried to politely decline before blocking him. The next day, Lou sent her another friend request from a new profile. Celeste ignored it, but he began commenting on her photos, praising her looks and suggesting they would make a great couple. She adjusted her profile settings so only friends could message or comment. During a family celebration, Celeste complained about the persistent pursuer, recounting the bizarre incident on the day he was fired. Her family listened but assumed it wasn't serious and that he would eventually lose interest. Lou didn't have Celeste's personal phone number, as they had only communicated through work channels. But now, she started receiving strange romantic messages from an unknown number. She immediately guessed who they were from. Lou sent her romantic poems, admired her beauty, and tried to coax her into going out. Celeste answered his call once, trying to have a serious conversation to explain that nothing could happen between them and to persuade him to stop. However, Lou didn't listen and only commented on how pleasant her voice was and how glad he was that she had finally picked up. After this, Celeste tried to block Lou, but he called from new numbers each time. Eventually, she changed her number, but within a week, Lou somehow found it and continued his telephone harassment. This continued for about half a year as Celeste sought protection. Celeste tried to ignore her crazed admirer, blocking his numbers and fake social media pages, not responding to his messages and attempting to live her usual life. However, the messages kept coming, and their tone gradually shifted from romantic to bold and threatening. Lou no longer asked to meet her. He demanded it, detailing delusional, intimate fantasies about what he would do with her. The situation worsened when Lou started following her from work to home, learning where she lived. At first, Celeste didn't realize he was physically stalking her. She occasionally glimpsed him near her home, but dismissed it as her imagination, a product of nerves. When she finally understood that Lou was indeed following her, she decided to seek police protection. Celeste asked the police to issue a special order prohibiting Lou from approaching her in her home. However, the officers were indifferent and even mocking. They told her that writing poems or expressing explicit fantasies in text messages wasn't illegal or punishable. Without evidence that Lou was following her, they asked her to leave the precinct and not hinder their efforts to catch real criminals. Despite her distress, she couldn't obtain the restraining order she desperately needed. For another 6 months, Celeste continued to suffer from Lou's relentless harassment. She frequently noticed his car parked across the street from her office during workdays and saw him driving past her house several times in the evenings. She constantly felt his gaze, making her nervous and tense. In August 2020, Celeste approached the police again, this time with photo and video evidence on her phone showing that Lou was indeed following her. A different officer took Celeste's statement, this time taking the situation more seriously and expressing surprise at his colleague's previous indifference. He advised her to go to court immediately, where a restraining order was issued against Lou. He was notified that he could no longer call, approach, or try to contact her in any way. Clearly, Lou did not expect this turn of events and disappeared from Celeste's sight for a few weeks. For the first time in a long while, she felt free and believed that her harasser would no longer bother her. However, her relief was premature. Less than a month later, she began receiving messages from unknown numbers. In these messages, Lou first pleaded and then demanded that she retract her statement and remove the restraining order, claiming it interfered with their romantic relationship. After receiving several messages, Celeste immediately went to the police as Lou had violated the restraining order. This time, Lou was fined and warned that further violations would lead to much more severe consequences, including potential jail time. Following this, Lou did not make his presence known for almost 2 months, and Celeste hoped he had finally left her alone. In September 2020, Celeste met a young man named Chris Reedsdale, who was just a year older than her. They quickly discovered they had many common interests, views on life and goals leading to a romantic relationship. Celeste told Chris about the harassment from her former admirer and admitted that although Lou hadn't contacted her for over a month, she still felt anxious. Chris surrounded her with care and attention, doing everything he could to make her feel safe and worry-free. In early November, Celeste invited Chris to a family dinner to introduce him to her parents and brother. Her family immediately liked Chris, and her mother even joked that Celeste was now in safe hands. The next few weeks passed peacefully, with no sign of Lou trying to contact Celeste or appearing in her life. The young woman was happy, spending all her free time with Chris, and it seemed she no longer worried about Lou bursting back into her life or harming her in any way. On November 15th, 2020, the love-struck couple went out on a date, sitting in a cafe and enjoying each other's company. Celeste suggested they capture the moment with a selfie, which turned out very romantic. The couple was sitting at the same table, embracing, smiling, and looking very happy. Celeste liked the photo so much that she decided to use it as her profile picture on social media to share news of her new relationship and signal that things were serious. Chris also posted the photo on his page with a touching caption about how he loved this girl and would do everything to keep her eyes sparkling with happiness as they did in the picture. Unfortunately, this outing turned out to be the couple's last. On the evening of their date, Chris dropped Celeste off at her home and they said goodbye, planning to meet the next day. Celeste spent about an hour in the kitchen with her mother, talking about her boyfriend before heading to bed since she had to get up early for work the next morning. On Monday, November 16th, 2020, around 4 o'clock in the morning, Celeste's mother, Eggy, was awakened by the sound of breaking glass. At first, she didn't understand what was happening. Then she heard suspicious noises, banging, screams, and commotion. Initially, she thought the noises were coming from the street, but she soon realized they were inside the house. Eggy jumped out of bed, threw on her robe, and rushed to her daughter's room. She flung open the door and saw, in the dim light, someone literally jumping away from Celeste's bed before escaping through the broken window. When Eggy turned on the light, she was confronted with a horrifying scene. Her daughter was lying in a pool of her own blood, covered in cuts and small shards of broken glass. Celeste was struggling to breathe, gasping for air, her eyes wide open and staring upward. Her mother immediately called emergency services and tried to stem the deep bleeding wounds on her daughter's body until the paramedics arrived. Unfortunately, it was too late to save her. By the time the police and doctors arrived, she had passed away. The medical examiners later found over 20 penetrating stab wounds on her body, with the fatal blow to her heart. Analyzing the situation and comparing the scene of the incident with Eggy's testimony, it was clear that Celeste's attacker had entered through the broken window. The police concluded that the assailant took less than 3 minutes to break into Celeste's room through the window and carried out the attack before her mother could enter. The suspect used a large butcher's knife, striking randomly. Celeste tried to defend herself, as indicated by the numerous cuts on her arms. When asked if her daughter had any enemies, Eggy could only recall one name, Lou Sacco, who had obsessively pursued Celeste for over a year, harassing her with calls and threatening messages. This information was corroborated by other family members, friends, and colleagues. At the scene, the suspect left a large number of bloody fingerprints, and DNA was found on a fence he jumped over while fleeing, as he had injured his hand. It was imperative to detain and interrogate Lou immediately as the prime suspect in the case and to verify and compare all the evidence and witness statements. Lou was arrested the same day, but initially denied his involvement, insisting that he loved Celeste and would never harm her. However, forensic results soon confirmed that the bloody fingerprints found in the victim's room and on the fence were his. Law enforcement also pointed to the restraining order against approaching Celeste, which Lou had violated. Additionally, it was discovered that the evening before the tragedy, Lou had purchased a hammer and a large knife at a local hardware store, as captured on surveillance camera at the checkout. He later used the hammer to break into the house through the window and the knife to fatally attack Celeste. The evidence against Lou was irrefutable, further underscored by his long-term surveillance of the victim, knowing virtually everything about her. However, the final trigger for him was the photo Celeste posted on social media with her new boyfriend. After seeing this, Lou went to the store, purchased a knife and a hammer, and under the cover of night, went to Celeste's home to end her life. His actions were seen as deliberate and premeditated criminal activity, yet Lou's behavior was erratic, raising doubts about his mental stability. Notably, Lou, nearly 39 years old, had never married, continued to live with his parents, had almost no friends, and never held a job for long. People described him as nervous and introverted, with severe socialization issues. Additionally, Lou had a biological brother who was serving a lengthy sentence for a criminal act at that time. A forensic psychiatric evaluation was ordered for Lou, and his attorney insisted that his client needed not imprisonment but specialized treatment, as he required professional help. This argument outraged Celeste's family, who feared that the cruel criminal might evade punishment. Psychiatric experts, after interviewing Lou and analysing his behaviour, concluded that he did indeed suffer from some mental disorders. However, at the time of the crime, he was fully aware of his actions and had prepared for the crime in advance, planning the details. This meant that Lou, despite his attempts to feign insanity, would undoubtedly have to face trial. In the autumn of 2023, 3 years after Celeste's tragic death, Lou finally appeared in court. During this time, he repeatedly tried to prove that he was mentally ill and therefore could not be convicted of deliberate criminal activity. He spent most of this period in a psychiatric clinic. In the courtroom, Lou behaved calmly and detachedly, seemingly uninterested in the proceedings around him. He admitted his guilt, but insisted that he had not intended to end Celeste's life, merely to win her love. However, the jury unanimously found Lou guilty on all counts. He was sentenced to 36 years in prison, with the possibility of parole no sooner than after 30 years. Celeste's parents repeatedly pointed out that their daughter had contacted the police as early as 2020, hoping for protection from Lou. However, her complaint was not accepted because, according to the existing legislation, only attempts to physically contact the victim were considered harassment, while online stalking and phone harassment were not criminally punishable. Throughout the 3 years of preparing for the trial, Celeste's mother, Eggy, together with professional lawyers and some activist organisations, worked on developing Celeste's law. This law aimed to introduce criminal liability for stalking on social networks through text messages and emails. Eggy believed this would help protect many women and girls and prevent the tragic fate that befell her daughter. She aimed to achieve significant changes in the existing criminal legislation and directly approached the Legislative Commission of Victoria. Eggy developed over 40 recommendations and amendments, but almost all of them were ultimately rejected. Investigations showed that in the vast majority of cases, online stalkers limit themselves to their invisible presence and do not seek to contact their victims in any other way. The amendments that were made only helped to limit access to confidential information on social networks. In cases of severe stalking involving threats, a restraining order could be issued, similar to if the person were pursued in real life. However, here was still no criminal liability for such crimes currently. For such actions, a stalker might only receive a verbal warning, and upon repeated violations, they might be fined, though not always Celeste's law has yet to be enacted.
Tried to get in from the door and there was a child dead. And yeah, we tried to do what we could to help, and unfortunately, we were too late. Hannah Clark. She had this strong desire to become a loving mother since she was young. This started with how she cared for her younger siblings. As she grew up, all she wanted was to be a great mom. She had so much energy and always had a big smile. Hannah was also quite competitive. She worked really hard to be successful in CrossFit competitions. She even won first place in Australia and fourth place in an international competition. But here's the interesting part. Alongside her competitive side, she was also really kind and nurturing. She brought this into her marriage and being a mom to her 3 kids. Aliyah, her 6-year-old daughter, was full of brightness and strength, just like Hannah. Then there was Liana, only 4 years old, who was all about fashion. And Trey, the 3-year-old, seemed to be a football prodigy. Hannah believed he was even better than kids twice his age. Her kids meant the world to her, and she wanted them to have the best life. The family lived in Brisbane, a big city in Australia known for its culture, art galleries, museums, and botanical gardens. It was a great place for a family like Hannah's. Hannah got married to a man named Rowan Baxter in 2009 when she was 21 and he was 32. Rowan was into fitness, just like Hannah. He used to play rugby professionally and was really dedicated to his personal training work. Hannah and Rowan bonded over their love for exercise. They started off well, but their marriage went downhill over time. Hannah's mom noticed Rowan becoming more controlling, and his extreme training style caused concerns among friends. This harsh approach spilled into their relationship. Hannah's life had taken a difficult turn. She had to change how she dressed for the gym and avoid wearing her favorite pink clothes because her husband, Rowan, thought those colors weren't right for her. Rowan had a strong need to control things, including their marriage. He believed that wives should only be homemakers and provide physical intimacy. As time went on, Hannah's situation got worse, even though she denied being mistreated. Rowan's behavior towards Hannah was hurtful. He didn't show any care for her feelings or pain, simply telling her to be tougher. He criticized her appearance, even calling her names. Rowan was envious of Hannah's success as an athlete and trainer, feeling inferior that she excelled in areas where he struggled. Their marriage continued for a decade, but it wasn't a happy one. Rowan's infidelity became known to people, including his own family. Despite this, he projected a fake image of being a good person to the public, making others sympathize with him. Hannah's family saw through this facade, but Rowan isolated her from them, trying to keep his control intact. Rowan's grip on Hannah tightened over time, causing concern among those who cared about her. One of her friends, who worked in helping people facing abuse, tried to talk to her about Rowan's actions. Even though Hannah denied the abuse and threats, she did admit that Rowan had a history of threatening a previous partner. It's important to remember that no one should go through such a situation, and support is crucial for those facing abuse. Hannah, compelled by a growing urge to break free from her tumultuous relationship, confides in her friend Manya. During their conversation, Hannah sheds light on the suffocating grip Rowan had over her life and their children. His overbearing control extended to demanding intimate moments from her daily. Refusal on her part would lead to him wielding emotional weapons, preventing her from enjoying activities she loved, be it going to the gym or spending quality time with her kids. What's astonishing is how Rowan used her passions against her, manipulating her vulnerabilities. He'd incessantly pry into her social media messages, baselessly accusing her of infidelity with any male name he stumbled upon. He didn't spare even those he personally knew from the gym. Rowan's manipulation didn't stop at accusations. He'd seize Hannah's money and blame her for his own actions, branding her as an irresponsible spender. In the midst of Hannah's distressing revelations, her friend Manya stepped in as a guiding light. With unwavering support, Manya meticulously laid out the stark reality of Hannah's situation. She painted a vivid picture of the emotional, intimate, and financial abuse Hannah was enduring. It wasn't love, nor was it healthy. It was domestic abuse. Armed with her friends' and family's backing, Hannah summoned her courage on December 5, 2018, and chose to escape Rowan's clutches after enduring 11 grueling years together. Hannah's departure was discreetly executed while Rowan was away from home, ensuring he couldn't wield his usual intimidation tactics. This shift in power dynamics transformed Rowan from a controlling figure into a menacing force, his loss of control sparking a fire that consumed him. Despite Hannah's noble attempts to keep things amicable for the sake of their children, Rowan's visits took a tense and aggressive turn. A chilling turn of events unfolded during one visit, where Rowan's aggression escalated to the point of him kidnapping one of their kids, leading to a 4-day ordeal. This pivotal moment marked a shocking shift in their narrative, as Hannah's bravery and determination clashed head-on with Rowan's unraveling behavior. So now he's trying to contact me over the phone. I know, I understand, it's really frustrating. There's no issue with him spending time with the kids, that's not the problem. What's his name? This pattern, it's like he's fine for a moment and then suddenly he's not. Is this frustration coming from something specific, or is it just because we're apart now? Well, there's been a lot of problems in our relationship, not physical fights, but emotional stuff, controlling behaviors and such. I just can't take it anymore. I've been talking to the police about maybe getting a restraining order, but I didn't because I was scared it might make things worse. I thought if I kept the kids with me, it might prevent situations like these. So you drop off or pick up the kids from Hannah, and she finds some pictures of her in your car. Then you grab her arm, and that's the basic information we know about this incident. Hannah was getting the kids ready after their visit, and you wanted them to stay overnight. But when she said no, you took our daughter from her and ran down the street, put her in the car, and drove away. Hannah had to involve the police to get our child back. Our child had to go through that because of you. Because of this, Hannah went to court and got a domestic violence order against you. She told you to be nice to her or you could be arrested. But that didn't stop you. You attacked Hannah in front of your friend's house, almost breaking her wrist. So now you're not allowed to come near Hannah for 20 meters, but you didn't care about that. You kept following her, sending her mean emails through your friends, calling her a bad wife and mom. Somehow, you knew where she was going, and you sent her strange messages and pictures of where she was. You even put a device in her home to listen to her. Then one of Hannah's friends went to the police. She was scared for Hannah's life. You had been saying that you were going to hurt her. Everyone who cared about Hannah was worried, even your own family. But the police said they couldn't do anything unless you actually hurt her. This choice by the police would lead to something really, really bad happening. Hannah was feeling crushed. She even mentioned casually that Roan was attempting to end her life. She couldn't find a way to stop his strong grudge against her. Throughout this time, Roan kept up a fake appearance on social media. He shared loving pictures of his kids and pretended to be a perfect man. He even acted like he couldn't live without his wife. His social media posts led people to send mean messages to Hannah, blaming her for leaving such a good and honest man. The mental pain Hannah went through after leaving Roan might have been worse than when they were together. But Hannah didn't give up. She was a tough woman and a devoted mom. She leaned on her family and friends, and their support meant a lot during those months. By the end of 2019, Hannah was feeling positive about the upcoming year. She told her sister-in-law that 2020 would be a great year. She was moving forward to a fresh life with her kids, a new life just for herself. On February 19th, 2020, Hannah's hope was shattered again. She was putting her 3 kids in the car to take them to school. Suddenly, Roan appeared out of nowhere and got into the front seat. Hannah immediately told him to leave the car because he was breaking the court rules she had against him. It was then that she saw Roan was holding a knife and a container of gasoline. Worried about her children's safety, Hannah followed Roan's instructions to drive. While she drove, he poured the gasoline all over the inside of the car. The situation was getting out of control very fast, a mix of panic and intense feelings. It's hard to even imagine. Before Hannah could drive far, she spotted a man washing his car. She screamed for help and tried to get out of the car. But before the man could reach her, Roan got out of the car too. He lit a lighter and threw it into the car where Hannah and the kids were. The situation was terrifying. Hannah emerged from the car, her body engulfed in flames, her desperate cries begging for someone to rescue her children. Amid this horrific scene, an off-duty paramedic passing by noticed the chaos and quickly pulled over to help. Another person, who happened to be nearby, grabbed a hose usually used for washing cars and tried to douse the flames that had taken hold of Hannah. All the while, she never stopped shouting about her children who were still trapped inside the vehicle. In her agony, she wondered why she hadn't stayed with them, pleading for someone to save her babies. By the time the police arrived, Hannah had summoned all her strength to provide them with a detailed account of the events, even mentioning the domestic abuse order against someone named Roran. Tragically, Hannah's children had already lost their lives by the time the police got there. The car was completely consumed by fire, and it wasn't until later that anyone realized the children had been inside, secured in their seats. Hannah was on the ground screaming for help, and I rushed over to assist her. Amidst her distress, she managed to tell me about the kids in the car. The news hit me hard, and I moved to approach the car, but a sudden explosion forced me back. My younger brother intervened, preventing me from getting closer. As the car erupted into a second explosion, I looked around and realized it was around the time when kids were heading to school. The gravity of the situation sank in. There were children in that car. Suddenly it came to a halt. I tried to open the door and saw a child inside who was no longer alive. We did everything we could to help, but tragically, it was too late. What's even more shocking is that on the other side of the road, the car's driver, who turned out to be the ex-husband of someone named Hannah, had taken his own life. He jumped out of the car to escape the flames that had engulfed it, and evidence of this was visible through an object protruding from his chest. The police were able to piece together exactly what happened. It seems that Hannah's ex-husband had meticulously planned this horrific event, leaving behind a letter outlining his intentions to end her life. This letter, which he started writing months prior, revealed a disturbed mind and a determination to control his family at any cost. Tragically, despite Hannah's fight for survival, she passed away a few days later. Her family held a public event to honor her memory and denounced the actions of her attacker. It's important for us to reflect on cases like this and consider how we can prevent such tragedies in the future. Let's have a discussion in the comments about your thoughts on this case and any ideas you have for avoiding similar situations.
I mean, don't be afraid of violence. It's good for you. I mean, there's 3 things that make our existence, right? Art, fucking, and killing. So, art, fuck, kill.
This is John Battaglia, 62 years old, on death row for nearly 16 years. He was convicted and sentenced to death in 2004 for a horrible crime against 2 innocent people. After many failed appeals, his time ran out in February 2018. Join us as we explore the shocking story of John Battaglia. Before we begin, we extend our deepest sympathies to the loved ones of Faith and Liberty Battaglia, who fell victim to the terrible acts in this case. To understand death row inmate John Battaglia, we need to look back at his life and the decisions that led him here. Mary Jean Pearl met divorced John Battaglia in 1990 and found him handsome and charismatic. John was a military brat who moved around the US and Europe until his father left the military in 1970, settling the family in Texas. After making some bad decisions, John joined the Marines but later left to become an accountant. He moved back to Texas, where he became a successful CPA. John was previously married to Michelle Guy from 1985 to 1987, with whom he had a daughter named Christe. That marriage ended in divorce. Mary Jean Pearl was a prominent antique dealer with a successful family business and managed rental properties. She came from a wealthy Texas family and had an upbeat, extroverted personality. John and Mary Jean dated for a while and married on April 6, 1991. They lived in an upscale neighborhood in Highland Park, Texas, in a beautiful house that Mary Jean's father generously bought for them. They enjoyed a wealthy lifestyle with all its perks. Their life seemed even more perfect when their first daughter, Mary Faith Battaglia, was born in 1992. Their second daughter, Liberty May Battaglia, followed in 1995. The girls were complete opposites. Faith was a tomboy who loved climbing trees and getting dirty, while Liberty preferred frilly dresses and tea parties. Despite their differences, the girls adored each other and got along well. They also loved their half-sister, Christy, who loved them in return. John adored his daughters, and they were in love with their father. He never spanked them or spoke harshly to them. John was charming, generous, and fun. Everyone loved him, but there was something deeply troubling inside him. He had a dark side that he usually kept hidden, but it would occasionally surface. Mary Jean first noticed this dark side on their wedding night when John snapped at her. It was the first red flag for Mary Jean, though there had been previous warning signs before their marriage. John had told Mary Jean that he had once hit his ex-wife during an argument, but he didn't reveal the full extent of his abuse. The abuse had started when Michelle was pregnant with Christy and escalated after their separation in 1986. John had physically assaulted Michelle several times, once putting her in the hospital for days. Over time, things got worse for Mary Jean. Heated arguments would escalate into horrendous verbal abuse from John, sometimes lasting up to half an hour. Mary Jean begged John to seek help from professionals, but he didn't think he needed it. He believed nothing was wrong with him and blamed Mary Jean, thinking it was her fault. So, Mary Jean endured the abuse, hoping to keep her family together. However, after one incident nearly turned physical, she couldn't take it anymore. In January 1999, the couple separated, and Mary Jean told John to move out. 9 years of emotional and verbal abuse had become too much, and she hoped he would seek help. John Battaglia was haunted by his own past. He grew up in an abusive environment with a father who ruled with an iron fist and a mother who was an alcoholic with mental disorders. His mother eventually committed suicide in 1972. In 2000, John and Mary Jean finalized their divorce. Mary Jean still hoped John would get help for his anger issues, thankful that he had never directed his wrath toward their daughters. After the divorce, John's anger and resentment grew. One Christmas morning, John came to pick up his children for the day, accompanied by his daughter, Christe, from a previous marriage. They planned to go to church, but an argument between John and Mary Jean escalated into a brutal physical assault. In a fit of rage, John knocked Mary Jean to the floor, kicking and repeatedly hitting her on the back of the head. His daughters watched in horror, begging him to stop. John finally left, and Mary Jean called 911. John was arrested and charged with misdemeanor assault. He pleaded guilty and received 2 years of probation with the condition of no contact with Mary Jean, which meant he couldn't see his daughters for a while. Despite the probation, John continued to leave harassing and hateful messages on the answering machine Mary Jean had placed in the girls' bedroom. Mary Jean reported this harassment to the police and John's probation officer. Due to violating his probation, a warrant for John's arrest was issued on May 2, 2001, and he was advised to turn himself in. He agreed, but wanted one more evening with his two daughters. John was supposed to bring the girls to the police station after one last evening with them. But this decision proved to be a tragic mistake. That evening, he picked up his daughters as usual, and instead of going out to dinner, he drove them to his place at the Adam Hatts Lofts. Mary Jean had no idea what was about to happen. Mary Jean hated taking the girls to see John because she knew how much they dreaded the visits. Liberty even hid under the bed to avoid going. However, Mary Jean was bound by a court order to comply with the visitations. The girls begged her not to make them go, but she had no choice. Terrified of John, Mary Jean would meet him in a public parking lot to hand over the girls. She couldn't defy the court order, no matter how much she wanted to protect her daughters. The last thing Mary Jean saw was her daughters' faces pressed against the car window, waving goodbye. She had planned to go to a meeting, but decided to visit her friend Melissa instead. When she arrived, Melissa told her to call her mother. Her mother informed her that the girls wanted to talk to her, so Mary Jean called John's number. John put the phone on speaker, and the first voice Mary Jean heard was Faith's, asking why she wanted to put their daddy in jail. Then the call turned into a nightmare. Mary Jean heard her daughters' voices, filled with confusion and fear. John Battaglia went through numerous appeals, reaching the Supreme Court with stays of execution and multiple competency hearings and evaluations by 4 experts. Finally, his execution was set for October 13, 2017, and later rescheduled for February 1, 2018. Despite previous halts to his execution on claims of mental incompetency, the prosecutor who tried his case insisted that Battaglia, a former accountant with a master's degree, was far from incompetent. "We provided him a fair trial with a fair jury," the prosecutor said. "They rendered the appropriate verdict, and after years of appeals, it's time to close this out. He just needs to go." Mary Jean Pearl, the mother of the two girls, attended the execution in Huntsville, as reported by CBS 11 News. 16 years after his sentencing, John Battaglia died by lethal injection. During his 2002 trial, 3 defense psychiatrists testified that Battaglia had bipolar disorder. In 2014, his surviving daughter from his first marriage told the Dallas Morning News that her father was also diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, characterized by an inflated sense of self-importance, a deep need for admiration, and a lack of empathy. John Battaglia felt he was the victim. While on death row, Battaglia gave several interviews, which fed his narcissistic ego. He spoke about his first wife, Michelle, and laughed while recounting the assault on her, blaming her for the incident. "When I attacked Michelle, I wouldn't really call it an attack," he said. "I just held her by the shoulder and popped her in the head twice. She moved her head the wrong way, and I snapped her nose." Michelle described the assault differently. "The first blow hit my eye, and it felt like my eye hit the back of my head. Then he broke my nose. As I fell, he kept hitting and kicking me."
Attacked Michelle? I wouldn't really call it attack. Went up to her when she was walking down the sidewalk, and I said, you're going to have to learn this lesson. And I just held her by the shoulder, and I popped her in the head twice. And, you know, she moved her head the wrong way, and I snapped her nose.
The first blow that he hit me was in my eye. And it was like I felt my eye hit the back of my head and come forward. But then he hit my nose, which broke my nose. The bone punched through right here.
And she fell down, and I just walked away. She said I struck her about 20 times, but she was unconscious before she hit the ground.
And then my jaw, which dislocated my jaw. And then I had a big bruise here. And as I fell, he just kept hitting. And once I hit the ground, then he just started kicking.
Well, the fact that she got me put in prison, she knows that the bullshit she pulled, the only way to keep from sending her front teeth flying out her asshole is to have me behind this glass. Because she's a bitch. And she deserved to have the shit knocked out of her, but you know, what the hell.
However, his eldest daughter knew the real truth about her father.
For divorce, I knew she was going to betray me, and that betrayal would probably lead to all of our deaths. So I went and got their name.
Everything was very well hidden from me until that Christmas, when he beat up Mary Jean in front of me. Then I knew, she continued. I mean, he had never laid a hand on me. He rarely even yelled at me. John spoke about his daughters as if he had fond memories of them, almost as if they were going to get ice cream at the end of the day, completely ignoring the fact that he had a hand in their deaths.
A good father to liberty and faith. Yes, I mean, you know, I tried to be. Oh, gosh. My fondest memory of my daughters, well, I have another daughter. She's 30 now, Christy.
All right, two.
When we used to all get together and go somewhere, it was a kind of a little bit of a three-ring circus, if you can imagine. Three highly energetic, fun little girls just having a great time.
Faith was a tomboy. She played soccer, didn't want to wear a dress. Now Liberty was in a princess costume almost every day. When asked about his execution date, John seemed almost cheerful, like he was having a casual conversation. He didn't seem fazed at all.
Oh, what are my feelings towards my execution day? Yeah, it's 2 weeks. Today's Wednesday, so it'll be on Wednesday the 30th. You know, it's a way to get out of here. Say I'm ready to be executed. I mean, I don't want to be, because especially now that I'm speaking to my daughter, I like that. But, I mean, as far as like mentally prepared, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be that big deal. I mean, it's better than getting snuck up by somebody and shot in the back or killed in a car crash and, you know, chopped up the hamburger meat, or dying in some stupid son of a bitch's war in some place. So, I mean, of all the possibilities, it's not that bad. It's very clean, and they're very nice to you.
John talked about his daughters, but seemed detached, as if he wasn't responsible for their murders. There didn't seem to be any real emotion. Yeah, the charge is capital murder for my two daughters, Faith and Liberty, in 2001. When asked about his last statement, John was flippant, cruel towards Mary Jean, and accusatory towards others who might be at his execution. His eldest daughter still struggles to deal with it all. I always knew once it happens, it's done. This is the final chapter of the story. Finally, I might be able to move on, shedding the label of being the girl whose dad is on death row.
Oh, have I thought about my last statement? Yeah, I've run a couple different ones by. You know, I've thought of Soylent Green as people, you know, and then bring an image of Charlton Heston in and say, hang on to your Second Amendment rights, vote for Trump, you know, say something derogatory about my poor ex-wife, tell my daughter I love her. But I'm not having any witnesses there, so I'm not really concerned about it. You know, there's going to be a couple little cocksuckers from the DA's office who I could give a shit about. You know, they enjoy that because they have small penises and smaller egos, so watching somebody else be killed because they're not man enough to do it themselves, what do I care about those little piss ants?
John speaks about his final moments and the execution chamber as if discussing a mundane task, not his imminent death. What will it feel like when the warden comes for me and takes me to the gurney at Huntsville? Sure, there might be a touch of anxiety, but beyond that, it's probably going to be interesting. I mean, how many people experience this? Odd? Yes. Scary? Not really. What's there to fear? On February 1st, 2018, John Battaglia was secured to the gurney in the execution chamber, an IV poised to deliver the lethal dose. John acted as if he were the star at a farewell event. He even inquired about the attendance at his send-off. On the victim's side, Mary Jean was present. On John's side, not a single supporter. Spotting his ex-wife, he managed one last dig. "Well, hi, Mary Jean. I'll see you later. Bye." He then told the warden, "Go ahead, please." The injection of pentobarbital, a method causing the central nervous system to shut down similarly to a barbiturate overdose, commenced. With the warden's signal, the IV catheter released the fatal dose. Within about 5 minutes, it would complete its work. John lifted his head, looking at the chaplain. "Am I still alive?" Grinning, he sighed, "Oh, here I feel it," before smiling and closing his eyes. The lethal dose of pentobarbital used in Texas executions brought death in 22 minutes by 9:40 p.m. Mary Jean observed before moving to the back of the room, returning at the end to confirm the monster was truly gone. John Battaglia wasn't destined to be a husband or father. His inner demons prevailed, and he refused help to banish the evil within. He will be remembered only for the pain, destruction, and death he wrought. There will be no memorials in his honor, no family burial in a known cemetery. His cremated remains are unaccounted for. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more intriguing stories and updates. Were taken by the one who should have protected them. He failed them and his eldest daughter, Christy, robbing her of a life with her half-sisters. Mary Jean left the girl's room untouched, occasionally sitting there, yearning for her babies. Children are a gift to be cherished and loved.